Alright, folks, welcome back. 皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は、33日目です。Is day 33. Wrapping up finally doing our Duolingo Chinese review later today. So, gotta keep on pace, be a little efficient. We're post level up, so post level up tends to have a double stack. Not pretty manageable. 100 plus. I think it looks like Tuesday might be a cycle back to something as well. Anyways, we got a bunch of radicals. I think all the radicals were fine, and then we have a few special cases yesterday that let's go over them before we start our review. Right, so for this one, we're supposed to think of piety. So then say humbly. And to get the humbly, you're mowing someone's lawn, right? That's what they're trying to do. Mow. Okay. And that would be an O. Then we want to make sure the kanji ones are checked off first. Prioritize those. And then this one is the drop reflection. So drop reflection of treasure in the king's house or home. Oh. Okay, then we have some special cases. These are typos. So da, right? Dori. I'm pretty sure I wrote hitori. And then this one I jumped the gun. So plant is the mnemonic, and kit. Okay, then we have specials, right? So this is a special, kokoro. Interestingly enough, my little discussion near the end about Attack on Titan, it's good enough. Like Shinzo, right, and Kokoro. Then these are special cases too, right? So this is dealing with a mnemonic fresh. Well, I guess fresh is also the definition. Fresh, live, raw. Largely fresh. Fresh works. And nama, right? Nama biru, right? Okay, and then these two special cases as well, right? Because double reads, and a modified read, but it's actually the same read, but one is modified. So this is for a right letter or letters. I think those were acceptable. Right letter from now on. And Mo teaches us the letters. So Moji. And for this one, it's Mon. I'm pretty sure this was a convergence, but we have whatever letter, right? Quote unquote letter, I suppose. Letter that is a straight line here. And only monsters write straight lines. That's right. So Mon. Ne? So Ichimonji, right? Ichimonji. Okay. Those are our mistakes from last time. There are some weaker ones. We'll see if they crop up or not. and then we'll elaborate on them or not. We're giving it a second day. Reinforce. I didn't add anything to any of these yet. Let's hop into our review. Reviews. Oh, there, Vang. I'm doing pretty well. Just started for the day. How are you? How are you? Okay, good to hear. Good to hear. What have you been up to since the last time we spoke? You just want one. You just want 100. Okay. I see. You've been lately tomorrow, but now you've got vacation for 2 weeks. Nice. What are you gonna do with the 2 weeks? I'm still trying my best at Japanese. Yeah, you can say that. Yeah. Thanks. Long ways to go. Long ways to go. It's a skill for life, for sure. Hope someday we'll see you in Yakuza. It's soon. It's in less than... It's 2 days from now. We're probably gonna play the Chinese playthrough and the Japanese playthrough of Infinite Wealth. Hopefully to complete it before Yakuza Pirates. Pirate Yakuza is on the 21st of this month. The timing hasn't changed at all. So like patience, I suppose. Patience is a virtue, after all. Like, the time hasn't changed at all. And the release date didn't move up or get delayed. All according to plan. Yeah, I'm doing pretty well, Gecko. Thanks for dropping by. How are you? Oops. You have any plans on doing some language learning, Vang? Wait, actually, are you... I was gonna ask about Korean, but I don't remember what the status is on your interest in language learning, Vang. Doing good too. You just made me think that I'm soon going to be playing Civilization 7 and that I might want to try to set up the UI to JP to try it out. Ooh, that's a lot of technical information. Yeah. Maybe like in another 2 years, Gecko? 2 years? I might do a expanse game, like a 4X and or a grand strategy game. Ooh, you can see that will be reinforcing both Chinese and Japanese really, really hard. because anything dealing with advanced like politics, spiritualism, and like warfare and whatnot, they overlap dramatically. The Mandarin and Japanese. Another 2 years though. I wouldn't mind playing Civilization 7 with English, and maybe like try to explain things in Japanese while I'm reading the English or something. Yesterday when I was doing HanziHero, I found that I've understand enough vocabulary, and Chinese does this thing where you can kind of feel like you can make up words over time, and that's something I don't feel about Japanese at the moment, obviously. However, in Chinese, it's kind of fun trying to brainstorm like what kind of characters you can combine to express something that maybe have not been expressed very frequently. Kind of fun doing that type of experiment. Like, what would you call a keyboard, right? I would put in, like, for example, for WaniKani, probably like nuroku, and anything that deals with a board. But I don't have a word for board yet, so maybe I'll do mokururoku, wood input. Like a wood board or something. But you know, that's kind of the thing that I've been playing around for a while. It's like, well, I don't know what a television, I don't know what a monitor is, instead of saying monita, you could say like, let's see, you could put akarui dian, and then screen, right? You know, but unfortunately I don't know a word for screen either. Japanese for you seems like kind of difficult. What about Korean? You I remember you expressed your affection for Korean. I did sort of briefly met a person who was interested in Korean yesterday, although that was kind of one of those 9 out of 10 situations where that person basically said something, I respond to it, ask another thing, and they continue to respond the thing that they want to say without giving me an indication that they were actually listening to my questions or not. So, and then the person disappeared. You're already planning to play in English even though it's also available in French. True. Your French was pretty impressive yesterday. I think once you learn the core mechanics, I'll try it out in JP. I don't know yet how enriching that'll be. Yeah. That's kind of my take on things, right, Gecko? I'm sure if I can definitely see you saying very similar things frequently if you're sharing your experience, right? So one thing that often comes up is things are taken out of space and time, and you're often also taking a gamble at how people perceive your competence, right, or your comprehension. And for me, I don't flex into incomprehensible territory very much. So like, I don't want to give people the false impression that February is the month of Like a Dragon, but I'm not like, the first comment I can probably see is someone's like, why don't you play with Japanese subtitle in a Japanese UI hub? And I'm like, that's because it's borderline pushing incomprehensibility, right? There's a dance that you do around the barriers of your comprehension. So like, I would love to jump at the deep end, but generally speaking, for me, it's about trying to take a steady pace towards things. So when you said you want to learn the core mechanics and then try out the JP, yeah, me too. So like this coming year, it's not like I'm gonna be all like oh no, you know, suddenly it's like, oh yeah, this guy is not going, this guy isn't like Japanese only stream of Japanese, the Japanese copy of Like a Dragon. It's like, yeah, of course not. So I hope no one's getting that impression. And also Yakuza Pirates, the new game, is going to be played in English first, and it's the English cast, of which I will still probably get comments about, dude, the Japanese cast is better. It's like, yeah, why not both? And there is also another big asterisk. There's another big asterisk. I won't be playing Yakuza Pirates in Chinese or Japanese until the next game, right? Infinite Wealth was paused until this coming game. So now I'm playing Infinite Wealth with as much time as I had between its launch and its completion. And then Yakuza Pirates is going to be the same, very similar. It's going to be at a later date for the Chinese and Japanese because it gives me time to boost my comprehension, right? So it will be played in English. However, Infinite Wealth is going to be played in the Chinese dub and the Japanese dub. I'm not entirely sure how I'm going to mark that, because oftentimes when you title your videos with Japanese or Chinese, it's all or none the way people interpret English most of the time. Like if you say it's Japanese, then they're gonna expect like a Japanese person reading Japanese and listening to Japanese dub a lot of times. Like it's kind of a interesting thing, but you know. By the way, thank you for giving you VIP. I appreciate it. Yeah, you asked for it, right? Hello there, Procall. Welcome. It's going pretty well. We have some conversations early today. We got an earlier start as well. My webcam, it's a C920. Is that what they're called? It's the same it's the same webcam that I had that Logitech continues to print up till now. Yeah, it's the C920. Ah, that still sells for, dang, that stuff still sells for $70. Yeah, it's the original C920 from 15. Has it been 15 years? No, it hasn't been 15 years. 10 years ago? Yeah, 10 years ago. What I can honestly say about the combination of feed compression and lighting. So it's largely lighting. When you have lighting, as long as you have proper lighting, there's a trade-off for lighting, right? A nice camera with a larger sensor. I'm only going to be talking about the pragmatic side of things. I don't want to go into any technicals because I'm not I don't have technical knowledge of this. However, the one thing that when it comes to streaming that is practical is that acquiring more advanced cameras with larger sensors allowed you to have lower light situations, and that lower light situations may reduce fatigue for the eyes. So this cam has served me pretty well, and I recently acquired a larger diffused light source. So now I don't have like a solid beam of light slamming into my eyes, right? However, if you don't have a particular tolerance in your eyes for specific light sources hitting you in the face, right? Other cameras, now they actually equip camera. You can also attach a SLR camera to whatever that has a larger sensor. Oftentimes it alleviates the light. So definitely the light, and it has been a workhorse. Like it's kind of like my mic, right? My mic is almost as old as my cam, and my mic is the AT2020, which I think they make a updated version of that. They also make an updated version of C920. So not too much. It's the first things that you probably find on a budget list. Now, this is the Audio Technica AT2020. Yeah. From, I don't know how old this is. The first launch was probably over 2 decades ago, but this is 10 years old. Yeah. Yeah, I think Tofugu explained it pretty well in one of their articles. According to them, as far as learning goes, you usually want to aim for 80% known concepts, vocabulary, and 20% exposure to new things. Yeah, the 80-20 rule, which is actually which is more prominently as a economics principle, and I use the 80-20 rule as well, which I brought it up a couple of times already. 80-20 is how I split my study and learning practice. Actually, I think I might have alluded to 80-20 rule yesterday, about how I interact with anime. 20% of the time is possible learning or marking down what I don't know and want to learn, and 80% of the time is practicing. And then when I'm learning here, I want to feel like I'm 80% of the time being exposed to new things while practicing 20% of the time. Unfortunately, this is not the case for SRS. SRS is like 80% on lesson days, like, you know, WaniKani's thing, 80% on lesson days. And then the review days are more like 80-20 the other way. So I'm perfectly all right with that because SRS does that. So on those days, I try to do something else, right? So yesterday was a review day. Today's a review day. So I'm doing Duolingo, which deals with another aspect that isn't the Japanese recall aspect. So I tend to try to keep it in that realm of things. And I play it safer. I do 90-10. So 90-10 when it comes to consistency. So if I tank, the lower end is 80-20. The higher end is near complete comprehension. Then I rope in a different skill set if I'm already comprehending everything. So for review these days, I bring in something else that I'm working on as opposed to clearly reviewing most of the time. Well, thanks for the vote of confidence, Vang. When it comes to viewership, Vang, I haven't made any attempts to change the format that would accommodate something like that. Naturally, I would probably select it down to like 1 or 2, like in the teens at most. How do you choose which of the 2 options to be taken up 80% of the time and which should take up 20% of the time? As long as it doesn't cause me to, this is more of an intuition thing for yourself. The 80-20 is I hold it as long as I can stay motivated for it. I conclude for myself that learning capacity requires most of my energy. So I do 80-20 for learning to practice as long as I can sustain it. So for me right now, it's about 6 hours a day. And then the rest of the day, which technically is about, how long do I stay up? I guess I stay up for another 12 hours, so 18 hours a day, right? Another 12 hours would be practice in various things. The alternative is, how do I determine it, is to do a skill set sufficiently long enough in which I no longer have diminished return. So the idea is to not hit the max. I guess what I would prefer is that I do not overexert myself. Overexerting myself is a recipe for burnout. So I myself, it's been a very long time since I haven't reached a minimum. So oftentimes when people think about learning and studying, they think about minimums, as in how much the minimum amount of effort I need to reach my goal. A regrettably, I have very little to say about that recently because I don't often have that thought in mind. Through my regular day, I'm more prone to overwork myself. So oftentimes this 80-20 rule is to restrain myself from doing overwork. And that can be seen in a lot of younger people who are starting new projects. When they start new projects, right? And I'm using projects figuratively, I suppose, as figurative as possible. Like, for example, I met someone who, very, very briefly yesterday, who hopped in and told me about how Korean is working for them. And then they spend a lot of time comparing, doing the comparing thing, and then rationalizing that they're paying for a service to learn something. The whole time I was trying to ask them, how are they learning? What are they doing to learn? Instead, they constantly gave me hot takes on like, oh, Duolingo is the worst. This is best. I'm paying for this. And like, I have no inclination that this person actually is interested in the way they learn. They're more interested in what became of their investments, or they're rationalizing their motivations. That is perfectly understandable. And that passion drives people to do a lot of things very, very quickly. It's the passion project, right? You're going in deep. And I hope that person doesn't burn out within the first 3 months and then decide, well, Korean is too difficult, and then they move on to the next burn cycle, right? So for myself, the 80-20, trying not to make anime into like my stream session is probably the thing that keeps me consistent. And I know where my cap is, which I tend to flirt with the cap here and there. And also me speaking right now, interrupting right in the middle of this thing is considered a break, right? Now I'm practicing something that I am not focused on this. So breaking up things when talking to things also factor in to my study routine. With that said, I know when I'm not learning a lot. And at this moment, I'm not learning a lot, but I am practicing a lot. So that's okay. I think in the end of the day, I would choose to practice something as opposed to not doing anything at all, right? And that's kind of the concept that I feel I no longer relate. It's very, very difficult for me to relate to someone who is trying to figure out what is the easiest way to do something, right? The easiest way to do something. Like, how long do I have to study Japanese each day or practice Japanese each day so I can get significant progress, but it doesn't eat into my fun time or my other time? My answer is, you aren't practicing Japanese every single day, like every time, everything you do, because that's what I do, right? It's a part of me. It's difficult to play a video game without thinking about stuff that I know in Japanese. Largely because I'm thinking about the Japanese culture as well in a lot of video games, or the anime I think of, those are the practice things. And it's rare for me to sit there and say, I know all of this, but I just like it because I know all of it. Doom scrolling, for example. If you see a cat video and then you see a repost of that cat video and then you tell yourself, oh, that hits the same. Like, this gives me that same dopamine. Oh, it still hits the same. Like, that's not something that I can relate to anymore. I really rarely empathize with that. I do have guilty pleasures though. I call them guilty pleasures for myself because largely when I'm really down or I have too much learning going on and too much things to juggle, I might go to something that's comforting, like a rerun of Bob's Burger, but I'm not intently watching Bob's Burger with the intent of applying a new skill, like practicing a new skill or learning a new skill. I'm legitimately background watching Bob's Burger, and that can help. I usually do something like that in conjunction with something I'm practicing. So I might be writing like an essay and I'm using Bob's Burgers in the back to inspire something, to trigger something. So oftentimes that's how I negotiate. It's every waking hour, except when I'm eating, right? Eating, sleeping, those are the times when I'm pretty much trying to practice verbatim things I've been doing for a while. Do I use any tricks to help remember what I learn, or do I use rote memory, brute force? Tricks. That's an interesting thought. If I had to go in quickly, right, just very, very quickly, you always turn to something if you always turn to something if you get overwhelmed. How do you mean? What do you mean? In what manner do you always turn to something? What is the something you turn to if you get overwhelmed? For me, the trick, I understand the word trick. This can be very hot. I don't have any particular tricks. Most of the time, the things that people talk about, like WaniKani, for example, learn by mnemonics, right? Learn by using mnemonics. And then, you know, you have another influencer that says things like, this is exciting, and then these are context-based. Use it or lose it. These come in many forms, and my trick is all of these things. And the trick is not necessarily, I don't see it as a trick anymore. Actually, I don't think I've ever seen it as a trick. These are fundamental to me. Fundamentals of learning. So the fundamentals of learning is to integrate all the hot takes that you hear. These are hot takes because they're being rediscovered by people who, in my opinion, as respectfully as I can, they did not acquire the fundamentals of learning when they were growing up. And that's perfectly reasonable because they could have, I don't know their background, right? I don't know the people's background. They could have had a terrifying childhood, you know? A terrifying childhood, low accessibility. There's so many ways to express low engagement, parentals, absence, right? Absence of parentals. There are so many ways to explain when someone becomes like greater than 20 plus, right? And they're missing some foundations of learning. And those foundational pieces of learning are being reintroduced in different contexts. So when you're looking at an influencer and they're saying something like, oh yeah, this app, it works so well. Like, you know, it has motivation, and the sources of motivation might be like gamification. And then they like the social aspect, right? They like the social aspect. However, then when they take this and there's like a dissonance, there's a detachment to how to use this for learning, right? That's kind of, in my opinion, a telltale sign of a background that did not have the opportunities to associate the fundamentals of learning with all the rest. Like, some people don't consider a social aspect as a property of learning. They don't often attach motivation, interest, gamification, like reward, right? Reward placement versus like perceived difficulty, right? These relationships often are not established, in my opinion. What's a fundamental that is difficult to understand, but perhaps inconsistently intuited? The difficulty, I alluded to this already. Difficulty, the perception of difficulty, and its reward when it comes to learning, right? Oftentimes things that are hard initially are coming from a place of incompetence. And the reward tends to be higher when you circumnavigate the incompetence. But the reward is coming from the appearance, in my parent, the appearance or the perception of competence. Right? So oftentimes people use hard and easy, in my opinion, in the inverse relationship, where they want something to be reduced to an ease so that it can be approachable. And then later discover that the reward is less than expected. And this is a very touchy subject because it's a balancing act. It's not one or the other. When something is easy and approachable, the reward is lightly diminished. Diminished because the amount of work that you're doing is less, right? And then when something is perceived as hard but unapproachable, right? If it becomes too hard and it's unapproachable, then you don't get any reward because it doesn't happen. You don't show up, right? You don't show up. However, if it's harder than this, it is likely to increase in reward, and it might supersede or pass your expectations. So oftentimes the biggest reward is something that is approachable but as hard as possible. This is the middle ground. So something that's in between your definition, your specific definition of hard, and your specific definition of easy, in which it is approachable so you can get started, but as hard as possible so that to maximize the reward. Oftentimes the disappointment comes from the ease of things. Case in point, Duolingo. So some of the hardest properties of Duolingo address some of the hardest properties that's missing in learning aptitude, and that's motivation. I guess they're called effector factors, if anyone wants to be technical about it. I guess some of the effector factors, which is or effectors, I forgot what they're called, but one of them, like factors, motivation. Duolingo focuses on motivation to get you to show up. So that's part of 80, I would even argue it's 80% of its design over 20% of everything else. It's like maybe 60 to 80% of its design is to reduce the effector factor, which is to make it approachable. The problem is, since it's incredibly approachable and they reduce to make it incredibly approachable, you're not working as hard as possible. And they keep it static. It doesn't like go up dramatically. So the reward, typically reward should be tempered, right? But instead, which I think it's a little deleterious due to Duolingo's position as most popular, right? Most popular position. And I think this is misunderstood as most efficacious, right? And what happens here is, since it's the most popular and people do a leap of logic for efficacious, if a lot of people are using it, it must be very effective, right? Well, it's very effective for this, which makes it look easy, great, right? But the content itself is actually reduced for ease. So then that ease will lead to less reward, but consistent reward. So Duolingo keeps someone consistent. It teaches them, well, it's supposedly supposed to infer and provide a sense of understanding that when you ask yourself in a learning process, what is Duolingo? What aspects of Duolingo is keeping you consistent? And can you take that consistency and apply it to something that is less approachable, aka hard, right? Less approachable, in order to achieve a higher return on reward, which is your aptitude, so that your expectations, with all this in mind, your expectations can be grounded properly, as opposed to being betrayed all the time. So when someone yesterday said, oh, this app that I pay for does all these things and Duolingo doesn't do any of these things, my first thought is, why did you bring up the fact that you need to pay for it? That's already a source of motivation. When you pay for something, there's an obligation. Duolingo, you don't pay for Duolingo. Well, that person didn't pay for Duolingo, right? And then they compared apple and oranges. They said what their app did, or they generally hand-wavingly share what they did, and it was everything Duolingo was not designed to do, right? In fact, they failed, in my opinion, to even say the thing that Duolingo was designed to do. And that's kind of the aptitude. Your expectations cloud a lot of your consistency. So while you focus on easy and hard, hopefully it gives you an aptitude of whether it is approachable or unapproachable at first. Then it requires some learning fundamentals to understand how you measure your reward and temper your expectations, because largely without that, it doesn't frame consistency and due diligence. How do you stay consistent if you're not measuring if your expectations are being met and your reward and your effort is being met? This is really nebulous because we don't want to get into specifics. None of these terms are specific. The fundamentals of learning is a very much predicated on someone's background, right? And I can't anticipate any of these background. If it was the closest friend, perhaps, because I've been around them for a really long time. But generally speaking, when a stranger approaches me and tells me all these things, I need to gauge whether they're even concerned about this stuff. So when someone says this is working, I'm not even sure they know if it's working or not. Right? There's no aptitude. They didn't explain how they know it's better. They said it's better by listing a bunch of things that they would measure to determine if it's better. Right? Let's see. You're gonna catch up on the latest episode of Sakamoto Days. Oh man, I can't wait to start watching Sakamoto Days when it's done. Yeah. I'll talk to you a little bit later, Keko. Do you find the reward? Okay, is it just building a fundamental basis that can be used across all aspects of learning? Yes. That's what I'm that's what I'm nebulously talking about. The fundamentals of learning, in the sense that you're collecting your learning experience while you're learning things. So oftentimes when you engage in skill building, after a while, people don't need, I'm gonna say people, like, nebulously, do not need to build anymore. They don't need to focus on their fundamentals of learning. Also, what does nebulous mean? Undefined, murky, hazy, not specific. Nebulous, like a nebula, nebula, like the galaxies, like nebulas, they're like hazy, they're undefined. It's so nebulous is my way of saying not specific, right? So people at some point will stop. They don't need anymore, right? If you know how to learn, right? If you know how to learn well enough to be satisfied with your obligations, whatever those obligations are, be it your own goal or job or something, rarely do you need to, you're not incentivized to learn, redefine your learning anymore. You use your learning fundamentals to engage in skill building. That skill building relies on your years prior in learning. So you don't have to relearn how to learn. Like if you don't tackle skills that require fundamental changes to your learning, then you don't have to relearn anything, right? You don't have to discover anything or change the way you learn or add to it. For me, it doesn't stop there. I learn new skills in order to push my learning capacity to the limit. So like the thing I focus on most of the time is learning curve. Like it's great, you know, you have like your learning curve tends to be something, I don't know how do they represent it nowadays. So your learning curve, this rate here, right, can be different for different skills. When I get about here, when it hits about here, it's already past the 80% mark. So if I hit the 80 percentile, I tend to wean off of a skill. Largely because I like building new skills. So I like collecting new skills. And you have to do the learning curve every single time when you're doing a new skill. So since I spend a lot of time in learning curve, like learning something, I tend to focus on this aspect, and it deals with building new skills, but figuring out how those skills are built are some of the most interesting things. And it gets to a point where like even in Duolingo, after 150 to 200 days, there's really no new building learning things. Gamification kind of helps with that from time to time, where, you know, they switch up the game, you know, the game switches up on you over time, and then you're engaged with that game, right? And after a while, it feels like you're doing the same thing over and over again. So what I do for Duolingo is I change it up myself and continue to consume the content. The content itself can become static. And WaniKani is static in its SRS. The content itself is more dynamic. So the content itself is being dynamic, but the approach is static. And this is, for me, the more common, popular approach nowadays, to create a static learning environment to promote consistency. Because I think one of the greatest difficulties facing, like top 5 difficulties facing people in self-study, is consistency. And keeping something static tends to promote consistency because it's comforting. Now, it also leads to diminished return a lot of times because you've done it like 100 times. The 100th time will likely be less engaging than the first time over time. The longer something goes statically, the diminished return of engagement, right? You are less and less engaged with your routine unless you do something about it. Largely, systems like this stay static in order to keep you consistent. Consistency creates efficiency. That efficiency reduces your engagement because you're using less energy. That's how you become more efficient. You spend less energy, and that energy produces less reward because you're not engaged anymore. So these are like the two things that go back and forth. Do you find the reward of knowledge enough to motivate you to learn? No, absolutely not. I do find the reward of wisdom enough to motivate me for life. The reward of knowledge is not sufficient. The internet is filled with knowledge. It doesn't mean you're motivated to learn everything that the internet has to offer. I find separating a difficult task into smaller tasks makes it appear more approachable while still being rewarded when you finish all the tasks at the end. Okay, yeah, but you're talking about the end here. When I'm talking about a learning process, it's across the board. So if you never reach the end, then it's not like you didn't fail. You didn't fail even if you didn't reach the end. So yes, it is a very excellent way. If you have a task that's this big and you can break it up into like 2 smaller tasks, that makes it approachable for sure. That is an excellent way to get around the approachability. And then you're hoping that the volume you are responsible for, you finish to the end, right? And that is the goal. So this is determined by a promise, an obligation to yourself that you are assuming you would reach the end. So this task that's big, that you broke up into small parts, you're assuming and you're obligating that you're going to finish to the end. Language learning, for example, this end is, to me, not visible. So you can view Japanese as a culmination of whatever. Like, this is a differing in perspective. I don't see language having an end per se, because it's a fundamental life skill for personally. So how do you divvy up and make something approachable if it has no end, right? Or if the volume is so inconceivably big, you could either choose to embrace nihilism and never start. That happens with a lot of people. It's like, oh my gosh, Japanese is really, really difficult. I shouldn't bother starting because I don't know how much work it is. And regardless of how much I break it up, since I don't know how much it is, I cannot plan for it. So it's unapproachable even from this perspective when you break it down. Instead, when you're process oriented, so this is goal oriented, the thing that you talked about, it's goal oriented. You know how much you were going to do, so you break them up in order to reach that thing, right? That knowledge part. Process is, well, what can I do now? And what can I foreseeably see now in the least approachable but still doable way with the highest turn, right? So the least but still approachable manner, and go from there. I do have a goal, right? A goal in mind, but that goal is expected to change while I'm doing this. So if I'm constantly trying my best, that goal at the end will not be the same with every passing day. With every passing time I achieve the next goal, the goal at the end changes. It could stay the same if you choose to make it stay the same. So in order to break up a task and say that you can still achieve that same amount is suggesting that you break up the task and that is only the thing that you can achieve. This task in total is the only thing that you'll pay attention to. That is very efficient. It's very efficient, and it's excellent if you need to get something done the way it has to be done. So like a job, for example, you have to finish and complete this. It has a defined endpoint, and you get that done. In terms of learning a language, I have approached it as an open-ended strategy. So I go until something else takes my interest. There's no definite end. So I wouldn't try to break it up into something like, I should learn 100 kanji today, I should learn 200 by next month, 300 by the following month, in order for me to reach a goal of 1,000 in, I don't know, 3 months or something. That I can do if I have a definite goal. And usually for these type of things that I do voluntarily, like hobbies and whatnot, hobbies are open-ended. They don't necessarily have end goals. Like there's no such, to me, when I say Japanese, there's no such thing as fluency is the end goal. Mastery of something is the end goal of something that I want to do for the rest of my life. That kind of thing. It's a different perspective because you might be learning a language or a task or something that requires to be completed. And that is a very excellent way of doing it. Breaking a large task down until it's just approachable, right? Approachable. And when you get your foot through the door of approachability, hammering it out, going down to the approachability level. Like some days you might have off days, so you reduce the task to just approachable, right? And continue. And it also means that from time to time you can elevate that, so you continuously do your best, right? Try your best over time. Because doing a lot of small tasks make it seem less daunting, but then once you do all of them, you get the reward feeling of doing the big task in the end. Exactly. Do you think the idea of obligation is innate or learned? That's a good question. I think there are both. The answer is both. The innate obligation that I'm thinking of, innate obligation is when it costs something. Learned obligation, I can't spell, it's fine. Obligation is when you're gaining something. So that's probably this is reductive. This is very reductive. Let me give an example to illustrate. If you're paying to get something, it's generally innate. It's a human condition. So for example, if you're paying the subscription for Netflix, you're obligating yourself to get the value of what you paid for, your cost. If I flip it, you can do it with the same example. If I pay for Netflix, I know that I'm spending $15 or something, whatever the cost is. I pay it with the idea that I have pleasure to be gained. As in, this is my privilege. And oh geez, privilege. And the idea is, I didn't have to spend that. I didn't have to spend that money to gain pleasure of like entertainment and whatnot from Netflix. So that $15 is seen as a gain of function. So you're not obligated. And what happened, you can learn to obligate it. As in, this is something that you can choose to decide if it's something you're willing to pay for or something that you need, which is an innate obligation. Like, I feel bad. I need to get happier. I'm going to pay $15 for this meal because that meal is going to fill my need. My need is innate. When you pay $15, like say you're gonna pay for a $15 meal, but you decided, I'm gonna pay for the $25 meal. I don't need to spend $10 extra for that extra fancier meal, but it certainly would be nice to have it, right? That is a learned obligation. As in, you're getting extra value, but you don't really need to spend it. And in learning, that can be a combination of both too. What's a learned obligation? A learned obligation would be you expect mistakes. And with mistakes comes opportunities to learn why and how you've made those mistakes. It's an opportunity for self-awareness. These are learned obligations. When I use WaniKani, I expect to have mistakes. That expectation is learned. It's not innate. The innate is that you don't ever make mistakes. So when someone needs to be correct, because correct is innate. So if you're going into language learning and you're saying, I want to learn Japanese so I can be fluent in Japanese, so I can understand all of Japanese, that's an innate obligation. A learned obligation would be, I'll learn as much as I can, but I have learned that I'm satisfied with anything that I've learned because it's a plus. I'm doing something extra. I can still watch anime without the need to be correct. Right? So I guess it's the thing is we have need versus optional. And I think anything that, and it can vary between people, obviously. However, if you think something is optional, it's typically a learned obligation to be consistent. If you need it, it's an innate obligation, and it will largely be consistent out of need, right? However, the problem with this is there's also an opportunity to burn out. Versus this way, you need to learn the obligation to be consistent, and what is the bottom line? You don't do anything. So the two sides of the same coin, right? If you need to learn the obligation in order to be consistent, you have to learn what the obligation is. If it's a need, you have to learn to deviate away from burnout. Because if it's a need, you're going to constantly need it. It's going to become a dependency, and you're going to need more and more and more. Do you need TikTok's dopamine, or do you find it as an extra thing added to your life? YouTube Shorts is an extra thing that I add to my life. I actually use YouTube Shorts for inspiration, for extra inspiration, for storytelling during my stream. I can skip YouTube Short at any time because I can tackle and use my learned obligation. What is my learned obligation? I need to come up with a story today. Maybe I should go and look on YouTube Shorts to have an opportunity to create a story quickly, right? To have something to talk about. I don't need YouTube Shorts, so it's an option. And since I don't need it, it doesn't trigger an innate response that creates dependency. So do I need WaniKani? I don't. Do I need Duolingo? I don't. Do I need to learn Japanese? I actually don't. So most of the stuff that I talk about, it involves learned obligations. If you're having trouble coping, right? Coping tends to involve innate obligations. You cope with obligations that are innate. They are not optional. They must be done. And I talk about those things too. Oftentimes dealing with stories and whatnot. However, I don't treat language learning as a form of innate obligation. And oftentimes you're probably going to talk about habits, right? When it comes to obligations, when we're talking about innate versus learned obligations, you're also going to separate into habits. And habits, innate tends to be addiction. And then when you're learned, it tends to be, by default, it's a habit. Because of like English vernacular, the default is habits have a positive and or neutral characteristic of the same behavior. And when it becomes deleterious and non-sustainable, it becomes addiction, which typically often deals with innate. Like, for example, coping strategies fall under this. And then habits would be something like self-improvement. Right. These are large umbrellas. I'm being nebulous again. These are large umbrellas, but habits tend to involve a neutral and or positive way of looking at it. And then coping deals with an innate need for it, and it's not sustainable. Non-sustainable habit, quote unquote habit. Habits, self-improvement tends to be sustainable. Right. So learned habits are never negative. Ooh. No, they can be negative. Learned habits can be negative. This is a general idea. No, these both are, sorry. This arrow isn't bypassing it. It's this way. So through the habit formation, both innate and learned obligations feed into habit formation. Now, on the one hand, when something is incredibly innate, it can form an addiction. But addiction and habits are the same words. Like, they're repeated behavior that you're used to doing. The way that something becomes an addiction is it's non-sustainable. And when it becomes a habit or stays a habit, it becomes sustainable. So they are one and the same. Like, we're not doing a 0 and 1s. It's more like a Likert scale. Like, if you're leaning towards innate, there's often properties of what people will call as addiction. But you can be addicted to things like addicted to learning, right? What that word suggests is there's a dependency. So it means that there is something more innate than there's like 80, let's just say 60% innate and 40% learned obligations, right? So in my opinion, the more likely that you're dependent on something is the idea or perception of a need for that habit. Like, I have needs. Sorry, that's a little out of context. Like, for example, in the evening, I have mania, right? I have mania. I think about ideas, and then I have coping strategies for them. So say, for example, idea yesterday. Whenever someone says Duolingo sucks, right? Duolingo sucks. And my thought is, tell me more. Tell me more. But then the person doesn't care, right? Doesn't care, they leave. They leave after saying a bunch of things that are sort of unrelated to why Duolingo sucks. And then my thought is, I'll have many, many thoughts overnight, many thoughts to try to analyze the situation. Like, what could I have done different? Things that I can promote, right? That leads to mania a lot of times. Mania is something that is like becoming unhinged, right? A little bit unhinged. Basically, I have a lot of thoughts at the same time. Lots of thoughts. It goes where it occupies my time. So that's what mania is. So I have a lot of learned obligations and innate obligations. my innate obligations is telling me I should relent to the mania and chase down every rabbit hole. My compulsion is telling me that I need to do this or else I'm not going to get a lot of sleep, right? However, there are other ways to learn certain things to help me cope with it. So I have coping strategies that are learned over time, and I most definitely have innate obligations to entertain my mania. Otherwise, I won't feel satisfied. So this stuff I do every evening. And then my learn obligation, one of my learn obligations is to turn it into something constructive. So what I do, I turn it into a story that I can try to best explain in the moment. And here I am talking about that exact same story. So these are the learned obligation as a form of coping for something that I inherently have an innate use for. And you might be saying, well, that's not an addiction. Like I sort of agree. It's a compulsion. So I compulsively do these things. So in order to create a dependency for coping, I use something that would look like a habit. However, it relies on a dependency. I'm going to have this form of mania all the time. So my coping strategies are a form to address something I'm dependent on. I usually refer to these as habits because addiction often deals with an element of uncontrollability. So I no longer really refer to my mania as something that is an addiction, but more of a habit. I formed lots of different habits to cope with the mania. How do I constructively provide an outlet for these things? Like when you hate studying Japanese after 4 years of, I don't know, disappointing progress, which is a very real thing. I've read far more than I want to encounter this type of thing. How do you cope with it? And then how do you cope with it in a way to learn an obligation to make it productive so that you don't create an addiction to it, right? A love-hate relationship with your current study methods is an addiction. You can't quit it, and you also hate it when you do it, but when you do it, it's so comforting because it's innate now. Like, learned obligations can feel like innate and vice versa. So there are things you can control that you think you can control, but you can't. And then there are things that you can control, but no longer becomes controllable. So these lines are very, very blurred for a lot of people. The idea I'm suggesting is these are ways to maybe help organize some of these thoughts, and it can be helpful to others. However, there's no defined like delineation of these things. That human emotions would be far more manageable if yes, manic. It is related to the word manic. It's the noun version of manic. Mania, when someone's manic, they're in a process of mania, or they have mania when they're manic. Yeah. So I don't have a manic disorder, so I can't even imagine what it's like when someone has like manic attacks or thought storms. I don't want to give the extreme impression. I do cope with it every day. However, I try to make it as constructive as I can, right? That's somewhat similar to addiction. Addiction can seem like a need, and then if you don't use whatever you're addicted to, then the day will automatically perceive to be worse. Yes, but once the using of an addictive substance seems like something that will add to your day rather than the lack of taking away, that's a marker of overcoming the addiction. That's the yeah, and I would say as opposed to overcoming, this might deflate some people's perceptions. If this does deflate, I would encourage not to look at it this way. However, for myself, when you overcome an addiction is converting. You are converting and or refining. refining an addiction into a habit. Oftentimes, and we're not talking about like extreme things like, you know, alcohol abuse and whatnot. Those are one-way tickets, right? We're talking about more nuanced things like learning habits, right? Quote unquote learning habits. Lots of people think of it as learning methods, right? Your methods, learning methods. Well, in order for a learning method to be efficacious, it eventually has to go from a method to a habit. Well, a habit has the propensity of being an addiction or by default a habit. So are you developing a habit or are you developing a dependency? And the dependency really often deals with the nuance of, is it sustainable? So lots of habits are temporary, right? You could say, oh, I'm going to learn through SRS, right? And then suddenly you're like, nothing else works. Nothing else works. And then you need to do the other things, right? Speak regularly with natives, if that's one of the things. Read manga. So at some point, the question is, did the method instill a dependency? And this is the root, in my opinion, of this is the core of, I would say, 60 to 70% of what most people consider as constructive criticism that I encounter so far in terms of learning approaches. So when someone comes up to me and they see the stranger writing a review about Duolingo, and then that person says like, oh yeah, Duolingo is the worst, it's absolute garbage. It's like, oh, so what language are you learning? Korean. Oh, I haven't used the Korean course, nor have I used any of your apps that you're saying, so I can't really comment on it. However, I'm glad to see that you found your own way of working. How does it work, by the way? And whatnot, right? That deals with an element of acquiring the knowledge. But this person instead decided to highlight all the things that they're dependent on, and then fail to see what other things actually do. That's like playing a game you love, FromSoft games, right? And then suddenly you play a game that isn't by FromSoft, and it's like, man, this game just feels off. It just doesn't feel right because it's not the same thing. That is a dependency. How much does that affect someone's constructive criticism? Usually that's not considered. I don't think for most part, journalists or people who make snap judgments, they usually you rely on innate, intuitive things as opposed to looking for self-awareness, right? It's a lot of effort. I don't think it's really necessary for someone to be happy. You can feel out the things you want and need until maybe like you have a particular addiction that is particularly detrimental, right? However, we're not really talking about deleterious things. We're talking about habit formation. And when you're overcoming an addiction, to me, is converting and refining a habit. A habit is sustainable, an addiction is not. So it's a little reductive. I concede it's a little reductive. One of the core differences is addictions are deleterious over time. Habits are not, because they are sustainable and they can be proactive, right? They can also be proactive. Not all habits are proactive. They could be a coping mechanism. A habit could be a coping mechanism where you have a negative day and so you're at 0, and a coping habit, something that you're using to cope, can get you back to 0. Another way to look at habits is proactive habits. They take you from 0 to a higher point and tries to maintain that higher point, right? So we're talking about any one habit, not like and your whole self is a combination of many of these. So there's ones that are proactive. This is what I would call as proactive habits. And then these are coping strategies. And then we have addiction, which is you start at 0 and it prevents you from climbing back up. So this is non-sustainable. This would be an addiction. So what happens is you're constantly trying really, really hard to get back up to it. So you start funneling other things in order to make up for that addiction. And then you combine all of these, as a net graph, and you hope that over time you stay above 0, right? You stay above the 0 point. This graph would be the net of all your habits and addictions, right? I have an addiction, so to speak, that's non-sustainable. It costs me things, but it is also balanced by other things. What are my costs? My cost is that I can't stop having manic episodes, right? Mania is going to happen every once in a while, and that is balanced out by my many other habits. So I don't come on stream every day being less and less energy. I don't come on stream being less and less enthusiastic about WaniKani or talking about this stuff. I don't. Over time, no matter how much someone asks me the same questions, make the same trite comment like, hey, I see you using Duolingo, it's garbage. No matter how many times that happens, I often focus on building hopefully proactive habits in order to counter or balance all my innate obligations due to like habits that I have that are largely addictions, right? Hello there, Valentine. I hope that's reasonable what I'm saying. Yeah, it sucks that I can't give you exact details, largely because I would think that's incredibly misleading. It would be negligence on my part to presume that I can give exact examples that other people would or should have. I chose mania because it's specific to me. So this is something I can talk about myself. And I hope that others will use their learning strategies, to discover something about themselves, right? And the knowledge that I used are fine, like, coping, knowing these words like, mania and whatnot. That's the knowledge portion. However, I like to believe that people have the wisdom or develop a wisdom using this knowledge. Oftentimes they don't, in my opinion. They don't give me the essence or tell me that they have learned something from something, right? When someone says, this app teaches you grammar, explain it to me. Explain how it teaches you grammar, because you said Duolingo does not teach grammar, right? This is a specific example from yesterday. Duolingo doesn't teach grammar. And then the app was like, talk to me in Korean. That's how this person abbreviated this. Although I would say it's pretty foolish or inexperienced to use an acronym like this to someone who already said they're not learning Korean to expect what this stands for, right? That's a deduction of this person's habits. Not only that, this person used the abbreviation this, which is apparently low key. I had no idea. That person had to clarify that. So when this person is talking, it's already pretty clear that this person generalizes things, reduce things on the expense of not being aware of the person they're talking to, or really themselves. Because when I asked them, oh, how does this thing teach? Like, how do you use it? How does it teach grammar? Because I need to know what you mean by Duolingo doesn't teach grammar. I could guess and presume certain things, but I asked them. Instead, what they did was they doubled down and criticized Duolingo for not doing so-and-so for them. And that's great, I suppose. I'm glad they're not using Duolingo anymore, because it seems like they really, really hate it. The thing that I want to criticize them for, which they weren't there because they dipped already, is I wanted to ask them how. Like, how? Why is this better? Like, you say it's better, but you haven't demonstrated that it is better. So I literally told the person, I don't even know if they were around, I told them, I'm sorry if this might sound a little well, I didn't say I'm sorry, like, pardon me, with the most respect I can have. You have not explained to me why this is better. Like, you constantly use lots of bold language, and I earnestly have a lot of reservations talking to you about your opinions, because I don't actually know how you know this. Right? Like, I don't know. So it's difficult to even anticipate or talk to you about, oh, okay, I see. So I can't like recommend anything. I can't talk about anything, because legitimately it doesn't explain anything to me. And even when I ask them, they continue to do something that I'm very experienced in doing. So if they stay long enough, I have counter arguments. However, I was waiting. You know, I gave the stick to them, and they did not reciprocate. So that was the end of that. How goes it? It's going pretty well. We were gonna finish this, but it's about halfway. We're about halfway through our reviews, right, for today. And then we got some fun questions over on the Twitch side of things, Valentine. I'm sure you can probably gather some of the essence of what I'm talking about right now, seeing that you've been here for several of them before. Do you think you can tell if someone is arguing in bad faith, and how do you feel with that? I asked myself, okay, so yeah, I do deduce a lot of things, right? I deduce a lot of things. And bad faith could be on a scale. Deal, not feel. No worries. I understand what you mean. So bad or good. Let's say you're on a radar, right? This person is clearly saw my Duolingo background when I was writing my Chinese stuff, right? Probably because the motivation was pretty clear that they wanted to focus on how Duolingo failed them. That's perfectly all right, right? Now, is this in bad faith or good faith? Now, hear me out. This is going to sound like I'm deflecting slightly. I'm slightly deflecting this. And I concede. I concede to deflecting this little. Let's think one step before. I stream. Were you here when I talked about happy dollars? So I stream because I have a lot of happy dollars. So I have a lot of happy dollars to give, right? I have a lot of happy dollars to give. And happy dollars is this currency that I describe as someone's propensity to tolerate and invest. So I don't like, I know people like to measure things, right? So I wanted to give it a unit. It's called a happy dollar. So when I come on stream, let's just say I have 1,000 happy dollars, right? So before anything happens, whether this person appear or not, right? This hypothetical person. Sorry, I'm gonna have to miss your explanation. My dog's going mental. Oh, yeah, okay, no worries. I'll just continue the thing. So I'll wrap it up and give you a more succinct conversation, succinct answer. So I have a lot of happy dollars. Hello there, Blair. So I have a lot of happy dollars. So pro call, let me contextualize. They asked me, what if I deduced that someone is in poor faith or in good faith or what have you, right? Since I have 1,000 happy dollars, even though as I'm talking, I'm asking them and trying to ascertain what their motives are and or what they want to do or how I can contribute, what I know is that regardless of how terrible someone is, which would be a very cynical way of looking at things, or how good someone is, which is a very optimistic way of looking something, and then realistically is I stream, I have happy dollars. How much is this guy gonna cost, or this person's gonna cost? If I can pay for it, it's irrelevant if they're bad or good. I chose to stream with a fixed amount of energy, a fixed amount of dollars, so I'm there to give them out, right? When someone exceeds this amount, I choose to excuse myself. So I would say, hey, you know, I'm a little bit tired today. I hope it's all right if I really can't agree with you. You might want to find someone else who agrees with you or something like that, because I don't have the energy anymore. I'm kind of wrapping up. Although if they were in poor faith, I would still do it. Like, it's irrelevant if they're in poor faith or not. Like, if they say Duolingo failed them, I want to know what. Because I'm spending my energy already. I'm not expecting to gain energy from anyone. It's great. Oh, this is kind of like learned obligation versus innate obligation. My innate obligation is to be polite, right? When I'm streaming. So that's great. But my learned obligation gives me currency to spend, my happy dollars. So I use this currency to try, regardless if it's poor or bad faith, or like good faith or something. And if I gain dollars, it's extra. So like Gecko coming back and saying something cool gives me extra dollars. Happy dollars. Extra happy dollars. So now that Procall is back, the long story short, Procall, is that it starts earlier. I stream with amount of currency, right? I stream with an amount of currency. So I determine if I have enough to maintain politeness. And that's it. So if this person is in poor faith, usually I have enough currency to entertain them, like entertain that person's idea, try to talk to them, be a punching bag for them. That's fine. Because this is for me to give. So say someone is in bad faith. I also see them as someone who wants a specific amount of happy dollars. I usually bring enough happy dollars with me in order to give them happy dollars. And then they go on their way. Sometimes that happy dollar, instead of throwing exactly what they want, they give me an opportunity. So hear me out. What happens if I gave them 150 happy dollars as opposed to their $100? That person in poor faith could end up being in good faith. And that's why I bring a lot of cash with me. I bring a lot of happy dollars with me. I have enough. There are very few moments in my 6+ years where someone was so toxic that they eviscerated, like I stopped the stream, basically. You will know when I run out of happy dollars is when I stop the stream immediately. I haven't ever stopped a stream prematurely due to the poor faith in someone. So I make sure I come with enough happy dollars. That's what supersedes it. So when you say what happens or how would I deal with it, I generously give them the time of day, and it could change something, or it's money well spent, or it's money spent because I chose to stream. That's probably the starting my stream is already an investment. Hello there. Oh, is that? How's it going? How's it going, Mattia? Do you have an idea of metaphorically loaning your happy dollars, borrowing happy dollars? Not really. My metaphor for metaphor for generating happy dollars is everything I'm not obligated to do. What am I not obligated to do? Watch anime. Actually, here, watch anime, yapping. So hear me out. When you're saying loaning or borrowing, I'm generating happy dollars right now. So yes, I'm spending happy dollars, but I'm also generating happy dollars right now, right? It's a homeostatic process. Not really. That's a bad example. That's not the appropriate. It's a stock, I suppose. It's a stock. So right now I'm getting happier as I'm progressing going. So I'm not actually spending more than I'm generating, right? So regardless of how long we talk about this, if there are more happy people than poor faith, the net is still towards happy, so we can keep going. Now there are dollars that aren't happy dollars. There are physical dollars. And these do not regenerate. These do not generate in the process. What's a physical dollar? My voice. My voice has at least a constant uptime of 8 hours, maybe. Then it takes a whole evening. It takes a rest period in order to generate more physical dollars. So that's a problem. Hunger deals with physical dollars. So these are non-negotiable, right? These are innate obligations. I have to eat. I have to rest my voice. So that stuff I can't do. I have to sleep. So those are the things that are not happy dollars. They can help with happy dollars though. If I improve my physical dollars, it allows me to use my physical dollars and generate happy dollars. Right? You spend the utility of your body, your mind, your voice, your eyes, your hands, your time, and you use it to stock happy dollars. And my happy dollars, they're pretty big. Weird flex. I know. This is going to be a weird flex, but I have a lot of happy dollars, guys. And when I have a lot of happy dollars, philanthropy. And to me, that's also why rich people, like very, very rich people, may eventually engage in philanthropy. Because I think some of that wealth, some of the convenience, and all the things that they do accrue enough happy dollars to be given out. And I know that is reductively changing the aspect of having money, but I want to go away from money. Happy dollars includes money, right? Someone's welfare, someone's selfishness is dependent on their ability, what their threshold is. If you exceed the threshold of selfishness, then there is happy dollars to redistribute. It causes exploration of empathy when you're no longer concerned with yourself. Now, you can argue there are people who have lots and lots of money and they're still selfish. Yes, because their requirements is higher. I'm not saying it's a fixed amount, right? So there are people who exercise far more need of selfish gain than, it varies. For me, I seek empathy because I have enough happiness. I'm grateful. I'm incredibly privileged to have loving people around me. I don't need any more money. I don't need any more legacy. Like, I don't need people to tell me I'm really good or really bad or really suck or done lots of things. I just like making other people, I like empathizing with other people, largely because I have a surplus. Now, you can argue like a billionaire still wants more money is because they're still trying to fulfill their happy dollar quota. Like, they haven't reached a state where they're like, I have enough, right? I have enough for myself. Now it's to give back. If you want someone, if you want someone who has this, who may not even have enough happy dollars, no, they have happy dollars, but they deal with a lot of things that they cost a lot. They acknowledge that their body and their mind costs a lot of money, but they still have enough happy dollars. John Green. I say it like a broken record. John Green, Hank Green. Listen to how they talk when they talk about how they have to spend generating happy dollars. They obviously didn't use this analogy. The happy dollars is something I don't know if anyone uses this analogy, but they spend and generate all the time. But the last thing they talk about is they often say they have enough. They have enough happy dollars. Now, time to reinvest those happy dollars. It can come in the form of literal money because they generate literal money. But the happiness is that they reinvest that literal money into generating more happy dollars. So it makes them happy that they're able to generate liquidatable money in order to make themselves happier about their lives. That's lovely. It's why I resonate with them, even though I have nowhere near their ability to make physical currency and whatnot, because I don't really have the skills or personality for that. Must would be humble seeing the low happy dollars you generate. I hope Elon, hear me out. I'm not gonna predicate on, we're talking about happiness here, so I hope he's Elon is brilliant, right? Brilliant in some ways, skills in many ways. I hope he's happy enough in a way that in the future, or maybe now or something, it can be felt by other people, right? Obviously, the more you need is your own personal threshold. For me, I have stopped asking myself what I need and started asking myself, these are the questions I ask. What's my potential return if I reinvest, or if I invest forward? And a lot of times the return is not to me. I don't need the return to me anymore. It's inherent that if someone is able to invest forward my happy dollars, that in turn automatically gives me back my return, right? So what does that look like? Well, if you throw tens of thousands of dollars into your child, you hope that your child can invest that forward into something else. And in that moment, that's when you get your potential. But this is potential we're talking about. We're not talking about payback. That is a whole different story. You know, we're going back to the whole innate thing and selfishness, and it's very required. If you're suffering, like if we're gonna go talk about the negative side of things, if you're suffering, right? If you're barely making by, you're having trouble coping, that's requires a level of thinking. That requires payback, you know, making sure you're selfish enough to sustain yourself, right? It's one cannot start generating positive happy dollars if you are already negative. That's like having a debt to yourself, right? So yes, I have seen bad faith before. However, much like the word faith, I like to think that this person with enough happy dollars and like mechanisms and whatnot, they can start making a net profit, right? A net profit. I think the source of negativity often precedes someone who is bad. That might be a very naive perspective, and I'm more than willing to live a life of accepting those consequences, of believing that people are not inherently bad because they choose to be bad, but they are inherently bad due to something that precedes them, that robs them of that potential to invest forward, right? There are you can name very extraneous circumstances, right? Very large outliers, but that's what the internet does well. I'm not here to justify or rationalize or try to vindicate the extreme situations. We're talking about like 90% of the human population, not like the 10%. Just it's great to see the extraordinary peoples in the most positive light, and also the extraordinarily terrible people in the worst of light. The internet does that in spades. I will not say and pretend like I don't know those examples, right? However, every once in a while, it's nice to talk about the other 90%, right? The middle ground people. So that's probably what I would say about that. This is nebulous. This is nebulous, a word I learned from a wise man, but is emphasizing with as many people, empathizing with as many people as possible your highest end goal in life? Yes. Empathizing because there's no shortage. Since I believe in an unattainable goal, so here's a fundamental of myself, I suppose. And language learning fits into this. So it is related to language learning. Unattainable goals. Much like in order for me to empathize with someone who believe you can master a language, which I don't believe, master a language, I believe that one of my goals is to try to master a language. Notice, I guess you probably say like, what do you mean by master language? You speak English, right? I didn't master it. It's an unattainable goal. And why are unattainable goals sufficient for me? I'm a selfish person. I really am a selfish person. I am very greedy. So I set myself up for unattainable goals so that it proceeds that I would focus on process-oriented goals. My goals the ultimate goals are the goals that are unattainable. There's no possible way in my conceivable mind that I would say that my life is filled with regrets if I don't reach these goals. They are inherently unattainable. So they keep me going, right? It's an endless, foreseeably endless task. However, you can set goalpost, goalposts along the way. Adventure doesn't end until I stop breathing, right? So that would be one of them. I think ultimately, though, I would say trying to empathize, largely because not all attempts are successful, right? Not all attempts are successful. So as provided that the default is I'm trying. If I stop trying, then that is something I must talk to myself about. Because when I stop trying, then something is really... something's not working anymore, right? The moment I get up in the day, and I stop trying to empathize, then I have a problem. And that hasn't stopped yet. So, and you might be thinking, well, it will eventually stop working, right? Well, maybe. I don't rest on my laurels. I don't know if you're familiar with that idiom, Procol. Rest on laurels. Just because something is working doesn't mean I won't continue trying to experiment and make it work better. So that's what learning is. Or even more pedantic, learning about learning. So, for example, I use Duolingo not necessarily because it was the most efficacious, the easiest, not just because it was the most popular. It was advertised as the best. Lots of people use it. It has lots of languages. It has a silly bird. It's all of the above. The idea is it gives me the highest potential return on trying to empathize and experience what a lot of people are experiencing. Now you might be thinking, oh yeah, well that's just chasing popular things. It's like, yes, but not for the same purpose. It's not for a selfish purpose. I mean, like, I don't want to chase, like, using Duolingo doesn't give me a lot of clout. Like, I don't need any more clout. Some clout is always nice, like Gecko gives me the privilege to talk to Gecko, Valentine, Mattia now, Procol, you, Blair. Like, it does give me some clout. Like, that gives me a positive happy dollars, along the way. However, I'm not here to get paid happy dollars. I'm here to give happy dollars. And to echo John Green's words, actually, John Green might be also referencing someone else, right? John Green is also referencing someone else, or maybe themselves, possibly. I think this is a John Green quote. When generosity, I'm gonna add some words because I don't remember the exact quote. When open generosity is reciprocated. Okay, I'm paraphrasing. Is reciprocated. Oh my gosh, I can't spell reciprocated. Reciprocated with open generosity. That's when true magic happens. That's when I'm gonna add true magic happens. And I stream every day knowing that I can offer open generosity. And not to expect that it is reciprocated. But when it is, that is when true magic happens. That's the essence of the human condition. One essence of the human condition that I embrace. wholeheartedly. So I don't expect this, but when it happens, that's when the truth. John Green was talking about like projects and stuff, like his work as an influencer or a content creator, as an author and stuff. Oftentimes the best magic comes from he does things, he gives things to people, he writes things for people, and that one time when someone says, oh yeah, your book really speak to me, can I give back, you know, like, can we work together on something? That is the magic that he's referring to. So he was really specifically referring to in the context of being a published author, right? And the impact that it had on his life and how he's so open generosity, right? When you write something, it's an act of open generosity. When you compose music, and I think that essence have kind of been lost in a lot of things, right? Because of monetization, right? Yes, there's innate obligation for sustainability. Your time is limited. You need to put food on the table, right? And whatnot, and be paid for your duties. However, on top of all of these things, forms of expression like writing, language, especially when you're choosing to do it, is a form of open generosity. Not, I could self-study without streaming. The streaming part is my anticipation of open generosity. It's a privilege I have. There's no way around it, right? I get to stream because I have the luxury of doing so. So you can take all of it. You don't have to pay for it. I have chosen this vocation as a way to demonstrate learning. You're back. You see the WaniKani review has not really, it didn't move once. Sorry, Gecko. But we're going to. You assume interesting conversations have been taking place. Yeah. We're doing our intermission basically at this point. Life is much more fulfilling when focusing on the journey than on the grim end destination we all share. Indeed, right? So say Mark said so say Gecko. Yes, Gecko. Oh, so you went with that, huh? I thought you might have gone with something more exotic for your gecko. Like do like some sort of word pun on ge su ko or something, like some like kanji that you can come up with. I love it when people try to get their name with like what is it called, ateji or something. I like when you should see what your what you get, Gecko. Do you think in the future we'll be able to exploit good habits to be as rewarding as bad habits, or do you think the nature of bad habits will always include a stronger pull to fall into those habits over good habits? Dang, that is such a loaded. That's such a loaded question. But hear me out. I ask that stuff. I ask myself every day. I think so. If it here, I don't know if this is true. If inherently good habits, their exploitation of good habits supersedes the return on bad habits. If by default, right, somehow first come first serve, whatever permutations of habits, if that supersedes the nature of bad habits versus good habits, then yes. Now there's a philosophical question in there. When you start to exploit good habits over bad habits, are the good habits the new bad habits? Because most things are relative, right? So when you exploit something, does it turn a good habit into a bad habit? So that's kind of a relative thing that I often ask myself. Like, for example, I'll give a real world example. Smoking. This is because I have a colleague, I have a best friend who works in this. Now, it used to be tobacco, right? That's a bad habit. However, there's also e-cigarettes, which presumably is a quote-unquote better habit if you're replacing them, if you're substituting them, right? But now this becomes a new bad when it gets normalized. So what's the new one? Not smoking. Or maybe whatever replaces that. So the idea is there's often a constant push, at least in my opinion, inherently for the betterment of humanity, largely fueled by selfishness. Which is great, because then you can make an argument, I can kind of see that in the future, you know? However, at the same time, there's a staggering push backwards for everything that's new, right? So if something is introduced and it turns out to be a bad habit, possibly AI, like in some ways, exploitation in AI in some way, then it starts at a place. So it could go backwards sometimes. It can go forward sometimes. So ultimately, I think one human condition is survival, right? I like to think survival is a great human condition. So I would say better habits are in the future. Better habits will be exploited in the future until they are no longer conceived as better habits, but a lesser habit, and then better habits replace that, and so on and so forth. I like to believe that. That is probably what I would say. Obviously, I have no fortune telling or any of that nature. The burden of reciprocating nice action should always be on the receiver. I don't think it can be defined as a nice action if the giver has an expectation of reciprocate. Yeah, exactly. It's very difficult. Yeah, definitely. Okay, so now we're definitely gonna go into our lesson now. I did start an hour earlier for this reason today. Managed to get more. I haven't gone around to that yet, but now I think I must though. Sounds fun. I'll keep you posted. Oh, ateji. Isn't that what that's called? I'm not sure if that's what that's called. Someone dropped this word over and over again. And I'm not even sure if this is a Japanese word because it kind of sounds multiple languages could actually have this, but I think this is what it was called, where you try to get the nearest thing but with kanji as opposed to using kana. I thought about it too, and I haven't decided yet if I could what kind of characters and what kind of meaning that I could get away with for ma and ku for the two reads. I don't have enough mas, so I have no idea. But ku? There's quite a few kus in it. You think yes? Okay. Oh, that's how it's written. Oh, I see. And then D, oh, that makes sense. Characters. Oh. Got it. Anyways, yeah, there you have it. Thanks for the awesome question though. And then Blair has seaweed snacks, so that's not fair. I would trade some happy dollars for some seaweed snack. And I don't have enough ge, but you'll look into it. Yeah, I don't think I have enough ma. Besides like ma. That doesn't serve my purpose. Ku has a lot. Maybe you could even get away with ku, right? Ku, like an extended, or like ma, like try to extend it or something to find another thing that's similar to it. Thai sweet chili seaweed. Okay, now I'm a little jealous. What are you trying to do? End this stream, Blair, so I can go out and go buy some seaweed snacks? All right. Thank you guys for providing some talking topics. I brought a short story today, which some of it was that, so it was from yesterday, so that's not too bad. I also bought like a YouTube short story as well, and now I promptly forgot it. I was gonna weave it in. I think the YouTube short story had something to do with... Yeah, it's gone. Maybe another time. I used to work on one really good, you know, a longer story because people are very shy on the internet. So whenever someone asks a question, I try to like segue into it. And then nowadays I have like 2 or 3 shorter things and they might come in or not. Yeah. No, just a suggestion for later. Yeah, seaweed snacks. Ooh, seaweed snacks. Okay. Get back. This is the Han Solo story here. Please kindly ask Blair to stop flexing tasty snacks. Do you have... Are you into seaweed snacks, Gecko? What is it like? What is the take on seaweed snacks in Belgium? Next time you'll just send pictures to Discord. Oh yeah, that'll be sufficient. Are you telling me you inhaled them so fast you can't even take a picture of them anymore? Gee, I would too. I would totally be guilty. It's like, oh yeah, I had these excellent seaweed snacks. I can't really show you because they're already in my belly. Oh, you have a second package? Oh, alright. Well, you know what that means. Ne? Kakeru. Sorry, I'm thinking of something else when I'm doing this. Like I'm trying to refrain from adding more to what we were just talking about. Okay. Oh, wait. I have a... I don't know if it's apparent that I have a grin on my face. Oh, I keep typing Ming. That's not Ming. Sorry, it is very hard for me to not think about something right now. Errors are going to happen soon. All in all, you don't think there's an official take on seaweed snacks in Belgium? It's pretty hard to find here. Oh, personally you like them? Just okay, I see. But you actually like the idea of tasting exotic snacks more than eating in itself in the case of seaweed snacks, if that makes sense. Yes, I do. What about Kit Kats? Have you had a matcha Kit Kat yet? That's kind of like the litmus test for how let's just say how reductively Asian your current situation is. Yeah, matcha Kit Kat. Yeah, that got it. I love the earthy tones and next to sweetness and whatnot. Kind of like a dry boba tea, but you kind of want it refreshing, but it's a chocolate thing, so maybe I don't think I've ever had a boba tea. You know, it pretty much is a boba tea if you were to make it refreshing. The Kit Kat refreshing, probably more or less a boba tea. Uh where am I going with this? I was gonna go with yeah. Ugh! Oh, Jean. Oh, right. Oh, I'm looking for onyomi. Whoops. The onyomi for the life. Matcha smoothie with wafer? Yeah. You know, even have like a wafer, like, you know, like those ornaments, like you have things in the drink. So you're just like dipping the wafer into the matcha smoothie. You're talking about the chocolate candy bar, right? Yeah. If yes, I think I might have tried it once. I didn't find it particularly memorable, neither positively nor negatively. All right. Have you had matcha in like any form? How often have you where I'm bringing up matcha because it's arguably distinctively Japanese. The very specific matcha that um are heavily trending is specifically Japanese, actually. Obviously there are other forms of green tea related things, but not particularly that heavily like green substance. A green substance. Okay. Whoops. Oh yeah, and matcha poke. Yeah. Or paki. Actually, I don't really know if what is it in Japanese? Oh, pokiri. Oh, I see. Pokiri. Interesting. Yeah. Hockey sticks. Pokiri. I haven't even thought about that yet. Like what do they what how do they pronounce it in Japanese? If you're talking about the tea now, yes, you've had it. Your wife is a big tea fan, so there's plenty in the house of all sorts. I admit I'm more of a coffee guy. Disowned. Shame on you. Shame for shame. No, actually, I don't know what the Japanese coffee scene is like. You West. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I actually don't drink coffee or tea on a regular, so sorry. Uh, Mizu. You know, Mizu only. I was gonna say a solamente. Solamente Mizu. I'm like, where am I going with this? Does it make you unworthy of learning about Asian culture? Nah. Uh, my parents drink coffee too. Although they're Chinese. Cafe is that's a good question actually. I'm not sure what it's like in mainland China anymore. Is it coffee or tea? Cafe is really like night cha though. Milk tea is that's my childhood. Like when my parents it's kind of funny now that I think about it. Like my parents gave me milk tea, something caffeinated before soda. We would go to the bakery, you know, grab an egg tart, an egg tart, and it would be Naita, right? Before boba tea was a thing, so Naita would be the thing. Purist Mizu, purist. I do have to admit, if I had a device, I'm looking for a device. I promise, I'm looking for a device that helps me suspend and mix without generating more dishes with honey and water, because I do need something to lubricate the throat, if you know what I mean. I need some lubrication. And water doesn't really cut it all the time. Coffee and tea kind of like dries up my throat. So that's probably the only reason, or one of the bigger reasons why I don't drink coffee and tea while I'm streaming. Um, Other than that, I wouldn't mind like sipping on some honey thing, something to lubricate. I mean, you literally just like lemon honey tea, but tea is still gonna dehydrate. Yeah, that's one of the major reasons. I drink and I social drink coffee whenever, like coffee or tea or even libations in a social environment. However, functionally, unfortunately, my throat dries out a lot. To be honest, when it comes to Asian cuisine, you're all about the savory dish, be it Indian, Thai, Chinese, or Japanese, etc. Interesting. Savory dishes, you say. But they have to be also lava, right? It's got to be like lava and savory and salty. Salty, savory, and lava. With a side of lava. No, sometimes you want salty and savory with your lava. You know? Don't they make honeysuckers? They do. However, like it would sound kind of weird with me with something like I did try it a couple of times. I actually used to chew gum too. Like chew like kind of mentholish gum, right? Something that not like menthol so it can end up drying over time, but I used to like chew something to keep my salivary glands active. Lava like overcooked or super spicy? Overcooked. Honestly, I haven't even thought about that. Lava as an overcooked. No, super spicy, you know. You got to do the little I was gonna draw something. Here, let me quickly draw a visual. Like, if your food doesn't look like it's not like bubbling like this, you know? Right? And then it has like red. Just imagine that these are red pools, and like pooling spice chili oil, you know, right on top, right? Lava. You need lava, right? Lava with a side of salty and savory. I should have changed the color of my pen, but you know. I'm kidding. Of course, I'm kidding. Eat with care, you know, eat responsibly. Indigestion's no joke. If the food's not a savory puddle on the plate, send it back. It's not done. You say you like spicy more than the average Western European. In Asian restaurants here, you enjoy the dishes advertised as the spiciest. I still think it's not representative of the food eaten there. It's usually the case. And obviously, I was joking. Sometimes, if you like the spiciest, hitting spicier it may not actually, you know, diminish return, right? I know there's a bit of pride or some weird flex in it, but when I say lava, it's more like the spiciest you have without diminished return, right? What are the diminished return? feeling like you have to go to the bathroom, but there's nothing there. That's when you ate too spicy. And you might be thinking, why did you describe it like that? It's because it's happened to me several times in my life, and I don't think that's a good that's a point of no return. There's consuming so much spice that you feel like you have to go to the bathroom, but you have nothing in your system anymore. Like that was probably, it's happened like 3 or 4 times in my life when I was a lot younger, when I was a little foolish, and that stuff feels like it. What is another descriptor of that? This one's a little bit more painful, but it's like having drinking too much and then you're dry heaving. It feels a little bit more awkward though when you go the other way around. It feels like your stomach, your intestine is constantly churning, and it's like, whoa, like there's nothing there, chief, but it's just churning. It's like, dude, I can't get this out of my system. That's kind of like dry heaving when you had too much alcohol poisoning. Hey, I don't know how I feel about this particular conversation, but let's just say I have also been there a couple of times. I have experienced that part of my life. However conservative I am when it comes to, talking about decision making and whatnot, youth has its ways, and I have been there enough times to remind me that it's okay. I don't have to experience that again. Yeah. Lava, the most comfortable spice. Oh, I could use some Bjorni right about now. Oh, spicy Bjorni is so good. That basmati rice is so PogChamp. Red panda drawing? Wait, what happened? Oh, for the spice? I've been thinking about drawing some stuff off time. So there's so many things on the back burner when it comes to drawing red pandas. Okay. What are we doing here? Cut hand. Oh. Oh yeah, right. Cut hand. Isn't it weird? Oh, it's probably just stamped. Isn't it weird? Has anyone had this yet? Where I did not know the meaning of that word until I actually said the word in my head. Like, it's like I don't know what that word is. And I'm like, well, what does that word read like? And then the moment I said kite to myself, it's like, oh, I know what that is. My reading comprehension is really, it's not the greatest. I'm gonna have to be real. It's often due speech, so I have a slight preference for speech. So oftentimes it's like 70-30%. So if I can't read this, if I know what it sounds like, I know what it means. Playing with designs and somehow you've made what is turning into Red Panda. Ooh, interesting. I look forward to seeing what that is later down the road. Yep. Oops. You do find yourself enjoying a steady supply of lava flows while on vacation. But you're aware that doesn't count in the same category. Wait, have you seen a lava flow? I haven't like witnessed a lava flow before. Not that type of lava flow. If you're talking about the physical lava flow. Like the geological lava flow. Hmm. Oops. Typo. Ah! What's happening? Oh. My finger was offset by 1. That moment in typing. Oh, you know what? I'm actually kind of curious, guys. Do you guys type normally? And when I mean normally, I mean the statistical average of the QWERTY keyboard. Nowadays, this is a super interesting topic. We won't talk about it too much, but recently there have been some interesting meta-analyses about how the new generation of kids process typing versus like Gen Zs versus millennials. And Gen Z is in a transitional standpoint. Like a significant proportion of Gen Zs actually don't associate typing, still the statistical average, but form of typing. Like it's actually incredibly humbling or sobering to ask this question, and you might be fairly surprised at how often people don't associate typing with actual QWERTY keyboards anymore. You haven't either? You witnessed the geological one? I think you like to if you got the chance, although I feel I would be somewhat anxious no matter how reasonably far away I would be. That's my first thought. I'm like, do I really want to be next to an active volcano? I know whale watching is also a thing, right? I thought, you know, one day I might go whale watching, you know, one of those things. But then I thought, thalassophobia is so strong after Subnautica or something. But thinking about being on an open water and there's like this massive, I know whales are incredibly majestic. They're incredible marvels of the natural world when it comes to organisms. But the idea of something larger than probably the boat you're on just swimming around like underneath, I don't know. There are things that I want to witness in life. It's like, if you think about it picturesque, you're like, oh yeah, that would be cool. Like going to the Amazon rainforest, and then immediately you're thinking, if I go to the Amazon rainforest, what would I see there? Well, first, there are a lot of things that can make your day not so great. So it's one of those things. Your luck, you end up meeting a shark on a boat in the ocean. Yeah, so that stuff do go on in my mind as especially when I've gotten older and older, as opposed to back in the day. Like back in the day when I was 20, I jumped off a canyon. And I was like, yeah, let's jump off a canyon. Don't get me wrong. I have vertigo. I have trouble just walking at high places because my like body starts leaning. But at the same time, it still didn't stop me from jumping off a canyon. So nowadays, I'm like looking at, oh, that would be so cool. Ooh, there's like aided trampoline stuff. Let's, you know, like, oh, you can have a one-time in a life experience with like, what do you call those? Trapezes, right? The trapeze or something, those things that we hang and you're like guided with it. And my only thought was, with any luck, I'm gonna smash into something somehow. Like something terrible is gonna happen. And this is coming from someone that used to run obstacle course runs once a year. And those obstacles, some of them are like 3 times my height and the only thing supporting it is you hugging onto a thin, you know, like a arguably thin wall that you're climbing over, and then the other end is just a mud pile. So falling down, injuring yourself, there's so many things that I've done where my intrusive thoughts is like, what if I flipped over? I'm like, well, that's a broken back. You would love to go to the Amazon for the fish, but the spiders make it no for husband. Oh, yeah. Yeah, man. You can always go to the Florida Everglades, Blair. It's close by. I watched this one guy ends up on my algorithm every once in a while. He's the guy that like walks around barefoot and yoinking things in places. That guy actually visited the Amazon rainforest as well, where he just like yoinks everything. I just think, wow, so fearless. But it was interesting to see all the different animals, at least through the lens. Right? Through the lens. You've been to Florida? Key West is beautiful. Haven't been to Key West. Florida happened once before. Miami and Fort Lauderdale was as far as we went. It was like a 2-day trip. Or yeah, it was a 2-day trip. A weekend. Okay. Are we coing this? We're not coing this. Wait. Oh, I'm thinking of old. What was the mnemonic for this? Oh. Oh. Right. The fresh and live thing. Yes. Alright, alright. Alright, alright. Shh. Shh. We got this, we got this. While in Italy last fall, you did get to witness a small eruption from up close. Ooh, no lava. It was just a large puff of dark smoke. It was not much, a pretty minor event all in all, but still pretty cool. I think when it comes to like puff of smoke and stuff, I don't know if this is still a thing. Probably still is. But in the United States, there's a Yellowstone National Park. And I totally forgot what state that's in. Sorry, Yellowstone. But there's geysers. So when I think of like eruptions with like puff of smoke or puff of something that deals with a gaseous form, I think of a geyser. And there is Yellowstone. I haven't ever been to Yellowstone either. I don't know how they plan those things. Like, do you just go there with a predicted, like a, you know, I forgot what those people do, but the people who study geysers and volcanoes and whatnot, I'm not even sure if it's the same field, but they like anticipate when the phenomenon will occur, or do they trigger the phenomenon or something? But I often think of like Yellowstone National Park when it comes to like geyser. What was it called? Like Old Bertha or something? They gave it a name. I haven't witnessed those. In New Zealand, my trip, like studying abroad to New Zealand, I did see a lot of natural wonders though. Like literally been on an iceberg. It's a really weird iceberg. Like it's an iceberg in the middle, like it's wedged in land or something. So we climbed around an iceberg. Sulfur, lots of like sulfur vent things, like sulfur pools and whatnot. And then what is it? Rotonoa. Hang on. It's a place called Rotorua. Rotorua is a place that's built on volcanic land. And when you go there, the whole ground feels like it's warmer. Like, and it smells like sulfur all over the place. Like the whole you get used to it, but the moment you go in, it's like as you get closer to Rotorua, you immediately start getting wafts of the rotten egg smell, right? The sulfur. And then eventually you adapt to it, and everything, the entire ground is like warmed. Like it's a different temperature on the ground. So it's on like active surface. And managed to go into a spring, right? Like not necessarily onsen, right? It's New Zealand is westernized in a way. So have been in a geological spring before. But the geological spring is because the whole place is on active ground. So that was interesting. That's probably the closest thing I have to volcanic elements in my lifetime. You know, Rotorua was quite an interesting place. I still remember there was one time it started raining, but since it was kind of really warm in New Zealand, it was hard to differentiate if you're wet or you're not wet, because it was so wet you're not wet kind of feeling. So it's like kept raining. We were climbing this rock thing with like only it was a silly thing to do, but we were climbing this formation in like slippers in the storm. There's a picture of it too at the top. And then we came back down and we just like hopped into some hot springs, but it was already raining outside, so it was kind of weird. Like you went from a semi-cold but still warm wet state into a warm state. It was a weird day. Those were some weird days. We were out and about, and we took a bus there, so we go bus there. So we just walked around. So we were like at one time on the beach. It was on the same day. All of this was on the same day. We revisited Raglan, the popular surfing beach. There was body surfing and whatnot involved. I didn't know how to surf. And then suddenly on that same day, huge storms, climbing this really slippery, unpathed rock formation while still wet and storming, and then coming down and stepping into a hot spring place, but it was raining. Wow, New Zealand had some times. There are some US national parks that I would absolutely love to visit. I think there's so much to see in the US in terms of scenery and nature, etc. I agree, and I haven't seen most of them as well. I don't think I've seen. What is the biggest geographical feature that I visited in the United States? The closest one that I cross all the time is the Appalachian Mountains, but that doesn't count. Maybe like the San Diego coastline. That's very very iconic. If you pull up pictures of that. Geographical. I'm trying to think of like geographical things, like geological related things. And then, you know, you have cities and whatnot. But yeah, so little in my 37 years of life. My modest 37 years of life. And if you sit me in front of a scenic view, I can usually watch for hours without getting bored. Yeah. I'm the guy that would sit there, but you also bring like tailgating food or just food in general. So bring like a makeshift seating area and just sit there, here's a particular scenery, right? I like drawing scenery. So, imagine this, right? Mound. I'm trying to woo gecko or something. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. So, you know, have a really sprawling tree, right? Then you have in the background, but then you have a cityscape down here, right? Then you possibly have an ocean down here on this side, right? And you have you have like picnic towel, picnic, some food, right? And it's just chilling right here. Maybe with a cool looking hat, right? Big smirk, right? Just chilling. Maybe you'll walk over here and look at the mountain. Let's put a sun here. Gigantic sun. Fill in the city a little. You know? There we go. Sit there, chill. Food. Okay. I'm gonna stick with door. Yeah. Okay, I thought I had this, but then I don't. What was the mnemonic for this? Oh, right. Ah! I meant to type umbrella. I was thinking, wait, isn't this the thing that deals with the hand? Oh no, it might not even be umbrella. Wait, is it umbrella? Yeah, it is. Right? I don't want to talk about it. I'm still thinking about the scenery. Oh, I shouldn't miss those things. Yeah, we shouldn't miss those things. Those things can slow things down, so we should really get those. Don't be too laxed. Gotta be more vigilant. Oops. Ah! Oh, that's stone. Whoops. Oh, Seki. Oh no, I shouldn't miss that one either. Dang it. Oh, wait. Does it? No. Radicals are the things I should not miss because then they unlock kanji, right? And I need enough kanji. But if I miss a few kanji, that's irrelevant until we unlock the kanji. I know this is sounding like it's planning efficiency, but that's just how the system ended up turning out. So. That one is problematic. I shouldn't have missed that, but that city looks heavily in terms of pure city and excluding cities. My favorite memory is the west coast of Ireland. Where's Cozy when you need Cozy to chime in? You spent your honeymoon there 10 years ago and still remember it vividly? I can only imagine. It's interesting. A great majority of the people that live here, where I live, when they get married, their honeymoon tends to deal with Ireland. Probably also because of the special occasion, but still, it was breathtaking. Yeah. Not coincidentally, I think 2 or 3 people specifically chose Ireland as a honeymoon that I've had personal encounters, relations with. Interestingly enough, maybe there's a thing there too. Maybe peeps that I know or hang around just happens to like Ireland as well. Obviously, this is conspiracy theory. This is confirmation bias, right? I'm telling you things that are deliberately related. To contextualize other people, there are more people who didn't go to Ireland that I'm aware of. I am part of a lot of weddings. So, oftentimes I get included into a lot of weddings. So, but there happens to be 3 different instances. Ireland happens to be the choice of honeymoon destinations. Blame it on the leprechauns. They be scheming. Listen. Have you ever watched a depiction of leprechauns? Like, both the, like, supernatural and the, like, I guess you would qualify them as horror stuff. I have mixed feelings about leprechauns. Like, through the exposure of entertainment. And maybe, like, really old folklore. uh... Whoops. Oops. Okay. It can indeed be cute or pretty creepy or even scary in some representations. You are still able to sleep at night in Ireland though, even when surrounded by That gives me a prompt idea. Like a more like the good, the bad, the ugly, but also chilling around on the bed. So you have like I could see a pretty fun art prompt. This isn't. Oh, it's both of them actually. Okay. And 15, that's from yesterday. We had some time. We had some good discussions. Finish these two. Oops. There's something about Ireland that I really can't describe. I find it somewhat magical, for lack of a better term. It's a place you've been where you could most easily imagine fairies actually living, mostly talking about the countryside, of course. Yeah, I see what you mean. I, I I can see what you mean. Obviously, being there is most definitely something that must be experienced in person. The closest like island-ish thing is still New Zealand, but those are not the same. Yeah, you don't get the fairy feeling like the westernized fantasy like. Okay, there are some moments because of Lord of the Rings. So there are places in the South Island that gets you that mythical, like dwarven feel, but that might be also perpetuated by the Lord of the Rings. So there is this whole Tolkien fantasy thing going on. That's probably the closest thing. And it's also the only time I've been outside of the continental North America, so not too many experiences to use to leverage here. It's time to invest in that VR headset, Gecko. Kidding, of course. It's not a substitute. Although it also presents itself as a unique experience. The whole idea of a VR these days. I haven't ever forayed into VR outside of the, the virtual boy days when they like those red line vectors burn holes into your eyeballs. The closest thing I've experienced. Okay, sometimes maybe rides. There were rides that were sort of like that, but New Frontier. All right, here we go. Yeah, so I kind of goofed, right? Oh, I goofed. Oh, wow. I goofed twice? Wait, did I really goof twice? I could have sworn I goofed once. Oh, no, wait. Yeah, it takes away instead of adding one. Yeah, no, that works out. Yeah, it's actually double. Oh, yeah, because it doesn't stay in the same position. And then this was Seki. I did this yesterday. These two were from yesterday. Okay. To be honest, New Zealand would be a very high on the travel to-do list if it just wasn't so far from here. In the case of New Zealand, it's really the practical constraints holding you back. Yeah, I can definitely see that. Does that also include like Australia? I think Fiji is nearby as well, right? Yeah. During our semester, some of my classmates traveled either to Australia. Someone I knew a little bit closer traveled to Fiji instead. Not sure if anyone traveled as far as like even further north during our abroad time. All right, so let's go over this stuff. What time is it? What's our time look like? 8:43. Okay. All right, let's do our mnemonics. Mnemonics. Okay. Man, measurement, origin, hole, leader, forehead, alligator, ceremony, spirit, branch, energy, center, world, plate, bamboo, bread, ear, insect, flowers, sea, red, car, shellfish, foot, knot, samurai, rice, loiter, bed, eye, cliff, master, umbrella, beggar, horns, spikes. Okay. Now we're gonna write out the reads, right? Should we write out the reads? Nah, let's not write out the reads. It's okay. Okay. So, do I need to go over the mnemonics? Maybe for the ones that I missed, right? So, yeah, we'll do the ones that I missed for the mnemonics. So, okay. So, That would certainly include Australia, some Pacific islands like Fiji, New Caledonia, and French Polynesia. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. This is Lil Kyoto, and being little Ko. Actually, I don't know. Those are own. I don't quite know. Zhuo, Qu. Oh, okay. Yeah. Kyo. Yes. So, Kyo and Ko. Kyo, Ko, Go, Da, Kori, Kori, O, Sen. Now, what the heck was Sen's mnemonic? I mean, don't really need it, but Sen. I know the sliding. Oh, Centaur. Oh my gosh, this Centaur wasn't working. It's fine. Centaur is not working. It's fine. And this was the evening mouth, right? May Nendroids, Nen. Oh, I didn't write this one out. This one was oh wait, this is mole. Did I say mole? I'm not sure if I said mole. Oh, right. I wrote K because it's not the same mole for whatever reason. So the mo is the keyword. Mo and mole. Okay. So yaku, whoops. Yaku. Go. I feel like you really need to spend a fair bit of time on a trip like that to justify the travel time and cost need to get there, but it's not easy to arrange with work and school. That's understandable. It's time for an early retirement, Gecko. Happen on some, what do they say? A windfall? Is that what people say? Like happen upon a glorious windfall in asset windfalls, and then it's time. Wishful thinking, I know. Oh, and Seki. Seki. Hey. So Seki was the, oh yeah, I didn't write. So Seki was sexy was the keyword for Seki. I don't want to talk about it. And then the treasure one was home. Home was the trigger word. Oh. You've been considering trans-Pacific cruises too. Oh, that's a fair point. Going from Australia to the US West Coast, which stops typically in New Zealand and Hawaii. That's an option, indeed. Still needs a long vacation, but the idea appeals to you. Yeah. I think I have a family member that's assigned to do an Arctic cruise for that, for a similar reason, to tackle the like Scandinavia um and I guess they stop at Iceland or something. I'm not even sure if they what else, but the Arctic Circle. Okay, and then let's go over the definitions, right? These ones are getting a little bit questionable in wording, so I need to reinforce. We're gonna use I think all three can be used, right? Past, previous. Oh, no, just pass. Oh, they only have pass. I'm surprised I've typed pass all 3 times as opposed to saying previous and stuff. Okay, past. We're gonna have to ingrain that. Pass. Number. Strike. Ice. Say humbly. Previous. I think that's why I said previous for this most of the time. Name. Say my name. Say my name. No, 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 no. It's such an old song. Year. Man, Sunflower is so overpowering this from HanziHero. Early. 100. Specifically 100, not 100. Pound. Treasure. Stone. You're always torn between the idea of saving for possibly earlier or easier retirement and the idea that any day could be the last and I don't want to go with a pile of money in the bank and no dreams achieved. Yeah, that is definitely one to juggle, right? I thought about it too. And then being in the state of mind I'm in now, I think about the opposite human condition, you know. When you get into a state, then you start thinking about others and thinking about other things. Interestingly enough. I wonder what I haven't thought about retirement. Like what I mean is the concept of retirement when it comes to asking other people what their concept of retirement is. Certainly I have worked in my life, like labor and service worked in my life. However, that's so far removed from my academic life. And the idea I think about is that retirement is like, imagine retiring from thinking and retiring from learning. I can kind of see the appeal, but I think I echo quite a lot of much younger people that I would go stir crazy after a while. I mean, hence my current my situationship. I heard this said once. I really love it. I don't think that's an English word, but I like the situationship. Is that an English word? Let's see. It is an English word, a situationship. But it's used inappropriately. So we're talking about like that type of situationship. And you know, so I started thinking about that too. Like, do you retire from that too? Obviously I'm sure you have a different perspective being a parent, right? And having a lovely partner and a child. Okay, so let's go over the errors we made. So Seki was just not paying attention, and I wrote the natural thing. I wrote Hidari instead of Seki, of course. So Seki. Oh, what was our sexy? Sexy was our trigger word, right? This one was more of a happenstance due to wandering thoughts. So we can't have that happen. Also, this, we can't afford to do umbrella as well. And I wrote spoon for a different reason, but umbrella, right? There's no comment on this. It's the very bare fundamentals. And then we had Nama again, right? In this case, Nama and and Onyomi. What did I type for Onyomi? Oh, I just typed the wrong thing completely. Right? Yes. Say, jeans and what was it? Jeans and a saber is all you need in life. That was a mnemonic. Yeah, so these are the special cases. So this is Namaste was supposed to be the keyword. We have like sushi and sashimi. And then we have jinsei. Jinsei. And the keywords were jeans and saber. Jinsei. You know, many people who never retire from thinking and learning when retired, or even usually get into only at that point, you associate retirement with the idea of not needing to have a job to pay bills. I can get behind that. Yeah. That is probably how I would bare minimum, like that's the sufficient to qualify for retirement, right? That is one of the mandatory criteria, as you will. I agree with that. Maybe even closer to, maybe even more closer is the lack of need of an active bill or active income. The lack of requirements for an active income. So if there are no innate or intrinsic obligation to maintain an active income, passive income comes with retirement usually. So not, instead of talking about bills and insurance and family expenses, retirement deals without the incentive of needing an active income to cover like all of the above. No requirements for an active income. You mean you like your job, all right? Really can't complain about it overall, but I know this is not what brings me fulfillment in life. Yeah, that's understandable. And I feel in a retirement state, the reason why I mentioned the intellectual and learning side is I can't see myself retiring from what I liked about my job or my career, which is to teach people. So I won't stop teaching people. However, I don't have to be paid for it, right? There's no aggression for happy dollars. I actually think I can frame this all in happy dollars. Retirement is when you have sufficient happy dollars that you're no longer required to need a source of active income to regenerate your happy dollars. You stacked up so much happy dollars that now it's just burning a hole in your pocket, so you're there to spread the wealth, right? The figurative wealth. I think that goes back to I think you said something about you don't want to go with a pile of money in the bank and no dreams achieved. I feel like I'm in a perpetual state of that. With like the literal money. This might be me because I'm at a different stage in my life, maybe, or I've maybe leapfrogged a different stage in life. I think the whole like potential reservations about not having the opportunity to spend that money has gone beyond the literal stack of money, and what I tend to see is the missed opportunity of using that money to generate more happy dollars. So investment comes as, how do I spend my time? Maximize happy dollar potential. and some people might be I think a perfectly reasonable counter argument to me is like, if you want to maximize your happy dollars, don't you want to like trend chase and then touch millions of people's hearts and stuff? It's like, well, like from a qualitative standpoint, yes, you could say 10,000 people is more than one person, but from a quantitative situation, the quantity that you invest in one person can be equivalent to the quantity you invest in 10,000 people. So my idea is, as long as I'm throwing out my happy dollars for the day as much as I can, I feel fulfilled in life. I think Prokal said something about is empathizing with the most amount of people in the world before I die is an ultimate life goal. It's like I really do stand behind that. I don't think my life is fulfilled if I'm not trying my best to vicariously connect with people. I think people is what immortalizes one's impression in life, and it's incredibly fulfilling to even touch one person's heart or do all the different things without the boundaries, of course, without the bounds of paying the bills and not finding fulfillment. Like it ends to a means to an end, right? A lot of times jobs is not something of personal passion, so it doesn't significantly contribute to the fulfillment of life. And then for those who are lucky, of course, we have to make mention where that job is one that also provides fulfillment in life. That's a very honest share when you said it might not necessarily, you know. I mean, okay. I'm not quite at that age yet where you dwell on that, but as a dad, I also get to think about what I want to leave behind, both financially and otherwise. Yeah, exactly. I would totally also be more, hear me out. I would totally straight up come out of retirement if the obligation suits it. And what I mean by retirement is I'm using a figurative language. Like, technically, I'm not working a job with an active income, so I would fulfill the requirements of retirement at the moment. But I see retirement as not necessarily a one-way street. If the opportunity presents itself, I would totally start working again because it brings my life fulfillment to support someone. And then see them grow up to support other people, right? It's interesting. I've been asked about retirement for some time. I think the most reasonable way to tell people or like to truncate the explanation is I'm on a permanent leave of absence or indefinite leave of absence at the moment. Sounds like a very good noble life. I hope so. Give happy dollars. Well, it's already 3 a.m. here. Yeah. Get some rest. Thanks for chilling. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, I was this is the end, right, of the WaniKani session. So then we're gonna spend the next 3 hours into overdrive. Yeah, thanks for the conversation. And hopefully Sakamoto Day, you're enjoying Sakamoto, because I'm waiting for the season to conclude. I'm totally smashing that play button. So we'll have to talk about it another day. That is a very topical situation about growing old and going through different phases of your life as well. So good night, Gecko. Oyasumi nasai, Gecko-san. All right, folks, that's a wrap for today. We did a little bit of talking. I should really iron out my euphemisms that I use for my explainers. I really like the conversation today about the interplay between innate and learned opportunities, right? Learned obligations. I haven't thought of it that way. I actually think when Procol was talking about learned opportunities and innate opportunities, I like that terminology. Obligations, learned and innate obligations. I think that's a great way to spin on combining it with the consequences of the sources of addiction and the sources of habit formation. The somewhat like nebulous way of compartmentalizing or categorizing what is considered innate and what is learned. I think a vast majority of, and this is coming from privilege, right? We're talking about people who have privileges. They're not scrapped for overwhelmed by innate obligations. But the idea is being able to squeeze out and have opportunities to acquire new learned obligations can go a long way, in my opinion, a significant way. Now, mileage may vary, of course, but a significant way of improving someone's overall proactive mindset. And oftentimes with learned obligations, it offers at least somewhat of a choice and flexibility in slightly elevating the possibility while being drowned in so many innate obligations. It does. I know life is not fair, right? It's a realistic take. Life is not fair. Everyone is not born with the same privileges and accessibility. However, I want to lightly encourage the idea that situations do not improve or are less likely to improve when semblance of control and surrender is given. And oftentimes innate obligations can do that. They can bury you so deep that one can convince oneself that there is no other way to look at it, right? And an uplift of spirit can come from an external source, for sure. Like someone comes along, tells you, I can help, right? Let me know, even 1% is more than 0. So if someone says, yeah, I have some time, right? I know pride is a thing. I would know for that for sure, where like the refusal of help and whatnot, or the whole compromise of telling yourself you can cope with it. But the difference, in my opinion, one of the highlights I want to say is, if you're saying you can handle it and deal with it, the thing I was talking about learned obligations and like things you choose voluntarily, I'm talking about how you gain from it, not dealing with it. So the whole like digression started with Procol suggesting, what happens if someone engaged me in bad faith? The idea is, not only would I say on most occasions I know how to deal with it, I'm not there to deal with it. I'm there to change it or try to try to change it. I'm not saying I would succeed in doing so, but I wouldn't stop with dealing with it. So when I start a stream, I expect to try to change things, refine things, be proactive about things. Largely because I tend not to sit there, not that other people do. I hope I don't upset anyone. I like the idea when people sit there and they feel like they're out of control, like they have things that are not in control. They're swarmed with every day. You're just coping, right? You're getting by. That something, someone, some source, even yourself, including yourself, could be like 1% of it is like, nah. I can change this. I can change this little by little. So being proactive is what I'm alluding to. Lean towards being proactive. It sucks when you spend the vast majority, and it will continue to, only be as good as 0 if most of the time you're coping. You're only coping to maintain 0, right? And unfortunately, biologically and time, when delta T is factored in, it tends to descend, right? Without proactive thought, eventually biologically in some way, it continues to descend. The downward force continues to increase as time gets past. Without being proactive, you're not, individuals don't consistently add an upward force, right? To pass 0. And the state that I was in, or the state that I am in when I stream, is like I'm way in the positive before I start, right? I'm not here to stream because I'm in a deficit and streaming brings me up to normal. It's actually not my comfort zone. My comfort zone would be to hoard all my happy dollars and not share it. That would be a comfort zone choice, right? If you're thinking about it from a monetary, selfish manner, hoarding your resources and using these resources directed towards the self is probably the most sufficient, efficient, and pragmatic way of doing things. Not so much myself, right? Not so much myself. It's probably, in a weird way, I'm sure psychologists will have some comments about this. I haven't ever met with a professional psychologist, not since I was a kid, for other reasons. This could be a compensation. I could argue, I would concede that this could be a compensation to fill a void in my life. One could see it as a propensity that I do not have any other sources to invest, right? Again, as full transparency, I am alone, right? I do not have a child. I do not have another significant other. So having excess happy dollars, I want to make use of it, right? I want to make use of this. And that's where we ended today with Gecko and reflecting on the idea of retirement, or knowing when to use the resources you have accumulated and know how much you want to leave behind, right? And that's probably why my mindset is a little different towards like learning and teaching. Probably because there isn't anything that, quote unquote, there isn't anything innate that demands my attention at the moment. My family is here. Whenever my father and mother have something pertinent or problematic, I'm available. I'm always available. I make myself available, right? Whenever my friends have problems, I like to think they believe I'm available. So my response don't ever change when it comes to like, hey, do you want to do something? It's like, yeah, you know me, I'm always available. I'm in place, right? Sometimes previous talks about like, oh, what happens with your friends dynamic and stuff. So I just say yes, right? That's the idea of being in surplus. Maybe not the same the other way around, because some of my friends are married, right? And whatnot. Anyways, that's what I want to leave at. Curious where everyone else is, but generally speaking, yeah, I come on stream to invest forward. Invest forward as always, or at least try to invest forward always. That's the end of our WaniKani session. Thank you for listening. Thank you for chilling. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu, right? For now, we're gonna switch gears. I'm gonna get up, stretch a little bit, hydrate. Hello there. Hey, what's the scribbling tool I use? It's a tool called I'm on the Chrome browser, and the tool is called Web Paint Tool. 3 words. And it's for the Chrome browser. I have been told by other people who use other browser it's compatible, or there is a compatible tool. All right. So I'm gonna walk away for a little bit, stretch and whatnot, and I'll be back for HanziHero. So until then, minasan, mata ne, ja ne, right? Be right back. Thank you, thank you. No problems, ne. Alright, folks, welcome back. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第26天。It is day 26. Business as usual. HanziHero delivers on the consistency. Let's check our errors, right? We've had a couple of new shenanigans. This was a typo, right? Not R. I typed R because I was thinking of R in English, but not R in Chinese. So it's ER, not AR. Yeah. 也好. 也好. Wrong tone, right? Tone 2. Yeah. No, tone 3, my bad. 也好. Not 2. What was the mnemonic for that? Yoshi is in the basement. Oh, wait. Yoshi is in the basement of the electronic plant doing what? Oh, the alligator thing. Yes, the alligator thing. Yeah. My error here was I wrote to drizzle. It's drizzle. It's not necessarily an action. I did not silence the R. No, I accidentally silenced the R. It's R, right? New R. This was 2 days ago, so we're fine. I think the fine was many as opposed to stacked. This was table as opposed to desk for 2 days ago. 进来 as opposed to and I made this error. To come in as opposed to enter. No. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's probably the error I made. So to come in as opposed to enter. I'm not sure if I decide to add to enter. Yes, I did. I think that's negotiable. Oh, it's gone. That's fine. And then external. External was my bad. 象山 oh, to climb as opposed to ascend. Zao. Zai. Wait, Zai. Zao. No, Zao. Was it because of the tone? Might have been the tone. Oh no, this was a typo because I wrote Zai, which is yeah. This is a typo. All right. Let's get into our lesson. That's our review of our mistakes from the last 2 days. Okay. Off to our lesson.
多元
Ooh. 多元 to diverse. Ooh. That's actually pretty good. Many currency. So many currency to diverse, like diversify. If you have diverse currency investments, then you have many different types of dollars. Yeah, to diversify, diversity. I didn't think of it that way. Huh. 多元. uh, 这左这座 I'm not sure the dominant radical there ends up taking 座 but let's just say 这座城市很多人多元
这座城市很多元。
Okay, it's 座 Yeah 这座城市很多人很多元他们的文化他们的文化 that looks like yin. It's kind of like yin. So, and that reminds me of se in Japanese se. What could se be? Yo, I don't know. So that's probably yin because it's the principal radical, but we'll just say yin with tone 3. 非常多元。
他们的文化背景非常多元。他们的文化背景非常多元。他们的文化背景非常多元。
Oh, it's 景 Beijing. That's how you spell Beijing? Oh. Beijing. Oh, that's how you do Beijing. Oh. Wow. This is Bay? Bay. What do we have Bay in? Have I used Bay before? I don't remember using this character in Mandarin yet. Jing. That makes sense. Jing is related to the bottom character, Jing. With the sun on top. Okay. That's background, huh? 背景。他们的文化背景非常多元。一个多元的鞋子the heck is that 叫 no show collection
一个多元的鞋子收藏。
收藏收藏一个多元的鞋子收藏 Interesting. I have no idea which character that is supposed to be in simplified. Oh, I can kind of see it. These two strokes are simplified to the two drops. Oh no, that's pretty close. And then that stuff is connected. And then you have your bracket. That actually stays the same. Oh, actually, that might be simplified too into... Yeah, because I'm familiar with this because of Japanese. It's actually really close to Zo. Or is it Ko? Ko. I'm thinking of Reizoko. One of them. Anyways. Diverse. 多元多元
多元
多元
衣服
clothing. So we have a dress, or did they go with clothing? Oh, wait. We're doing kanji. So clothing or apparel. Clothing apparel. Yeah, clothing apparel is still clothing. Yes. Clothing, apparel, clothing. 他每天都穿衣 What does that look like? There's water, young. Oh, that's probably young. 一样的 Oh yeah, same. Yeah, 一样的衣服. Yeah, I see the dominant yang right there. They added 水 and 书 or 是
他每天都穿一样的衣服。
一样的衣服。他每天都穿一样的衣服。Dirty clothing? I don't know how to say dirty. That kind of looks like Oh, that's funny. That's the character for Ku. Oh, jeez.
肮脏的衣服。
肮脏. Oh my gosh. 안장, 안장的衣服. Yeesh. Yeah. Jeez. That'll be a while. Alright. So stressful. We haven't gotten those, Wait. I haven't gotten those words yet. 衣服. Oh, I didn't realize it's 衣服. I thought it was 衣服. 衣服.
衣服。
I always thought it was 服. 衣服. Interesting. I think I messed up the tone on 服. Because I didn't think it's 服. 衣服. Huh.
小吃。
Or it was neutral. I usually think it's neutral. You're getting good with the listening and speaking, but Hanzi kills you? Ah, nonsense. You'll get it. You know? Join in the club. I'm sure you're killing it. Take them back. 小吃. 小吃. Snacks, yeah. Small eats. What's a small eat? It's a snack. I actually think small eats explain themselves too. Small eats. 这里有多 Oh, by the way, are you learning traditional or are you learning simplified? You use the reading function on Hello Chinese. Nice. They do whole stories and you can tap to see the meaning, the pinyin, stories, function. Yeah. Simplified? Yeah, I started with simplified as well. So I have a lot of HSK 1 through 3 on simplified. So now I'm like using this on traditional. So I'm guessing at the traditional characters. And it's kind of fun. The last two, the one about dirty, those are traditional characters. It has like the weird like box with the box within the box. Like that stuff doesn't exist. I did see my first Japanese kanji with that little weird box within a box thing. I don't even know the stroke order. I typically write these things, but I only write simplified, which I'll be doing a little bit later to summarize like my Duolingo Chinese stuff. So I still gotta do that for like 3 hours. My YouTube videos, I usually have them playing when you're working. Traditional is more intuitive to pick up because of the artwork used to explain the words. I can kind of see that. I don't have enough I don't have enough right now. I don't have enough traditional characters to get a little fancy about it. Oh, I see. Yeah, I think it's a lot of fun. Obviously, you punch those kanji right back, right? And just sucker punch them back. Like, I got you. 这里有多 Oh, Oh, that's Chong. Oh yeah, that's Chong. Oh yeah, that kind of makes sense too. Chong, Chong, 小吃. Chong was used to describe types. Yeah, types of language as well. So Chong. You can see it because the parental character is Zhong, sorry, Zhong. Zhong. Like Zhongyao would be like important, but this is their tone 3, Zhong, 小吃, right? 中小吃.
这里有多种小吃。
Yeah, 中小吃. 这里有多种小吃. Many types of small snacks. 这是我最喜欢的小吃. Fair enough. What? Okay. So night. I don't actually know what this character is. Sure. So something sure. They didn't do like Zhao Shang or something. Okay, so something surely 有很多好吃的小吃。
夜市里有很多好吃的小吃。
Yeah. Oh, okay. 夜市里有很多好吃的小吃。Okay. Yeah. I don't think I know if this character is simplified or traditional. Okay. 小吃
snack
小吃 Sorry, generated voices have problems with tone 1 a lot of times. You can hear it oftentimes. And HanziHero is no different. HanziHero uses the generated voice. It's really good. It's pretty I think most of the generated voices are pretty sufficient in Mandarin, at least in my opinion. But yeah, tone 1, it gets really weird sounding.
分别
分别. So parts, not parts. So other parts, a part. Yeah, don't parts. Yeah. Yeah, okay. That's pretty good. So when you don't have a part, it's a part. They must be a part. Okay, separately to part, bid farewell, say goodbye. Yeah, 分别. You can even oh. Yeah. The part ways. Don't part. Pretty good. Self-explanatory. 分别. 我和姐姐分别3年了. Okay, I've been apart.
我和姐姐分别3年了。
3年了，分别3年了。Okay. 分别. With that said about the Hanzi and all that stuff, it feels so good to be able to read. Like, maybe I have a lot of emotional baggage, compared to someone who's discovering Mandarin at a later time. It's been 37 years of life before last year where I can finally read something. So it definitely has I definitely have a soft heart for even reading one character. So it's really wonderful now that I'm able to like sit here. If there's anything really gratifying for being a language learner, and then I highly encourage other people to remind themselves, if you can read like one character, that's still one more character, right? So it's a great way to remind yourself. 分别. Completely illiterate, and it feels so good to be able to guess now. Did you try comprehensible input videos? Has been how you learned most of it? Oh, I see. I haven't. My comprehensible videos they're not designed to be comprehensible input. They're more I listen to couples. I listen to international couples. So most of the time I have already listened to videos in my past. Like my typical time, I'm surrounded by Chinese most of the time. Being able to read is the thing that I'm deficient in a lot of times. So the reading has to catch up with my listening still, and this is how we're doing it. We gotta add more vocabulary to the thing. Like right now, Blair suggested a show. I'm on the second season. Mo Dao Zhu Xi. And usually I just watch it in Chinese, like as it goes. But reading the subtitles, the Chinese subtitles, that's a whole different story. Reading the Chinese subtitles is a whole different story while they're talking. It's like, okay, well, that's usually what I'm doing right now.
好吃
Oof. 好吃? Okay, 好吃. Good eats. What do you have good eats? Obviously tasty. 我喜欢好吃的食堂 no 食物
我喜欢好吃的食物
食物 That's interesting. That's the first time I seen that, and that's self-explanatory. 食べ物 right? 食べ物食物 Usually it's like Thai, right? 好吃的菜 as opposed to 食物, which actually makes sense too. Eat stuff. Eat stuff. Let's see. 这里的牛肉 牛肉 What the 面 Oh, that's 面 Oh my gosh, that's 面 Mian got some extra peeps to play. 2 extra peeps. Looks like Lai and an extended nu. No, not an extended nu. It's a extended evening. A really extended evening. The heck? 这里的牛肉面很好吃。
这里的牛肉面很好吃
Dang. That makes mian a lot more complicated. Confirmed. Japanese also simplified this, I think. 很好吃 很好吃 Okay. 好吃
好吃
好吃 Okay, just kidding. Alright. Okay. 多元 Ah! That's a typo. DUO. 分别
分别
小吃
小吃
好吃
好吃
好吃一
多元
and then 衣服
衣服
Okay. Alright, next 5 lessons. 别人 Yeah, 别人 So the don't people, I usually say other for this too. So this usually also means other or like not the existing thing. So not these people, but other people. But if we don't, people is fine. But there are a lot of other people we don't often think about, but there are a lot of other people in this world. Each one is a unique person. Don't you forget about these other people. 别人. There's also 其他人, right? 其他人. 别人说话. These two are traditional. 别人的东西 Oh, 别人的东西 other people's things. Fine. Okay.
别人
Whoops, I hit enter twice.
楼
Low. Multi-story building? Low? It could also mean floor, actually. I think. Pretty sure. Is that the same? Oh, I can't tell because that's probably traditional. Does it look close enough? No. Yeah, it does. Yeah, it uses the me. Yeah, they simplified it to me with O. Why does it keep saying inside main room? Oh, this thing? Oh, that's because that's the mnemonic device. So, the mnemonic device, which it'll show up soon. 2, their mnemonic device is based on for the pinyin system. It involves a main character, their position, and in their location. So this would be Legolas. Legolas is in the bakery, is in the main room of the bakery. So like in the bakery. That's how you remember Lo. And when you remember that, you have to remember what Legolas. So what is Legolas doing? What, how, why is Legolas in the main room of the bakery? It has something to do with Lo, so it has something to do with a woman, a tree, and an empress at some point, which is where we learn our new characters. Yeah. They have to introduce the components too, which the empress component is heckin' wild. So yes, Legolas with a woman, right? Kevin is the developer of this. Kevin is the main writer for the content of this app. So I usually refer to Kevin nebulously. So I'm not referring to like someone I actually know. But Kevin, his stories gets a little wild. And if I don't remember it really well, I embellish. So we'll see what his story is. Sometimes they get a little weirdly dark. It gets like really weirdly dark. I think yesterday's took me for a spin. It was Charlie Brown. Charlie Brown was hungry, so he stuck a gun, a candy gun, in his mouth, and it shot candy in his mouth twice. And then he made a joke like, come on guys, Charlie Brown isn't that depressed. And I'm like, whoa, you need to chill out. I read it and I paused for a moment. It was written in a way he totally baited me. I read it and I paused like, dude, where are we going with this? Because it needed Charlie Brown. It needed a gun. It needed twice in it. Like I was like, and hungry. Like where are you going with this? Yeah, so sometimes it gets a little dark. So we got to keep in mind. So this component depicts a woman. Okay, so I see the woman wearing an extremely elaborate royal headdress. Oh, okay. I can see that. That's a pretty... Oh, yeah. And then you can even see the cross and maybe the pendant. And then, like, yeah, that rules. So this is because she's an empress that rules over a vast swath of lands. Try picturing an empress with elaborate royal clothing and headdress that costs more than most people ever make in their lives. I could get behind that. Oh, it's a number. Ooh. Hug. Lol. Lol. Sorry. How do you say hug in Chinese? Lol. Sorry. Okay, I'm done. Okay, basket. Lol as well. That looks like Li. So hard to make out because of that check pattern. Alright, Empress. Alright, Empress.
Lol.
Okay, so lol. Your friend who you learn with sent you a funny screenshot the other day on how the app he downloaded can't share screenshots here, but basically explaining Ma with the neutral tone, and the description was Ma is a woman who sounds like a howling horse when she gets angry. Oh, Ma. Which one is it explaining? Like Ma or Ma? The horse was what Ma was trying to refer to. Ah, that's good. Howling horse. Ma. Yeah. I love these things. I think if you're not doing this, okay, for sure. Go on. I think if you're not doing this for fun while you're learning, try it, right? I feel like it's great to encourage people to be creative while also learning. So having a smile and laugh is also part of the experience. So look, okay, so let's find out what Legolas is doing. So Legolas is inside the bakery helping the staff build. Teachers are pretty poor, so they're very happy when they find $2 coins in their pockets. Sure. Like Lao Shi. I see. Oh man, teachers are always, ooh, that's a deep cut. That's a little dark. Actually, that's a little real. It hits a little hard. Helping. I used to joke the euphemism here when I was talking about it in science when we were in graduate school, when one of my colleagues mentioned that they thought getting a PhD, they were doing it because they needed a way to earn money, and the joke oftentimes is if you're in academia, you're not here to earn money. Like you don't teach and instruct and discover things and disseminate information for money. And the whole teachers are pretty poor, that kind of hits. That hits different. I can totally relate to the reality of that situation. Yeah, it's a very deep cut. Taisetsu, deep cut. Taisetsu. I wanted to be a teacher. I was in some capacity a teacher for some time. So here's one about Japanese, taisetsu. This is how I remember taisetsu all the time. So if you think of the Chinese, it's also the same. It's a fat or a big cut. Right? It's cut in both languages. So a fat or big cut, that's a deep cut. And what's a deep cut? It's important. And taisetsu means important in Japanese. Taisetsu. And since it's tai and setsu, those both are onyomi. They're onyomi reads, so they're closer to the Chinese taisetsu. Like dai. Like tai. Right? Tai. Cut. I actually don't know what that sound is yet. Not yet. I wanted to be a teacher, like maybe either a graduate level or a undergrad teacher, instructor kind of thing. I spend most of my time doing research. Hoping. Okay, so Legolas is helping the staff build a cake. Legolas somehow triggered my Google Assistant somehow. Helping the staff build a cake for the Empress. Okay, it takes the form of a multi-stored building. That's a big cake that is topped by a small tree. This is because the Empress loves multi-story buildings for some reason, and suddenly the Empress walks in and declares it is insufficient. She takes Legolas' bow and uses it to destroy the multi-story building cake, and tells them all to try again or risk death. Oh, that's kind of a little upsetting. All right. Multi-story building. What else would you take? Building? Yeah, I'd probably just say building. Building's good enough. They would take building. Multi-story with an E? Hold up. Are you telling me... No. Oh, it is. That's interesting. I was not aware you can spell it with an E. It actually increased in usage too. What the heck? Huh. Oh, you spell it with an E? Multi-story with this one? Oh, I had no idea. That's interesting. I don't use multi-story very often. Might be American versus British. Oh, okay. Neat. That's really neat. I actually don't use this word very often as well. Multi-story. Learning every day. You're learning. You know, learning more. All right. 大楼 楼下 yeah, upstairs, downstairs, 楼下 classroom is it like 教室楼 ne 教学 oh, they end up 学 教学楼 attic 坠楼 no 阁楼 okay. I was like, J low, you know, like the top is most floor, most building or something for top, the attic. Interesting. All right. Low. Multi-story. Okay. May, yeah. May. But this is the character May, which is close enough. Blossoming tree. Dang it. Okay, so come on, Kevin. Kevin used all these characters to refer to something with a stalk in it. So you gotta keep them straight now. Extra strokes added to key, right? An extra stroke. Here represents extra branches full of blossoms. All right. Okay. I got you. Note that the top horizontal stroke is shorter than the second. Yes, because that will come into play. That will definitely come into play. What? That looks like way. Way. This is way too. Way, as in way dao. Way dao flavor or taste. May and What is this? Oh. May when it has sun. Fraction? The heck? Li? Li, I see the Li. So we have a Li under a cliff with a blossoming tree, and I don't think we have a name for that one yet. Not yet. For me, it's the of nature. Of nature is how I usually remember it. But we don't have a formal name.
May.
Okay, what is... Who's M? What is Dr. Mario doing in the E... EI is the beach house. Doing in the bathroom of the beach house. Mario is in the bathroom of the beach house wearing his sunshades. Okay, go on. On the counter is a picture of his younger sister. Oh, okay, where are you going with this? A young woman, okay, at the beach underneath a blossoming tree. Okay, so it, Mario's younger sister is being captured as a woman under a blossoming tree. Fair enough. Actually, Mario does not have a younger sister. I know. This is weird. But for some reason thinks this picture at the beach house is staying... this at the beach house he is staying at is of his non-existent younger sister. Poor Mario. He sits there thinking about while smelling the blossoming trees that's in the corner of the beach house bathroom. Someone get Mario a sister. It is an interesting take though. Yeah, the Mario brothers do not have sisters. Intriguing. Right. 妹妹 姐妹 right 姐妹 兄弟姐妹 right 兄弟 yeah 兄弟姐妹 twin sisters. I see 香人生姐妹 interesting. And La, oh my gosh, La Mei. Are you serious? La Mei. Hot girl. Or hot younger, whoa. Okay. Instead of like La Nu something, like a female something. La Mei. This has to be like informal, right? A literal hot, combining hot, it's like spicy hot younger sister. What? Okay. It has other. Hey.
May.
Alright, let's go. Emperor.
别人 楼
Okay.
妹
Alright. Off to the next one. Wang. Okay. Yes. Yeah. So it kind of looks like a coffin with a lid on it, I guess. Oh, it's a scythe. Okay, hanging from the lid is a scythe. Oh my gosh, that's not what I was like, death. How you gonna get death? Kind of looks like a coffin. Like the first top of the coffin. Okay, death, huh? 死 no, Wang, sorry. Wang? death. Hoang. Okay. Blind. Mang. Hoang. Absurd. Top of a theme. Interesting. Death plus female. Hoang. That's not king. That requires balance. Interesting. Alright. Death, right? Scythe. Just use scythe.
Wang.
Okay. Hoang. So now we have death and heart put together with Walter White in the bathroom of the chapel. Alright. Walter White is in the bathroom of the chapel, washing his hands after praying to death to forget all of his horrible things he has done. Topical. Lore accurate. Death sneaks up behind him and touches his scythe to Walter's heart. Suddenly, Walter is back to his old self and only wants to teach people. And is no longer always thinking about meth. I don't think he always thinks about meth, but things related to it. Sometimes it is good to forget. However, he always forget how to zip up his fly. Okay. Alright, Kevin. Alright, Kevin. 忘记 unforgettable 难忘 Somebody sat down and wrote these. I know, right? Kevin did. Yeah, Kevin. He's a little goober. He's a little goober that learned Mandarin in the last couple years and then moved to Taiwan. I don't know how many couple years, but let's see. To forget one. Soul, one Dao. Yeah, one Dao to never forget. 从来不忘. No. 年年念念不忘. Interesting. 念念不忘. I just used never, like 从来, which is never, but not in this case. That's the only phrase I know. 念念, interesting. I almost want to make a 念念 joke. 念念不忘. Okay. Wang.
Cai.
Hi, there's Chai. Bleats? Oh, I can kind of see. Oh, we have Casper. Nice.
Ci.
Casper is our new main character. Nice. Yeah, it's more like Ci. So we're just gonna call him Tisper. Casper. That's really hard to say. Casper also begins with C as we chose to represent, but the initial was different. Yeah, fair enough. So, Casper the Friendly Ghost. He's a friendly ghost known for wanting to be friends with people instead of scaring them. I'm curious when we're gonna see a Casper reboot at some time. It's been some time since Casper been around in social media. Like 厕所. No, measure. 草, that's grass. 草. 七 no 刺 thorn. Interesting. Oh, this is like the top of Murasaki and or anything related to Murasaki, which carries the that ends up when you add thread, it becomes 子 and then 刺 I like. So. Okay.
吃
Cleats. It kind of looks like cleats. No need. Shoes with spikes. The bottom of the shoes have spikes. Cleats. Self-explanatory. Pluck. Tie. Tie. Oh, to pick. Which pick do I have? I have Tuan. Tuan. Tuan something. Tuanze. Tuanzhi. Tuanzi. Yeah, Shuang. No, it's Shuang. Shuangzhi. Shuangzhe. Shuangzhe. To choose. Shuangzhe. No. Shuangzhi. Shuangzhi. No. What is it? Shuang. Yeah? Hold. Oh, not BH. Z. Shuangzhe. Shuangzhe. To pick. Interesting. I wonder which pick is this? Cho. Confer. Alright. Cleats.
Tsai.
Beats. Tsai. What is Casper doing in the bathroom of the high school? Scaring little kids? Yes. Casper is in the bathroom of the... Oh, wait. Make friends. Casper is in the bathroom of the abandoned high school where he has a makeshift vegetable garden. There's a large tree, gotcha, growing out of the bathroom tile, and each urinal is filled with flowers. Casper takes a pair of old abandoned cleats and bangs them against the tree. A bunch of vegetables fall down, passing right through his body. The heck? Oh my gosh. Alright. That is certainly a memorable scene. Growing makeshift vegetable garden in the high school bathroom. Alright. Tai. Tai. Qing. Jing. Jing chai. Qing. Oh, Qing chai. Qing. Qing chai. Cut veggies. Oh. Cui. Che. Che cai. Oh, Che is the read on that character. Okay, I didn't get that character yet. Che. Che. Yeah, Che. Che Chai. Che Chai. Oh, yeah. Xiang. Oh, okay. So they basically just threw away the left radical for the simplified version. Xian Chai for salted. Xian is just, let's just drop the left radical. And then Shu Chai. Shu is still the same. Yeah, Shu is still the same. Okay.
Cai.
Vegetables. Okay. Yeah. Long.
Wang. Cai.
What's in it? You don't need it.
吃
Okay. Last batch of lessons. 左 左 leftist. Okay. How do you explain leftist to me? We have an armpit and a crossbeam. Under the leftist armpit is a crossbeam representing his love for the labor class. Oh man, that... Okay, the leftist is often seen wearing a red shirt with a hammer and sickle. Whoa! Whoa, 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 whoa. We need to calm down here. Whoa. As well with a pocket edition of the Communist Manifesto. Whoa, whoa, whoa. This is getting a little hot. This is a little too hot for me. That is a really, really... Wow. Sway. Meryl. Sway. Duo. 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 Jeez.
左
Boy. Boy, howdy. Boy, howdy. Alright, so what is Zeus doing in the office building? In the basement of the office building. Where he works, right? We are aware. He is wearing a strange outfit that is half suit and tie and half toga on a quest for some old files. To his left is his colleague, a leftist. They go up to a pair of file boxes, and his colleague said, "I'll naturally take the left one." Okay, that's a pun. A literal left preference. Alright. Alright, scaled it back a little bit. Approximately, left and right. Yeah. 左右左右手左右手 whoops. Keep making compatible assistance. Interesting. 左右手左 port side 左川左先左贤左贤左贤 I've seen you before. 左派左派左派 left side. Is that Bien? Ain't no way that's Bien. It looks like a white box. 左边 Oh my goodness. What? I keep forgetting. Yeah, the bottom radical is the remainder of the simplified radical. I keep forgetting that. And look at that. Look at that character. Do you smell it? Yeah, you get rid of the top two radicals, and then you get Bien. That's a simplified. 左
左
肉
肉
A hood instead of a forehead? Oh no, wait, that's a head, right? WaniKani was a head. And then roll is roll. Okay. Guess they're covering both the components. So hood. It kind of looks like a hood or a head. Boxy head, because there are no circles. Nai. Nei. Sorry, nei. Nai is Japanese. Nei. Salesman. Xiang. Xiang. Okay. Xiang. Right. Xiang. Like, Xiangdian would be like a shop or mall. Mall, I think. Xiangdian. Oh. Store. Whichever. A place that sells things. So, Xiang makes sense. Collar. That has nay in it. Is it still nay? Nah. Of course it's nah. Of course I don't know that. Red. Is that's no way. No way that's Hoang. Dan. Okay. Okay. I was about to say, if that's Hoang, I don't understand how they simplified at all. To collapse. Sure. So there's sun. There's C. There's D. To collapse. No idea. Okay. Don't question the process. Hood. Roll. Two people. So a person with a hood, okay, comes out to you. Curious who they are? You take off the hood only to find a giant hunk of roll where their face should be, where their meat is. What? Another person comes up also wearing a hood. Yep, underneath is the same, just a cut of meat. I feel like there's a lewd innuendo in here somewhere, but all right. Rotten. Interesting. Cool. Limp. Tre. Tre. Huh. It's okay. We have no problems remembering Ro. All right, Robin Hood. What are you doing in the bathroom of the bakery? Where he works as a baker's assistant. He is currently washing off a piece of meat that he accidentally dropped on the ground. Okay. That's fine. That was pretty tame. Human body. Roll. Oh, I was gonna say like roll xing, but it's something else. Roll something. Roll T. Ain't no way. And like Shun T, there ain't no way that's T. That is ridiculous. We'll see. When we get body like Shun T. Good luck with the rest. You gotta clock out. Yeah, no worries. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, thanks for hanging out. Good luck. Good luck with everything. Thank you for chilling. Shun T. Oh, roll T. Oh my gosh, so big. Smoked meat. I don't know how to spell it. Ying? No. Shen rou. Yang rou. Right, mutton. Roll. Oh, meat. What do you add? Roll lay. Rice. What reminds me of Inu. We're not going to talk about that. And then shellfish with a leaf on top. Beef stew. Twin roll. Twin roll. Okay. Roll. Okie dokie. Left this dang.
左肉
All right. Let's hop into our reviews. Got 69 of them. Let's go. Okay.
有名
Jimmy Neutron in the bathroom of yes.
想见
啊，想见 want to see. Oh, to think. Oh, yeah, forgot. To think to see. Right, they're using to think instead of want.
明白。
Okay. Was George GU or is it G? Oh no. It was G. Oh wait, no it wasn't. It's Z ZH. Right, because there's no G. Right, right. 对，最好。
最好。再见。
See you later, it's fine too. Yeah.
搬。
So the mnemonic was Bart was outside dropping scepters, right, off of a slide and hitting the pawn shop. But it's still class. So I guess he was teaching his class. Bad form, I guess. Someone was in the basement. Someone was in the basement making sure the standards for Turkey. No. Was it? Spread. That's definitely standard, right? Who was it, though? I don't actually know. I don't know this one. Oh, it was George. That's why it's not. Yeah, that's why it's not clicking with me. Because I completely forgot about George. So George is the problem. Because they don't. It's too far away. Yeah, I remember the rest of the mnemonic, but it didn't help me with forgetting. I forgot about George. Just period. Okay. I didn't remember what the initial was.
风水。
What the heck was the horn for? Oh.
白天，准，
That's the ours mnemonic, right? So Napoleon? No. That's not Napoleon. James Bond. Sorry. James Bond was in the basement of the bakery, finding the halberd and some severed fingers. Yes.
找，
uh, that's what I got mixed up. Okay.
闷，
Scepter. Gotta refrain from typing king by reflex.
进来，
Whoops.
下午， 开车， 生日， 小朋友， 差， 猪，
Yep.
早， 下山， 明， 坐，
Okay. Got some returning stuff now. Uh-oh.
方， 疼，
Did this change at all? Oh no, I'm not sure. Oh yeah, this did change. Ah, that's a typo. Don't worry.
三， 五， 打开， 西北，儿，
Okay.
文明，
Thank you, Civilization. The game, Civilization.
水果，车上， 中间，
Okay. I didn't know they took middle or center.
中文， 看来，
Oh no. I'm not sure how they Okay. Okay.
出来，
Ah! Oh, that's T, yeah. Whoops. That's a go for. D, right? Yes.
低， 看见，
Yeah, see, this one is not good. I'm gonna add to meat. Hanjian is also meat. To see someone. Hanjian. Um...
再生，
Okay.
七月，
I wrote to see at first, but it was a toss-up. To see or to meet. It's both. Usually.
电， 本来，
本来
一，
Guess we just go with clothing again. Okay.
二， 底
Huh. I want to say to compare, but I don't know what else it could be. Oh, okay.
中午
This one was crust instead of bed. Was this a pen or brush? Oh no. um This looks like a pen. What did brush look? Okay.
多
Was this silent? Yes.
儿子
儿子. This is still many.
果
Ooh. Chucky is just C, right? Or is it CHU? Oh no! Okay, it's not CH, but is it CHU? C! Who is C? Oh, we just got C. Casper. CHU.
出
CH is Charlie Brown. Okay. That was the process of elimination. That's kind of weak. Wait, was this supposed to be a compass? Yes. That one's a bit of a stretch. Oh.
修大
I'm gonna use strike, but it's probably to hit. Let's try to hit. Dang it, it's strike. Okay, we're gonna write to hit as well. I disagree with this too. It's both to hit and strike. Yeah. Screw you. uh
公
Okay. Yeah, I have some. We're fleshing out some synonyms here. There's definitely a lot of word choices that too much overlap. Okay, so let's do our thing. And we're running low on time because of our digression today. So I think we'll still get the 15 constructs done. It's gonna be a lot later, and then tomorrow's gonna be tomorrow's gonna be a pretty tight day then. Alrighty, so we have Casper. Casper. And heckin' George Costanza. Oh my god. I would have taken Curious George. No, it's fine. Empress. Death. Fleets. Hood. Blossoming tree. We'll just put blossom. Meat. And leftist. 。   。 Okay. Let's write the read. The heck was... So what? The emperor... Oh. So... Legolas in the bakery making a multi-story building cake with the tree for the Empress. Oh, we're supposed to go over that. It's fine. May. Hoang. Hi. Hi. Whoops. 做肉 and Jen. Okay, and then it's kind of weird that the word group changed. Intriguing, the word group changed. 想见 看见 多什么多元小吃好吃衣服别人分别 Okay. So let's compose these. So we have Legos. Legos is inside the bakery. Legos is inside the bakery. Building a cake for the Empress, which is constructed out of a multi-story building with a tree. Okay. Mario is in the bathroom of the beach house, looking at a picture of a woman under the blossom tree. Fictitious younger sister. Hoang. Walter White is in the bathroom of the chapel, wanting to forget his wrongdoings. So death tapped his sickle on his heart. Make him forget. Then we have Casper, the new cat. Casper is in the bathroom of the high school making a veggie garden using cleats, of all things, to stir the trees to liberate some veggies. Cleats along with a tree. Veggies from trees. Okay. And then flowers, right? Plus flowers. There's Casper. And vegetable garden. Then we have Zeus. Zeus in the basement of the office building. Doing what? Zeus is in the basement of the office building. With his friend, the leftist. Taking the left aisle, right? Of work. That one's a little rough. Roll. R. Robin Hood? Robin Hood. It's in the bathroom of the bakery? No. Is that Robin Hood? I guess. In the bakery. Preparing meat. Oh, he dropped the meat. He's just trying to wash it or something. It had something weird going on in it. Yeah, Robin Hood checks out, right? And then we have George. Heckin' George. George is in the basement of the infirmary. Checking on the turkey standards. Oh, wait. The one with Walter White also had... Oh, no. The hood is used to describe the meat. Yes. So this spray because of the saliva. And also the turkey. And the chapel on the Red Cross of the infirmary. Okay. And then we made a couple errors. What were they? Let's get the red ones first. Actually, let's go by order. So sound, right? Sound, we have not our we have George. George is a problem. George. Then for the red stuff, we're fine with Zelda in the basement of the barn. How did I miss da? Oh, da, I disagree, but we'll just write it here. Is to strike. Although we're probably not going to have that because I can say to hit now. So to strike. Right. And the other one that we did miss is the standard. Standard was saliva, turkey, cross. Right. So standard. And this is George in the basement of the infirmary. Right. Whoops. Jen. And now for... How did I get... Shang. Oh, that's a set, climb. Lai Lai. That's before. Ying Lai before. UR before. Oh, T, that's fine. T. There was one. Oh, 像, so 看见 and 相见 想见 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 to infer. I gotta think. The key word is think. Think to see. No, the other way around. See. I think that's a little more useful. And then 看见 and that's to see, which I think that's a double. So one is to look at, and then the other one is still to see. What did I define this as? Yeah, to see. It's still to see. All right. Do I need to go over these bottom ones? Yeah. Oh, that would cover this stuff too. The study's going pretty well. We're about to start our Duolingo review, second day review, so we'll just be writing a bunch of stuff soon. We're kind of behind because I have 1 hour till maybe a little less. We have like 2.5 to 3 hours of writing. 想见 想见 is to refer, to infer. To infer. See. 看见 多元 diverse. 小吃 snack. 好吃 tasty. 衣服 people, clothing. 别人, other people. Did I always have the streaming format? I do. And generally, generally 3 is a stretch goal. 3 is typically the stretch goal. However, I was doing 2 new things at once. Generally, I would do a stretch goal. The 3rd stretch goal is typically something new and infrequent. And then I do 2 on average. However, since I was doing 2 new things at once, it was difficult to plan the 3rd one. Now that these are regular, I can do a stretch goal. The 3rd slot is video games and other things as well. And Duolingo is in the 3rd slot because the Japanese Duolingo course is not complete yet. And when we get into it, we probably have to redistribute it at some point. Duolingo Spanish is going to be then the standardized 3rd rotation. And then there's going to be a 4th slot stretch. So we might have to reduce both of these loads, the HanziHero and the WaniKani load, unless I'm going like super hard or something. I haven't gone fast. The main goal is either, really. Either. It's to teach about how to stay consistent, or it's teaching by example. So it's basically the thing that people don't qualify as teaching. Apart. That's the really ironic thing about most of this. Ironic from a perspective standpoint. For example, Duolingo doesn't teach language. That's why most people don't think Duolingo is teaching. And usually most people wouldn't consider what I'm doing as a form of teaching. Right, because you're learning by example. So no one is literally telling you these things. And most of the time, I would agree if you choose not to learn anything, right? So whenever they talk about language learning, a lot of times, explicit instructions is considered teaching. It's not considered teaching when you're observing something and learning something from it, which is interesting. I think this is a perspective that I have come to embellish with my experience. As in, I use the stance that observation is not a form of teaching, or like understanding examples is no longer a form of teaching. Like problem solving is not a form of teaching, which is very interesting if you think about it. I think the post-internet has normalized that. Instructional material is the default for teaching. Like using the Socratic method is not a form of teaching. If you ask the correct questions, that does not teach someone anything. Because the answer comes from within. And I think it kind of cheapens what I'm doing. But at the same time, I have to understand that that is the usual perception about it. So when you're learning a language, the stuff that people think that teaches you things is if it's explained to you. Which do you think is more effective for gaining knowledge? Both. You can do both at the same time. Obviously, it's a cop-out answer, but generally speaking, it's both. If you were to ask me to pick a choice, like a choice, obviously, this is also a cop-out answer, is you start with whatever you're most practiced in. So if you're most practiced, for me specifically, both. Generally both. It's a combination of both. However, the instruction material, the instruction material would deal with problem solving. So it requires active participation. If I don't have active participation, then I make it an active participation. Hence why my WaniKani sessions and HanziHero sections deal with reading content and then thinking about it. And then there's the passive part, right? The passive part is something I haven't done in a long while. WaniKani, when I'm typing the answers, I'm not saying anything. I'm not saying anything out loud. I'm not thinking out loud because it would take way too long. And that's kind of to illustrate what type of learning that people are more used to nowadays. They don't actively participate anymore. They're triggered. Like, not triggered in the sense of, you know, you're triggering someone. The memory, the recall is triggered by something. It in order to learn something else has to trigger that person's memory. So like that example I used about the guy with the Korean interest and then said that Duolingo doesn't teach them anything. It doesn't teach grammar. It has all the wrong pronunciation. Everything's off. Like, that person kept saying all of it is, and that's not true. That's just plainly not true. Some of it might be, but the idea is that that person is completely dependent on the tool. If the tool is not 100% accurate, then they themselves cannot contribute nor participate in it, right? So, like, if I notice an error in HanziHero and WaniKani, I am more inclined to participate in it. And that problem solving makes it more effective overall. Now, WaniKani and HanziHero is not designed to do that. It is not designed to encourage active problem solving. It's not necessarily the appeal as well. So I'm not saying it's a bad thing. By design, they are not going to do that. So I have to do that, right? They can tell you where the mistakes are, right? You can scroll down and say, oh, here are your mistakes. What do you want to do? Review the exact same thing, right? Because it's due exposure. It's effectively, the mnemonic is supposed to offset the rote memory that's required, but the mnemonic itself also requires rote memory issues. So how do you solve these mistakes? I do my own thing. Oftentimes, this is like a mandatory thing for some people, right? They don't want to keep track of the mistakes that they made. They don't want to refine the stuff that they want to make, even though this keeps track. But when you hit this review button, it's the same exercise. It's brute forcing what doesn't work yet, right? So it's mere exposure. So this would be the former rather than the latter, which is to be instructed on something and then you pound it into your head until the instruction sticks, as opposed to, oh, I made a mistake once. All right, let's add something to it. Make it twice. Let's add something. Sometimes I'm like, okay, I didn't get it the first time, maybe because I wasn't paying attention, which is usually the case. But I do it a second time. If it comes up again, then I'll add something. If it comes up a third time, I'll add something again, right? And the ones that will stick with me the longest and probably efficacious is the one where I typically have placed in the most work. It's not the most efficient though. As you have asked, what is the most effective for gaining knowledge? The efficacy deals with active participation. So if I'm getting a lot of things right, I actively participate to gauge my activity on things that I'm getting right. If I'm getting things wrong, then it naturally causes me to solve the problem. So this is where that whole hard thing comes in, right? Is it hard when I make mistakes? I don't wait until I determine if it's easy or hard before expecting mistakes. I do the best I can knowing this will happen. As in, like, when someone says, oh yeah, this language is too easy, or it could be too easy for me, or it needs to be hard enough so I can make mistakes, like, it's neither for me. If mistakes occur, I will try to, I will be active in problem solving. If mistakes don't occur, I will still be active, participating somehow. This is me, like, this writing thing is me actively participating in it, as opposed to hitting that button again and getting triggered, and, you know, my memories getting triggered over and over again. It's got to be something active. So I combine both of them. At the beginning and at the end, I'm doing something that's active. And that's to reinforce the memory, actually. So the knowledge is gained because it's instructive, right? Here's the new vocabulary word. Good luck. Here's a little bit of a mnemonic that help you. If it doesn't help you, fix it or like add to it. You don't even need to like pay attention to it if you can create a whole new one if you want, right? And that's the tough part. That's the tough part to talk about with other people. Like, am I wasting my time doing this and doing this? I don't. It won't look the same for everyone, right? This is the component that is active. So if I ask someone, do this, it will not look like this. It will very, very unlikely to look like this. It's irreproducible most of the time, unless someone thinks exactly the same as another person. So you're doing something extra with all the information, regardless of what it is. Like, it's kind of like when you read a book and a teacher asks you to summarize it in your own words, right? That is what I'm doing. Only I'm doing it in an organized, like, there's not a lot to create off of, right? If I had the time, I'd probably write a story with all of these, which is what I do for construct building for Duolingo, which takes a very long time to organize it in that way. So instead, me and WaniKani and HanziHero, I'm doing an abbreviated version for now. And then in the future, maybe not. It's largely time at this point to be able to do all this. Do you know if it's better to be feeling a certain emotion when studying? It is very, like, it's kind of dangerous, right? Or what I mean is, it's fickle. Emotions is quite fickle. For me, I think my only cautious conservative remark about feeling while studying is, if you're choosing to do this, the sky is the limit. But also the pit is quite deep. If this is required, right? If you're doing this, if you feel like this is required, as in, oh, your life can't be happy without this, then usually limiting emotions can help with consistency, right? When you're choosing to do this, it's so varied. For me, I try to illustrate that is, when it comes to emotions, that emotions is elicited from curiosity. It's usually from curiosity. So curiosity, I don't know if you qualify that as an emotion, but excitement, right? Excitement that breeds from curiosity, and sentimentalism and importance, right? Importance come from sentimentalism a lot of times. So if you choose to do something, if you're not actively excited or have a sentimental attachment to its importance, rarely is it consistent enough voluntarily, right? Largely because you're lacking, we're going back to like innate and learned obligations, right? So if this is voluntary, you're choosing to learn a language because you don't need it, right? You're choosing to voluntarily learn a language out of a hobby. You already lack something to obligate yourself to do so. There's no obligation. So in my opinion, when it comes to emotions, in order to learn an obligation, one has to invest in an emotion that allows them to consistently be enthusiastic. And that's where Duolingo shines. Duolingo at the expense. Duolingo is at the expense of everything else. They want you to feel excited, right? Get that 1-day streak. They want you to be sentimental, attached to your 1-day streak, like your streak. And then that comes with importance. Now, it's a double edge though, right? It's a double edge because you have the motivation now, and that's a hard step. That's a really hard step to be consistent. So the question is now, how consistent are you? Like, where is the efficacy, right? The efficiency and consistency. Duolingo solves the puzzle of the consistency issue. Now, because they invest so much into this, it's very difficult to turn that consistency and attack the consistency, because what reduces consistency is making the thing more unapproachable. What is unapproachable? You increase the difficulty, right? Because the difficulty is proportionate to your active participation, or a force in your active participation, which produces rewards, right? If something is incredibly approachable, it's doing everything to make it seem like this isn't so bad, it's very easy, then you aren't working very hard, right? You're not encouraged to work hard, and the system itself is not designed to make it so hard that you don't ever come back. So then it deals with the scalability, right? And this is where I feel that's very reasonable to criticize Duolingo. Scalability is not there, largely because Duolingo is a static product. It doesn't adapt. That's where SRS may shine, because SRS can have scalability. It's actually more like scalability in case things are too overwhelming most of the time, right? It removes the need to figure out, maybe I should add more words, maybe I should add less words. So the scalability is a little bit better. And Anki expanded on this. Now they have FSRS, which is more flexible. F being, I guess, free. So then you have even more customizability of how much load you're taking in. So that's what they're trying to solve. Do something you only half know. Like, the half you know will create a feeling of safety and ease. The remaining half will be challenged to motivate you. I do sufficiency for myself. Once I get my foot through the door and I can envision consistency. So like after a month's trial, if I'm consistent, I push to the point it's not consistent anymore. Like, what I mean is, I get to the barrier where I need to be on my A game to be consistent again. So like at the brink of consistency. So if today I didn't feel like I'm really exhausted, as in I have a slight twinge, like, oh, I don't know if I can keep this up, then I'm not pushing hard enough to get reward, but I didn't push too hard for me to never come back tomorrow, right? And it's a day by day, 30 days by 30 days. Some people do the same routine for 30 days, see what happens. In the fitness group, I don't know if anyone's into fitness here, But progressive overload would be another great example. Progressive overload. I tend to keep myself near my max, whatever that is. So it takes a while to adjust. So I started with 2 new things this time, right? WaniKani, and then a week after I did HanziHero. So I have no way of gauging where my amount is, where I would draw the line. So, and then I'm adding more things in the end. So I'm trying to conclude things and then iron them out. And then once I established what is consistent, I continue to push until I can no longer push anymore. And I stop there and go back a little, right? You're always near your max and you're always trying your hardest actively to gain the rewards, so you do not become complacent. When you're complacent, it's like lifting the same weight for years and years. You'll be really, really consistent because you already went through the door, right? If you establish that you can consistently lift this weight and you do it the whole time, it'll be diminished return, but you can do it all the time. It'll be fantastic. It's passive, and as long as that meets your goal, great. For myself, in order to get a balance between keeping myself active, because I'm always solving something, and not, this is what I do. And you might be thinking, well, you don't make a lot of Japanese or Mandarin works, but I need to schedule things. So I'm constantly tired, gotta schedule, gotta plan stuff. All this stuff makes me invested in my learning. It's holistic. So when you're presenting problems that you can manage, you are also managing and learning those problems. You mean your motivation will go up and down like a sinusoidal graph, right? And what we do is maintain the habit. Yeah. So, like for example, when it comes to motivation, right? Motivation, I think there are some forces. Let's think about forces. If your motivation is set, how did you find your fitness? Okay. Hold up. Okay, if you're missing one of those, do you think it's just affects consistency of learning or effectiveness as well? It's difficult to compartmentalize them. I think it's all of the above. It's holistic when it comes to these things. For me, because I don't know enough to differentiate them. Do you have many of any fundamental ought statements? That is the very base foundation of how I approach life. Ought to? Let me think about that for a moment. You always lift the weights to near exhaustion each set. Yeah, near fatigue. And how did you find your fitness grow over time? Like, did you find an increase linear or logarithmic or exponential? It's usually like asymptotal, right? Fitness, most skills are like this, right? And for me, for fitness, when I'm doing it, when I reach like about here, like 80%, I stay at maintenance. I just maintain them. I don't progressive overload anymore. For the majority of my fitness, I've reached a fitness thing where I use maintenance. So in reality, it's more like slightly dipping as I grow older. But what's happening is I'm basically mitigating aging. Like some of the things I increase a little bit of activity over time because my body is also aging. It requires more activity, but I'm no longer building fitness for performance. It's largely for maintenance. And going back to the maintain habit thing. So if motivation, right? If motivation is on the Y scale, right? We're starting at 0. A lot of times when you enter something, there's a basal motivation. We'll just call this 10, whatever you're entering. So this is your motivation. I'm going to say a lot of times the motivation curve kind of looks like this. for most people. And what does I'm highlighting like 3 specific features. When you enter, it's usually through the door. So you're already through the door, and that requires a certain motivation, right? If it's at 0, there's no chance you're going to start it. Right? So we're assuming someone has enough delta to even start the process. So this is what Duolingo does. Duolingo is like, okay, we need to motivate you to step through the door in the first place. Like, well, here's a lot of people goofing around on Duolingo. You build your motivation intrinsically through the exposure to Duolingo, right? So you already have some motivation before you go through the door. Otherwise, you wouldn't get through the door in the first place. And then this is the phase called beginner gains. It's the honeymoon period, beginner phase, which is very aligned. It's also very aligned with fitness a lot of times, where you intellectually see a traumatic change, right? Traumatic change. And that's usually comparing a 0 position to any number greater than 0, right? Any number greater than 0 is gigantic. So if you learned 10 words in this span of time, it's undefined, infinitely higher than your starting position, right? And that boosts motivation. This beginner phase, the honeymoon period, is gigantic, right? It goes up. So your motivation goes up. Now you enter the efficacy phase. This is like where you start, not even efficacy, actually. This is like the refinement. Some refinement. Some people do refinement here. And or your practiced phase. So where you're practicing, you're ironing out the efficiency, so you're becoming more and more efficient, right? Efficiency is going up. But your motivation is slowly falling down because it's normal. Things are being samey. You're actually working less. Over time, if you do the same thing, right, over the course of time, you're doing less work. That's how you become more efficient. You use less time to achieve the same amount of work. Now, some people do refinement by increasing the amount of practice. So if you were doing 100 words, say you finally got to 100 words, right, a day or something, 100 words a month, then in order to reach that same like satisfaction or efficacy to make up for the work, so you have a lot more time, you do the same thing, even higher. So then you'd be like doing, around here, you're doing 200 words a month, then 400 words a month. But the problem with that is you're scaling up on the same thing. That is like eating sugar, and then you need more sugar. So the solution is to eat more sugar, and then eat more sugar. Eventually you'll be desensitized. And that, in my opinion, is also analogous to intellectual complacency. Things will feel the same. So your motivation is going to start to slack down. But that's fine, because in this process, most people can sell you a method. If this method gets you to your goal, right? By the end of this, before it dips, if the method is efficient enough, which most people try to sell you a method that's efficient enough, before you get bored and complacent, you hope that the method gets you to your goal. Then you don't have to worry about the rest, right? What happens here? Because we're about to enter the Valley of Despair. This is the beginning of the Valley of Despair for specialized skills, right? Then you get to the point where you hit diminished return, where your motivation dips below the necessary entry point to be consistent. So you have to at least maintain a level of consistency in motivation. But because you haven't changed the way you practice, you are swarmed and you lost all your time, right? You're constantly studying. Like some people say, it just feels like I'm 24/7 on Anki. The volume is so high, I can't manage it anymore, right? Then it spirals into no motivation whatsoever. Your motivation just catastrophically fails. And then you ask yourself, are you dependent on this? And some people continue. Actually, a lot of people continue. And now it's no longer about motivation. It's about grit, grind, and unhappiness. Unhappiness breeds into cynicism, nihilism, where you start saying like, you know, I learned 10 new words today, but I mean, I learned like 10,000 words. 10 words is like nothing, right? Like it's a drop in the bucket. Like I spent 5 years. What's another 10 days? It's not a big deal anymore. I may never become fluent because I already spent 5 years and it doesn't feel like it's ever moving. These are the types of things that rope in. So what happens, like, where do you go from here, right? Oftentimes, stepping away. Stepping away, what does that do? It desensitizes you to the routine. You can try another way. Try another way. And what happens is it resets this. So instead of getting into this period, I stagger activities so that I continue to stay here. I continue to stay here. And when I learn new things, I use the new things and combine them together. So I combine my talking, this like whatever the streaming thing you call, like these questions, answering these questions. These are things that keep me motivated. They're breaking up my occasional focus, right? So my focus is divided, but they're divided intentionally. I know that I'm dividing my attention here, but it also serves as an investment in another skill while I could be bogged down by another skill. So I think the reason why, in my opinion, this is my opinion, why the vast majority of people that I see over time is here, and they don't see the rest of the curve, is something that is not fair, and that's life experiences. One of the I'm gonna say almost self-correcting oftentimes self-correcting ways of getting out of this here is to be committed to a career that's filled with innate obligations, where you have to solution develop to a form, and this is mastery. The moment you peak out of the valley of despair is an enlightened. So this is the enlightened position. And those are the skills that no matter how you look at it anymore, it can't ever sap away your motivation. So what is that skill to me? My skill is learning and empathy. As long as I'm empathizing or trying to understand something about language learning, this is my source of motivation. It's not dependent on how effective HanziHero is. I don't need to be dependent on something else that's unpredictable. So most of my motivation is compensated. by my other interests, the skills that I have developed. So oftentimes when people say, how do you stop being depressed, right? Or how do you find sources of ways to be proactive and whatnot? Oftentimes that's where you hear that little thing where, does anything work right now? What works? And you hope, like in my opinion, I hope all the time when I ask this question that that person will be like, you know what? I do have 4 or 5 things that I've used all of my life, and no matter what happens, it brings me motivation, or it brings me joy, or it brings me happiness. It's the foundation of your, I use happy dollars. It's the happy dollars. That's where your passive income comes from, right? So for me, it's learning. If I get to explain something, it brings great joy. So today, I would most definitely do all of the talk that I've done again today, over and over again. And regardless of how much volume I have, I will probably complete it in a timely manner. So that's kind of the idea. And I would love that, to say that people need to be patient, and they end up being patient for this thing. But where I have to be sensitive enough that not everyone got this opportunity, right? Like, for example, if you chose the career with no demand, it is a very, very different way. That means you have to create all the obligation yourself in order to seek a skill that has no, like, there's no form of reference to provide more motivation. Like, you can't get out, like, and no one cares and whatnot, right? That kind of thing it's incredible. So when you think of internet skills, like someone said, I got good at doing this, but no one asked for it, right? That is absolutely incredible. Now, that person required to obligate themselves to doing that. So that person, regardless of what they do, anything else they do, it would pale in comparison to that. So, in my opinion, school was supposed to try to simulate that in some way. Like, they're obligating you to do something that you basically, as a kid, we've been there. At least I would like to say 99% of people have been there. When, as a kid, when you lack wisdom, right, yet, because you haven't grown old enough, you can't see the point. Can't see the point of any of it. The things that aren't related to you. I can say the same. Like, why did I need to know? See, all the things I've forgotten are all the things as a kid was pointless, quote unquote pointless. Yet I needed to learn them, and I needed to be successful at it. So that wisdom came with the idea that if I can learn something that I don't care about, and I am very, very disinterested in it, what happens when you give me something I'm interested in? So when someone asks, is Chinese easy or hard? My response from this is, everything I don't care about is hard. If I'm choosing to do something now, it's irrelevant what anyone says, or it's irrelevant what I say. If you choose to do something, I am assuming, I'm presuming, or largely assuming, I'm hoping that you have enough life experience that the things you choose, you're not concerned about failure, because nothing is going to stop you. Your frame of reference to understand that you will be successful in something is based on your prior life experiences, that you have achieved something motivationally demanding, that is inconsequential to this. So if you choose something, it should have paled in comparison to the things you have to do. The problem with this assumption that I'm making is that's not the world we live in today. That's not really the world we live in today. The internet has control over what you think you like, what you think you're interested in as well. Like, it has a heavy influence, right? So in the future, I need to refine what I'm saying and what I'm doing. I go in not necessarily liking HanziHero. I leave liking HanziHero. It's very different from nowadays, where you have to convince yourself to like something and trust something before you even use it, right? So in this case, no, people don't definitely, like a large majority, people do not make decisions based on their prior experiences. They are already predetermined by their exposure to the product. And I didn't live in that age, where when you're saying, I want to start playing a guitar, and then the first thing you do is, what's the best way to learn how to play a guitar? Like, and that answer is provided, right? It removes the possibility of anything you can possibly create on the spot. So why do I do this? Why do I stream this, right? Why am I streaming myself using HanziHero and WaniKani? The learning lesson here is that it doesn't have to look the same, right? It's to encourage people to be creative, even if a tool is already given to you. You are not bound by the vision of someone else. However, you can benefit and extract and learn from the experience of someone else. So yes, I'm technically trying to teach something. However, it has a very, very high gate. The gate is that I'm assuming and presuming anyone who's interested will already have the creative capacity to say, I can do that. Same, but different, right? So this is an observational participation. If you're going along with me, when you're studying along with me, if you choose to do so, right, your study session should be different. It should look different. You should be saying like, oh, that's not how I remember things, but that's kind of neat that this person remembered things. You know what? Maybe we can combine both of them and make it even better, right? I'm getting closer to someone vicariously in a parasocial relationship, adding sentimentalism, but at the same time, you're motivated to do it your own way, right? So I am doing it inappropriately, probably ineffectively. However, I'm also practicing a different skill. I'm practicing how to keep myself motivated, consistent, and active. I don't think that's a thing that people who are focused on results will focus on. That is their choice. That is their prerogative, right? They can prescribe to you all the success possible, how successful already previously proven skills and methods, in the hope that you understand all the things along the way, like your motivation source and all that, right? When you walk into a classroom, you are a student and you are going to be taught by a teacher. These are things that are no longer normalized. When someone chooses to learn a language, do you know enough about this person? Like, how do they self-select themselves? And for myself, I do it through this. I demonstrate something, and those people self-select themselves. They select themselves out of things too. So when someone said, like Vang said earlier, like hundreds of viewers or thousands of viewers, that would be only appropriate if I didn't start self-selecting, right? So these are the gates that I placed on myself. And I think that's why it's been overly positive, a positive experience. And having that, that's what I envision would be the purpose of sharing this experience. You don't have to see everything. You can see something. The idea is you're not going to be able to see everyone's like experiences, but it also counters the hustle thing. Like I could tell you I did all these things and write out a schedule or something. However, there's no demonstration of it. What does it look like? I clearly am not someone who's so clairvoyant that I would be able to consider all the angles or all the things that might have lost in translation. Like, is it important for you to be explicitly told something? I'm not, but I wouldn't be able to know for sure if I would include that over time. Right? I want people to be more observational, in my opinion. Okay, yes, so more logarithmically, yes. It's good motivation for people who live, sedentary lives at the start of consistent fitness training will give you the most reward, yes. And then once you refine that, you're gonna need something else to keep it going. I feel like stepping through the door is the biggest lone mental challenge throughout the whole journey. For myself now, I would say I start a new skill a lot of times. I would say I would start like 2 or 3 skills a year. And oftentimes those 2 or 3 skills tend to be involved in my existing skills. My existing skills serve as a source of motivation to tackle getting your foot through the door and then maintaining it, right? However, after a while, once those skills are developed, they are integrated into my existing skills. And then I go on to build new skills. So like drawing, fundamentals of drawing, fundamental of music production, 2D animation. These are, you can see them as separate or different, but what happens is they end up being part of my core. And there are skills that get lost, as in you might be saying, well, not all skills are winners, right? Yeah, there are loser skills. And then you're like, isn't that then a waste of time? Well, you wouldn't know if you didn't do it in the first place. So that's a paradox. So you wouldn't know your loser skills if you didn't do it in the first place. It's like, well, you can go on the internet and figure that out. It's like, that's a fair point. So you can be selective about your skills at the start. I didn't pick like just any skills. There is some self-selection. So then you might be saying, well, you're still losing time if you keep building skills and not focus on your specific skill that you're very good at, right? I'm focusing on this skill, whether I'm developing this skill or not. Your fundamental skills are being developed at all times. So you have 2 hot takes a lot of times when it comes to skill development. One is the success story, right? The young mind, and then an older success story would say, an older person would tell the young person, pick a skill. Focus on that. Do it until you are remarkable, right? Sell the skill. Right? That's when you're thinking about someone that's young, someone that is still looking for a fundamental skill. Usually school tries to help you with that, right? They throw a bunch of things at you and hope something sticks. And then you refine that in college and then refine that in graduate school and it sticks. Now, I'm no longer in that stage in life. So we have to keep that in mind. I have my fundamental skills. Now, all the other skills that I'm building is supposed to complement or add to my existing skills. So that's how I stay consistent. So not to reflect anyone else, I have a core number of skills where all my motivations come from, all my like comfort zone and stuff comes from. And every skill that I build up to this point is to augment my foundational skills, which deals with critical thinking and problem solving. They're my favorite things. And how did I learn that they are my favorite things or my bread and butter? It's science. Science was my bread and butter. You had to do these things every single day. So, now hear me out. We have to go back a little. So, what is another way to view a waste of time when you have skills that don't factor out, right? Don't work out. And you were talking about stepping through the door is the biggest lone mental challenge. When you do skill development, in my opinion, when I do skill development, I do them annually. I do 2 to 3 skill experimentation annually. So I don't think it's as daunting to start something, largely because I normalized it. And when I practice starting things and stopping things, I learn to start and stop because I spend time doing that. Now, if you haven't started a new skill in a long while, like a second language, for example, what is the model that most people will use when they learn a second language? Their first language. But the gigantic caveat is you're no longer a kid. You're no longer a kid, right? You have no more innate obligations to learn a second language. And who are the most successful people who ends up learning a language? There are obligations. Now, whether they're innate or learned is a bit of a hairy thing. It's a combination of learned and innate. What does that look like? Your significant other, right? What if your significant other knows another language, right? What if you're connecting with your family? You have a multicultural family. That would be a personal example of myself. You suddenly develop a new interest, anime, manga, in another culture. Those are learned and potentially innate obligations to do that, right? And if you combine all of this, you haven't done this ever again. So now you're going to do this again. So it would present as one of the largest mental challenges through your whole journey. If you're a person who doesn't start and stop, people that have PhDs, people that are constantly in an intellectual environment are more prone to have a wider knowledge. Not in my opinion. Okay, for myself, I'll just describe myself. I don't think I am significantly more intelligent than anyone else. Like, I don't think I'm not significantly more intelligent than anyone else. As in, your capacity for curiosity, your capacity for motivation and figuring out self-awareness in order to propel yourself consistently, the capacity is there. There's really not the big, like a super barrier or some sort of genetic barrier that separates me from being consistent at starting new skills than you. it's, to me, it's conditioned, it's normalized. If you're not constantly challenging yourself to start new things and then know when to stop and then continuing to do that and then, working on, okay, I gotta start a new thing, let me do it better next time. And then your ending is like, let's find a better ending for how I do this. It's like, where does this end? Does it throw into my skill? So when you cycle through this, in my mind's eye, I have no doubt that a healthy human being is capable of bootstrapping even intuitively. Like if you go on feel alone, we'll still eventually find that starting again is less mental burden if you actually do it. So for example, I'll do like children, first child, right? How do you usually group the children? It's fairly close than the second child, right? Even in an innate obligation situation, humans are incredibly adaptive. Like, don't underestimate how well you adapt to things when you're invested in, given your investment in the stuff. So for me, I would drop most things in a hat for something more interesting. It's not I will replace the thing that I become less interested. So if you want to do a little bit of deductive reasoning or behavioral control, right? Like if you're wondering what type of behavior you're more prone to, oftentimes you can ask someone, when do they start new things? And we'll make it to language learning because we're language learning. Language learning. So yesterday, someone said, Duolingo sucks. I wanted to ask them, so when did you, like, what did you do? Like, did you try Duolingo and then you find something, you found out what you needed, and then you went to the next thing, like some Korean app, right? Korean solely app, Korean focused app. The idea is you started something, you figured out there's a lot of deficiencies, so and so, right? And it stopped, right? And it stopped, and then you figured it out. So now you're starting a new thing. Isn't it crazy? Because immediately this person actually named 4 different things. They named 4 different things. This is the honeymoon period. As in, your passion is so lit on fire right now. That first thing triggered an exploratory thing. That means it's quite healthy. Eventually, you'll learn something from all this. So they named 4 different things. They picked up a book. They have 2 separate apps. And it's not hard starting over again when you have recently started over or you started something. So after the honeymoon period, that's fantastic. But then, you enter the valley of despair and you invest a lot. And then you ask yourself, how can I start over? And there are different types of people that you usually interact with. The ones that usually stay around with me are the ones that say, oh yeah, you know what's great about starting over? I feel young again. Like Valentine told me in WaniKani that they're about to reach level 10. I'm like, congratulations, you're about to become a teenager again. Isn't it great? So there are individuals who behaviorally respond to starting over very different. Now this might be, you might be saying, oh, this might be innate, as in not all humans, like humans just don't want to start over. Yes and no. Part of the human condition is that how long have you done this? Like, you obviously will not want to change something that have been putting out for many years. You can't teach a old dog new tricks idiom, right? So me, I'm going to be an old dog that will still continue to learn new tricks, because learning new tricks on top, both continuing to learn new things while reforming old things, keeps me young, keeps me mentally young. I'm far more relatable when I'm teaching something. Like, I'm not a 40-year-old. At least I don't think anyone ever figured out my real age when I was teaching or instructing, because what was I doing when I was around like my 20s to 30s, when I was like doing lab things? I was talking about League of Legends. So like I was still connected, right? I didn't stop saying, yeah, I'm too old for this. Like we shouldn't learn these things. That's a waste of time. Like, what's the point of learning about a video game that 7 out of 10 of your students will be familiar with? What is the point of needing to do that, to invest in some time on it? And it's gathering, when you think about skill development, right? Your best skill will look like this, but the delta on your best skill is forever. Like you're going to be working on this skill for the rest of your life, and that delta is going to be very, very small. And that's mastery, right? That's the thing, you're looking for, that elusive mastery. However, every other skill to round up your current skill get bolstered. So most of the new skills that I'm looking at, I spend enough time to capture all of this, which takes a disproportionately lower amount of time. How can I get meh in Japanese? How can I get meh in Mandarin while continuing to bolster my English? So I'm making myself an appropriate person who could leverage a secondary language, leverage a tertiary language, but continue to not allow my primary skill to falter. So whatever I'm learning in Japanese and Chinese is to help reinforce my English. Japanese is older than Chinese, so I'm using Chinese to reinforce my Japanese. And then eventually Spanish is going to come along the way. I'm going to use Spanish to somehow reinforce my Chinese and Japanese and English until it's not manageable. Then you have to go through a refinement period and consolidate, right? The idea is you're constantly refining a skill that you're very good at, and also keeping yourself in a perpetual state of learning things. So yes, I love artsy-fartsy things. Today, I could love Attack on Titan, but tomorrow, I could love Frien, because Frien is nothing like Attack on Titan, but it's also similar as well. The idea is you can find similarity in comparison through investment. So I aim for same. When I'm thinking of same, that's safe. And my safe thing, I have a safe thing in almost, I try to have a safe thing in almost everything I do. What's not safe right now? Japanese is not safe, but English is. Right? When Japanese becomes safer, Chinese is not safe, but Japanese is safer, right? And in Japanese, English is safer. And in Spanish, it's actually there's a little caveat here, which I've done cleverly to my advantage, right? Technically, I know the least about Japanese when I started. So when I started, I actually know the least about Japanese. Chinese is my second. I actually know more about Spanish than Chinese. I'm actually going in the reverse direction. So the hardest thing to start is Japanese. The second hardest thing to start is Chinese. The third hardest thing to start is Spanish. So the hard thing to start was actually this. However, it is the easiest thing to be consistent in. So that was my balance. That was my approach to balancing this is the hardest, but it's also the easiest to be consistent. So when I start new things, when I start Chinese, Spanish, and anything after, it's going to be easier to start. But it's probably going to be harder to be consistent because there's so much other things going on. So what happened for me is if I can't get my foot through the door in Japanese, then I'm unlikely to get my foot through Chinese or Spanish, right? I have no problems with consistency because I have English to hold it down. I don't know what it's like to start a new language anymore because English was technically, all these things technically started way back before. So that's how I negotiated. In case, I kind of went over this a little bit when I first started Duolingo. The very first Duolingo stream was probably when I talked about my relationship with language. And I do this constantly, over and over again. Do you think the refining stage, the difficult and the easy will motivate each other? Yes, exactly. The difficult and the motivated. Yes, that's it. So hear me out. I understand this is gonna suck for some people. I don't think it will suck forever. If there isn't anything that's easy in your life right now, get it. Get something that's easy in your life. If there is not something hard in your life, get it. Get something that's hard in your life. Balance them out. Because, in my opinion, there are different skill sets involved in addressing something that's hard and addressing something that's easy. The downside right now that I see a lot of times is the internet makes it so that you can constantly choose easy things. And when I mean easy things, I don't mean the task itself, like the content itself. I'm talking about mental preparedness, like the mindset, right? If you look at a hard thing and you never pick up a hard thing, a thing that you initially think is hard, right? Initially, if you never pick up an initially hard thing, you don't know what your upper limit is. And if you're constantly let's say the opposite, if you're constantly picking up hard things, you don't know your lower limit. How are these useful? There's a time you need to relax. And there's a time you need to balls deep. Right now, this whole idea of best is awful, in my opinion. The idea of best has created a 1 and a 0 instead of a both. So when you're saying the best way is SRS, to me, that's a recipe for a consistency issue. I don't want to sound too pessimistic, so I'm only going to say this one time. This might occur. How you handle this, I believe a lot of people can handle this, provided their life is a balance of these things, right? If someone has something consistent in their life already, they can use that as a model to make something new consistent. If someone is very limited in their life experience, then yeah, they can't solve the problem. They'll feel like they can't solve the problem. And how would you go about teaching that? I show myself, show a way to provide an example, right? And how do you make Duolingo engaging, for example, or more engaging than it is? That's what I did the last year. I at least attempted to try to do that. And occasionally someone would come by and say, oh, so this is what you do. It's like, maybe I should try that sometimes. Like, go and do it. I want to see your version of it. And then most of the other time it's like, I don't understand how you can grind this long. Like, what motivates you? Like, I would lose my mind. It's so boring. How could you have done this for 8 hours? And my first question would be like, do you know what I do in those 8 hours? Because what this person imagined I do in those 8 hours is probably very different from what I actually did in those 8 hours. And even then, if you're here for 8 hours, right? If you're here for 8 hours and you watch me do it for 8 hours, if no one asks me what I'm thinking and what I'm doing, I might not even be showing what's happening. I try my best to speak my mind out loud, like, oh, I made this mistake because of this. And in the beginning of each stream, I'm like, let me try to remember why and how I made the mistake. Not only do I spend time, right? I go down here, like today, I explain my typos. I explained everything, as opposed to, oh, I know the right answer. That doesn't matter. I know the right answer. This is table now. This is many, right? I know the right answer, so I don't need to go over it. So for me, I demonstrate it every time. Like, people say, but what if you made a mistake and I wasn't here to correct you and you're going to develop a bad habit? Like, but have you seen me solve a mistake? It's very different, right? Someone who fears making repeated mistakes. I actually spend most of the time talking to them about it. Because I don't understand. Like, what I mean is, I can't empathize with it. When you make a repeated mistake, then usually the first time, you would try to address the mistake. Then the second time. Then the third time. Then the fourth time. At some point, that mistake becomes refined in a way that it's either functional as a mistake, in my opinion, or it's no longer a mistake, right? So that incredible fear of correcting me all the time, to me, I want to show that with due diligence, I think most people should not be afraid of making mistakes. One of the things that come from this fear is decision-making process. Starting a language, imagine the greatest fear of a language learner. What's the greatest fear of a language learner? I would argue among the top 3 is never becoming fluent. And that's top 3. And obviously the people that are around me who like talk and ask and stuff, it's I would say that it's probably not the top 3 on theirs. For me, what is the top 3 fear I have? I end up disliking it. That's probably my top fear. I end up disliking it. Now, we're talking about top fear, as in, if it happens, it's incredibly negative. But that's the best one I can come up with. Like, think about it this way. This happens so often to people. It's no longer even a fear for most people. Like, hear me out. I know you're gonna say, well, some people's fear of disliking something is scary, right? Is scary. But there's a huge asterisk. There's a very huge asterisk. Their fear is they're gonna dislike something they like already or they love. That is the fear. I can't dislike or like something I haven't tried. So my greatest fear is I end up not liking it. And that is a possibility. Not that it's the end of the world, but generally speaking, people when they talk about their fear of dislike is like this is my only choice. My only choice. If I don't become a pro esports player and I end up disliking it, my world's going to end. That's the end. Like, I have to like this. So that's usually the asterisk when people talk about dislike. I find a lot of things, if I'm dependent on myself, there are things I are indifferent. I'm indifferent to them. The way I reduce this fear is because other people like it. It sounds weird, but I start things because other people like it. It's a bonus if I also like it. Right? Because it gets to the goal of understanding what other people like. So if I don't get to interact with anyone, like there's no one around me, then yeah, I start with the things I like. So even if people don't care about what I say or do nothing, I will continue to do things that I like. Not at the fear of disliking it, right? Like, oh, what if it's a waste of time? Like, what if I find out that my passion is a waste of time? What if I find out that I learned 3 languages and they're just a complete waste of time? Like, and no one cared. And so I was like, well, I like it. If you can't rely on yourself, that's why I go to other people. I go to my family, I go to my friends. That empathy is a fallback. I'm building, so resting, I think I said it earlier, resting on one's laurels. On one's laurels. So if things are working now, right? If they're working, awesome. Keep those things working, right? Oil them, refine them. Meanwhile, proactive things. At the moment, I technically have no use for Japanese or Mandarin. As in, like, what I mean is, there's no obligatory reason that I chose Japanese or Mandarin. I chose it because I learned my obligations to it. So my proactiveness is I play video games. And some of them are in Japanese and Chinese. So what I already normally do as the core foundation of my skills, which is English and like investigating things like game theory and stuff, choosing to learn Japanese and Chinese is a proactive strategy, right? And it won't change that. English is working perfectly fine. That's what I'm saying. To myself. Maybe not to others. Others, I feel like it became a necessity, right? For example, I'm cherry picking. So I'm cherry picking these examples. So if you are thinking about counter arguments, make sure to keep them, right? I can think of a lot of counter arguments, but I'm gonna try to be a little bit more coherent here. A good example would be something like, I can no longer play games if I don't understand the Japanese. That's when something has become a necessity from a choice. I can no longer listen to English now that I know Chinese. I can no longer watch anime with the English dub because I learned Japanese. You will unlikely, very, very unlikely, find me saying that because I learned Japanese and Chinese because I know English. And I don't actively discard things to substitute them. To me, that's not extra. That's a necessity. You're replacing something. You can't play a video game in English anymore because you replaced it with Japanese. No, I play the video game in English and Japanese. I know more about the context of English now that I know Japanese, and I know the more about Japanese in the context of English now. So I'm inherently being proactive. Proactive things are doing things that are unnecessary, are optional. So you're practicing a different mindset. The reason why I say that is people operate on necessity. So you have to necessitate your hobby. That is very difficult, right? When someone forces themselves to continue liking a hobby, that is a vicious cycle. It's a vicious tightrope. When does learning Japanese become a necessity as opposed to a hobby? When someone says, I hate studying, or I'm so tired of studying, to take a rest. It's like, no, but if I take a rest, then I'm going to need to study that Japanese again and again and again. So it does turn into a necessity. For me, it hasn't. And I still haven't gotten to that point. Not yet, anyways. In your experience, do the majority of people stop at the low of motivation? From my experience, anecdotally, when I'm asking someone, so grain of salt, I would say 9 out of 10 times they don't. I think it's very natural. So when you say, if I can give you an example of low motivation, usually low motivation is often whatever they stopped, it's garbage. Whatever they're currently doing is the best thing since sliced bread. So this deals with deduction, so it might not always be accurate. The idea is I ask a specific question because I can't know them, right? So I phrase questions. Call it a litmus test or something. Litmus test. It's to help inform myself. So if I only have like 5 minutes, what kind of questions can I ask the person in order to determine where their mind is at? Because I can make more efficient time with it. So in one way, what is an indicator of low motivation when someone stops? Whenever they talk about anything they've done before as garbage and waste of time. That's like money. That's a very safe bet. If when you ask them, oh, so how have you been learning a language, right? How have you been learning a language? And they start by stating all the things that were garbage in the past that they tried that didn't work. And then they proceed to talk about the current thing as it's the best thing since sliced bread. Like, this is the best thing. It teaches you everything. Like, it teaches you grammar and everything. That, in my opinion, is a point of low motivation. Largely because they're discarding things. This is not usually the case because 1 out of 10, right? There are chances 1 out of 10. Someone would say like, oh yeah, you know, I outgrew what I used to do. I learned that I need or I want other things, right? And then they will proceed to talk about how the current thing offers the thing that they outgrew. Alternatively, sometimes they continue to use both of the things, if not more, because their requirements increased, their experience increased, right? There's a reliance on growing growth. This is a constant substitution. Those who are predicated on motivation, in my opinion, motivation deficiencies, as in not like a we're not trying to make this sound like a disease. It's more like a skill set. How to pep one up. If their motivation is at 10, it stays 10 for the rest of their lives. Like they don't work on how to motivate themselves, you know? So what happens often is, in my opinion, in my experience, is if you learn something like WaniKani, all 10 of that goes into WaniKani. So there's no room for anything else. Everything else is blocked out. So if WaniKani is not the tool, the one tool to rule them all, it will likely fail in the long term. It will fail consistency check. Right? So what happens is then this person, low motivation sits in, they abandon WaniKani and substitute it for another thing. What is that? Anki. And now it's going to be WaniKani. Yeah, WaniKani just didn't work at all and it didn't do anything. Now it's Anki. And then they're describing all the things that they use for Anki. It's like, oh, that sounds like WaniKani though. It's like, no, it's completely different. Like now Anki has all these nuances that WaniKani did not have. I know, but the core of Anki is WaniKani, right? Like this informed you. This experience informed you on how to do this. But because this person only has the motivation, a very limited motivation, they're focusing on one thing. Not like focusing on one method per se, right? And yeah, that is very effective. You can do that for the rest of your life. You can bounce from one to the other, provided that there's one big caveat and it gets to your goal before you have to start over too many times. Because at some point, you're going to say, nah, I don't want to start over. I'm good. I'm good enough. And that's usually a reach of satisfaction, right? So this person is going to keep on straddling tools until there's that one tool that gets you to your goal before you lose all motivation. And what does that tool look like? The most trendiest thing since sliced bread. So if Duolingo doesn't work because Duolingo is old now, which technically Duolingo uses an old archaic strategy, get to the new stuff. And this is also something funny. Someone could start with the new stuff and reintroduce an old stuff and title it, dude, why hasn't anyone told me about this? Or why hasn't this caught on? And it would be like some old school, like a something that's older than what they're currently doing. But hear me out. This is new to the guy that used this new thing, which has become old. And that's what a lot of links, like when people say, oh, have you heard this guy talk about this new thing? What's a new thing on Mikaku or something? That's the new thing right now. That's probably the new thing. Boom Pro is relatively a trendy thing in a certain series, right? Why is Boom Pro so trendy? Well, people, when they look for grammar stuff, they're like, oh yeah, Boom Pro is the best thing since sliced bread because it helps with grammar. The question is, are you using both? Or do you only make time for Boom Pro and everything else is garbage? So to me, that's the telltale sign. That's one of the, it's a cherry-picked example, but I'd say a lot of examples when I ask questions, I determine if that person is open to discussing anything in general, right? How does this serve my purpose? If I'm meeting someone who substitutes all the time, then respectfully, this person is narrow-minded. And when I mean by narrow-minded, there's a euphemism for this. This person is incredibly hyper-focusing. So narrow-minded to me is a state of mind in which you're really, really focused on something. So if I want to talk to that person, I have to know about that thing. Otherwise, I can't relate to them and they won't relate to me. They're going to be gone the moment I mention anything that isn't of their interest. So if someone says Anki is the best, everything is garbage, and I don't know anything about Anki, my first remark is, I'm sorry, I'm inexperienced with Anki, but I do have other things that I've been using. That person's probably gone already. 9 out of 10 times that person's already left. It's very different when someone comes by and say, hey, I've been doing all of these over a course of 3 months and 6 months or something. It's like, oh, hey, we can overlap in some stuff. Let's talk about that stuff, right? They are more likely to be able to communicate. And people who substitute everything, all the past experiences are not important. Or, I'm not going to say not important, less important to them, right? There's no perspective on how you got to this point. It's the goals. When someone tells you like, oh, if you make this mistake, for example, if you make this mistake, it'll prevent you from learning Japanese. It'll prevent you from learning this properly. And my first thought is, how do you know this? How do you know that it will prevent me? And their first remark would be something like, I have been there. Trust me, bro. They don't actually literally say that. They say it in different ways. That you're going to regret it. Heed my words. And my first thought is, so you're telling me that you had the same problem, and now you are the competent Japanese speaker, and you're telling me that somehow I will be different from you, but you're telling me I'm the same as you in the flawed state, but don't have any capacity to reach where you are. That to me is a substitution behavioral pattern. So somehow this person is telling me, don't make that mistake because I made that mistake. But unlike me, I learned how to correct that mistake and became who I am. But you on the other hand, you'll regret it and never learn from it. This is probably my, if I had a peeve if I had a peeve about double standards, it's probably this one. Like, I don't talk to people as though they are the worst part of me, and then somehow make myself sound exceptional so that it's the best part of me that you have no access to. if there's any take-home message in this digression today, is that the last time I said is, I don't think I'm significantly more intelligent or have any hidden potential because I was born with better genetics or something like that. I humbly and respectfully believe and challenge other people that they have the same or very, very similar, like not statistically different potential to do most of the things that I'm talking about now. And through demonstration, I like to believe that that is one more visible way of doing it. Generally speaking, though, my interaction is that people like to see the worst in people on the outcome and provide a double standard that they themselves aren't the product of the things they say. So all the advice and all the things that I'm talking about now is the result of my interactions with those actual things. So if I said that I can learn from this mistake, or I have learned Japanese by making a lot of mistakes, I'm not going to be telling you somehow like, oh, if you follow my plan, you'll never make these mistakes. And therefore, that's how you become just like me. That is oxymoronic. That is so paradoxically, that logic is so cyclic, I can't believe it. Like, in my opinion, like if I had a peeve, but cue the influencer that says, follow my 10-step plan and you would never make any of the mistakes and problems that I have. And therefore, somehow your experience, you'll reach my understanding by pretending and avoiding that you'll never have those experiences. Like, oh, okay, but where do I sign up? My punchline. Where? Okay. How about this? I like you. Where do I sign up for that? Because your product is telling me to do everything that you haven't done and hope that whatever you say is going to happen. That's simply not true, right? That's for the hustle, the person that's hustling you, in my opinion. Alternatively, lots of people would suggest things like, oh, here are some metrics. These are some metrics that I measure. When you use my product or my strategy, please remember that these metrics are set there to gauge if something is different, right? You need metrics in order to understand and appreciate your progress. This is something that's independent of my experience. So if you're avoiding these mistakes, there is no guarantee that different alternative mistakes are going to take their place. And I would like to know what they are, because that provides feedback to my product, right? If it does so happen to work out, thank you, and I'm glad it worked out for you. In no way is this a substitute for changes that may happen if you're affecting the changes. So those like YouTube videos about top 10 mistakes to avoid. When you hear those mistakes, it's almost like it's a win-win situation. As in, if you avoid these 10 mistakes, somehow you're gonna get the same result that that person who's saying those mistakes will get you to. And my answer to that is, it's probably going to make it even less likely, because you didn't learn from those mistakes. Functionally, when people tell you to avoid something, what are you replacing? Now, there are ways to go about this, right? Someone could say, okay, my first mistake. Can I explain to you how I learned and recovered from this mistake? Like, this is what the mistake has taught me. I want to show you what this mistake showed me. So then the learning experience is at least transferred in some way. When someone explains to avoid this and explain nothing but how it's bad, you have no inclination or information about how that was even useful in the first place. The person you're taking advice from does not learn from the mistakes. Now, if that guy, right, that guy that you're listening to doesn't learn from their mistakes and then they're telling you to avoid the mistakes, then kudos. That actually translates. That's very concordant, right? If the person is a person who makes a mistake and say, okay, I'm never going to do that again. Done. Then yeah, that would coincide. I highly doubt that the majority of people, when they say these are my 10 top mistakes, that those mistakes did not make them. As in, make them the person they are now. So, if I read a very prominent person's top 10 mistakes, if they don't explain how their mistake impact them, I would try to do that. Ask yourself, in my opinion, right? I see this guy's top 5 mistakes. And they say, this mistake is bad because of the following reasons. I'm like, okay. So if those are the following reasons, how did this guy learn from these mistakes? Like, so this must have taught this guy not to do this. This is the consequence of doing this. Why do you think mistakes naturally make people inclined to leave what they made the mistakes in? Do you think it's just the fact that it's a struggle? Wait, why do I think... Hold up, I forgot to read your other. Do you think that coming up with metaphorical ways to talk about learning helps you explain the idea or actually helps you to learn, or both? I find it engaging. So ultimately, it helps me. Like, what I mean is, it gives me more motivation. So, for me, since motivation, in my opinion, is the currency to learning, I do it habitually. Learning, creating metaphors is a creative process, or coming up with metaphors. So it's a creative process. And I think creative process is less to be exhausted than a prescribed process, a mechanical or objective process. Objective and mechanical processes will have efficiency attached to them, and objective facts that you can only reinvent the wheel so much. However, metaphors are a creative process, so it's a lot less finite, if not infinite. Why do I think mistakes naturally make people inclined to leave what they made the mistake in? Do you think it's just the fact that it's a struggle? No, I don't think that. I don't believe that. It's quite the opposite. I don't think people do that. The impression I'm getting is that. So the impressions that I get from people is that in order for someone, this is my logic here, so there's gonna be a leap of logic in here, so excuse me. Someone, in order for them, like, this is my logic for their behavior. Stranger, right? Stranger immediately tells you that you will regret a decision, or they observe something like a mistake and they will correct it immediately. In fact, some have emotional distress over this, and it's presented in different ways. In order for a stranger to do this to another stranger, what is necessary to get this emotional distress? Right? So I'm not necessarily saying I believe in it. In order to explain this behavior, I am inferring that when someone makes a mistake, it is likely to propagate into a bad habit. So for me, the people that I have met, it's difficult for me to believe, to try to rationalize another more likely scenario. As in, if someone said, oh yeah, I like correcting mistakes, I correct all my mistakes, right? A person like that is less likely to experience emotional distress when seeing another person make mistakes. Largely because they make mistakes and correct them themselves. It's like, oh hey, you made that mistake. Yeah, I've been there too. It's like I would love to hear how you overcome this mistake. I have my own ways. If you're interested, I can share my way and maybe we can bounce off ideas off each other, right? Because it's not a place of emotional distress. In order for someone to get emotional distress, an urge to correct someone because you're going to regret your mistakes or use strong languages, they themselves have to believe that something is going to happen to the other person, right? Without even knowing them, actually. Most of the time, it's without even knowing them. It's like, hey, I heard you were an English speaker. Then you shouldn't start Chinese. Chinese is too hard because I heard, like, according to the tier system, if you're an English speaker, you shouldn't even start with Chinese. Start with something easier, like Spanish or French, because Romance languages are a little bit closer to English, even though English is like Anglo-Saxon and Romance combined, right? So that requires to understand that the other person is thinking, how would you suggest, how would one suggest that someone would say that to a stranger? They probably have something to do with starting something. And that starting something may be predominantly preference for easy, right? And that easy is characterized by quote unquote objective metrics online. In no way is this going to predict everything about a stranger, but I like to pay attention to people's comments first, because I think it's the best thing I can do. Pay attention. It's the thing that I want to pay back. When someone is concerned about my well-being, maybe a habit formation off of a mistake, I would like to try to pay attention to where that's coming from, right? Why do you think you have to correct my mistake? I want to know. And then they'll try to explain it, right? They'll try to explain it. And through the process of explaining it, I will learn a lot. I will learn a lot from where their apprehension comes from. Do they in fact struggle with it or not? Like, I can't answer those questions. I say it would be a likely case. It's a logical case that they may do that, right? And this is where I learn most of the time from my deductions. Deductions change over time, though. The internet changes, behavior changes. At least I think, like, behavioral idiosyncrasies change because the internet creates a lot of different social trends, and that's cool. That means I get to get on the internet, stream, and get challenged in those situations. The word I would use very loosely is projection. Someone who has a very strong emotional attachment to a specific trigger tend to project their circumstances. I could be smiling, I could be laughing, I could be drawing something on screen to help me solve a mistake, and that person will still feel very, very uncomfortable and tell me like, you're going about it the wrong way. This is the way to prevent this mistake from ever happening again. That there is a very disconnected moment, right? Like when I'm reviewing Duolingo, which I should have started 2 hours ago. Don't worry about it. When I'm reviewing Duolingo, the first thing someone says is Duolingo sucks. So what does that tell me about that person? Well, it tells me a lot of things, but I might as well ask them. Why is that? Just so you know, that person's response was Duolingo is the worst. And I'm like, okay. This is where I said the thing that they probably left after this. I don't want to I want to be a little bit more forward with you, but if you're using language like this, I can't understand anything. Like, it doesn't explain anything to me. So, with the most respect I can have, I can't really talk to you or exchange ideas if your generalizations are constantly like this, right? So then I proceeded to explain like, oh, this is how you evaluate things and whatnot, but that person was already long gone. So usually that's what happens. And fictitious is obviously joking because I know fictitious. Anyways, it'll be interesting. Sorry, you went to the toilet. Are you talking about me? Oh, no. I just kept going. I was talking about the inclined to make mistakes thing. I think a lot of times it's projection. Projection is a great way. We'll end with one thing. And then I had to do my Duolingo thing, so it would take like 3 hours. Happy dollars. When someone projects, I can't really talk with. Oh, no. That was the example. I would. No. That was the example. So, projection. I expect, and I think it's healthy. I think it's incredibly healthy, but it can be problematic depending on how you're who you're projecting at. For me, project away. I think it's healthy. If you're upset with Duolingo betraying your expectations, that's fair. I have happy dollars to pay for this. So if you're projecting and you're saying, Duolingo sucks, I need 100 happy dollars. 100 happy dollars. Here, I'll give you 100 happy dollars. So you can yell at me because I'm using Duolingo. And hear me out. I'll throw in 50 extra happy dollars. Please explain to me. Explain to me why Duolingo sucks. I may never see those happy dollars again. And in this case, yesterday, I didn't. That person left. Right? They didn't want to talk about it. It's like, oh, that's a shame. Like, it's pretty clear to me after 4 or 5 statements that the reason they even came across my channel was that I had Duo in the background of my canvas. Otherwise, I'm not even in the Duolingo section. They could have also typed Duolingo because my channel, my stream title has Duolingo in it. They are learning Korean and Hangul at that probably. So whatever I was writing on the screen, that was Hanzi. So there are not many logical ways that this person would have came across and be interested unless they said, oh yeah, I was just randomly bouncing around channels. It's like, wow, that's a lot of random. I don't know if you know how many people are in the co-studying and co-working section of Twitch, but that is some statistics that stars align. So if the stars align, Here's 50 happy dollars. I'll pay for your 100 happy dollars. Say Duolingo sucks. Now explain it to me. Voice it out, you know? Tell me you understand why Duolingo sucks. Because then we can have a common ground. Because I don't know Korean. I haven't used the 4 things you listed in Korean, like for Korean. We can talk about Squid Game, right? But my segue from Duolingo to Squid Game is because Duolingo had a sponsor collab with Squid Game 2. So that was going to be my segue. I have no experience with that. I asked the person, oh, how does this app work? And they instead choose their time to say how much Duolingo sucks instead. And my thought was, okay, so this person really, really wanted to tell me that Duolingo sucks. They're projecting their dismay with Duolingo. So my next step was, have you used Duolingo for Chinese? Maybe I can say something about Duolingo Chinese that is different from Duolingo Korean, because I can't say anything about Duolingo Korean. I legitimately said that in the beginning. Like, I'm sorry, I don't have any experience, but we can talk about something that has a common ground. Right? Feels bad, but we tried. Happy dollars for everyone. All right. Now I really need to go into the thing. So that's the end of HanziHero. Sorry guys, if you're not interested in this type of talk. I think it's very necessary. If you're not having a conversation like this with yourself, some people don't believe in internal monologues. Have a conversation with your close friend or another language learner. I think surrounding yourself with very encouraging, not praising. There's also a story for another time. The difference between praising and encouraging. I think an external source, when your motivation fails, right? There are external sources. Having this conversation is a natural part of the language learning process, in my opinion. If you're not having these discussions, fingers crossed. You might not need any of these quote unquote useless skills because they no longer apply to you, right? If you're successful in learning Chinese and Japanese without ever encountering these problems, who am I to stop you from doing that, right? So most of this stuff, I think I get on to stream and study in order to talk about this stuff too. I still get my job, I still quote unquote hit my whatever things I need to do and then some, largely due to the nature that I have these discussions. I know what motivates me. I know why things don't work for me at the time and how to make them work. If they simply don't work at all, then I know how to overcome it and use it as an selection factor or a way to determine what my next step is. Generally speaking, that becomes more of a mental norm when you actually do it. When the internet suggests you can always do the right thing all the time, the least practiced skill you have is probably solving a problem. Like having a disagreement with someone, which is kind of a zero-sum game at this point, right? On the internet, negotiating disagreements and willingness to share and mutually share opinions and exchange ideas, that's a zero-sum game now on the internet, in my opinion. 70 to 80% of the time, it's a zero-sum game. It's whoever leaves first, whoever gives up first, and it's a fast zero-sum game. Like, oh, okay, you said something I disagree with, I'm out. No, and then end. No potential. There's no potential at all. And what happens is that person will take their disagreements and go find someone that confers with them. And then that other person persists and go find someone that consoles them. I analyze it. And then I share it. So that other person must really, really hated Duolingo. I hope they're discovering their expectations are met with their new app and their new investments. And good luck with them. Maybe 100 and, maybe a year later, we might cross paths again. And it would be a really wonderful opportunity to reflect on what that person struck me as someone who just started Korean, maybe like 2 years in. I mean, not 2 years in, sorry, 2 months in at most. So they probably spent like 2 weeks on Duolingo, and it's like, no, let's go invest in this. So immediately bought like subscriptions to 2 apps, picked up a book, honeymoon period. That's my guess, but we'll never know. Well, I may never know, because zero-sum game. That person didn't want to stay to talk about it. And I have nowhere to go, obviously, because I was still streaming. So it's not me who left. It's the person who left. And that's my happy dollars, right? I'm the one who's dishing out happy dollars. And I will do it again. If that person comes back, I will continue to do that again. I try not to give up on people. I don't think the internet is there's enough parasocial relationships to make a child want to never talk to anyone ever again. It can make the internet has a remarkable ability to make adults and much older people feel so insignificant in their daily lives. I don't think I need to add to that. So that's probably my final statement for today on the whole. If everything seems confusing and you're being nuanced, I think, I hope that everyone has someone. If you're not motivated, they can motivate you, right? And then when you're motivated, you can motivate them. And that seems like a bare essential, I would say. So that person could be your parent. Like sometimes it could be a start of a new friendship with your parent, right? It's untapped resources. So find your source of motivation. Your rock could be your significant other, right? Your best friend could be your rock. I chose to illustrate a more pragmatic standpoint with like English and learning. But there are other people too. People can provide your rock as well. Motivation through learning together would be another source of motivation. So hopefully that's a more positive spin. I do not prefer to end on a cynical talking point. So, and I will, if it sounds very, some people do find me mansplaining a lot, or like they think I'm mansplaining. That's fair enough. And maybe I might sound a little condescending because I'm usually smiling when I'm talking about these things. But for every person that I might trigger, I think there are far more people that would benefit from someone smiling and saying, it's tough, but you got this. As opposed to, oh yeah, dude, seriously, just give up. Nah. Or if you're going to go in this, you fail big, okay? If you think you're gonna fail, you're gonna fail trying. Then I'm gonna smile along the way, and then we're gonna, just gonna kick it in the butt. If you fail, bring back company. Go grab some friends and start kicking the Hanzu in the butt. Earlier, someone said that Hanzu was kicking their butt, and I'm like, nah. Go grab some friends and go kick the Hanzu back. All right. This is the end of the HanziHero section. Good talk. I feel like now I'm bouncing between Pro Call later in the day and Gecko early in the day, so we're gonna have to negotiate some time or something. Hey, it's 6 a.m. You gotta go to sleep? Yeah. It's been great. Yeah, it's been great chatting. I hope you're doing well with everything, Prokop. I haven't really gotten the opportunity to ask you about how things are going. So hopefully you're sleeping well. Seeing that so late. Hopefully your sleep schedule is sustainable. This is an excellent chat. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to talk about deeper things. Yeah. Alright, folks. Conclusion, HanziHero. Thank you for chilling. If you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢, right? So for HanziHero section, 下次再聊吧, right? Chat next time. I'm gonna get up, go to the bathroom quickly, and we're gonna knock this out. We're gonna knock at least 15 constructs out before the end of the day. We're gonna solidly have 3 hours. Yeah, you do get into some bad habits, but you'll be more strict about getting to sleep early when I get back from break. Yeah, take care and enjoy your break. Enjoy your break. Thank you, folks. I'll be right back. Alright, folks. Welcome back. 欢迎大家回来. Okay, so we are into our day 2 of our Duolingo Chinese course wrap up, and then this is our 100-day review, right? It's been 200 days with the Chinese Duolingo course, and today, as explained previously yesterday, we have to reach a quota of 15 constructs. Now today I kind of went a little bit late. Yeah, we did a yapathon that I felt was a wonderful way of practicing some of the mental management. Without saying too much, it'll probably come up later on in tomorrow's discussion. Hopefully tomorrow's discussion. So today, 15 constructs. Let's go. Let's have it. I think it might be a little less than 15. We'll see how long. I'm thinking 15, 10 minutes each. 10 minutes each, that's 2.5 hours. We'll see if we can get 2.5 hours. What time is it? 1:12 a.m. All right. Okay. What unit are we on? 37. 38. What is unit 38? Family members. Unit 38 is family member. Okay. I'm only going to write the one character as opposed to writing them twice over, right? So yeah. So yeah. Right, yeah. Ooh, that's kind of big. Oops. Yeah. 9. Is there a stroke through it? I'm gonna say no. Oh, and I did figure out some errors as well. I'm gonna leave it like that. It looks okay. I did remember a few errors when I was reviewing yesterday. So right, ba. Ma, right. Mama. 哦，父母。Right. Yeah. Just one set. 哥哥。Right, 哥哥。弟弟。Yeah, 弟弟。弟弟。兄弟。兄弟。兄弟。兄弟。你看，姐姐。姐姐。 and Mei Mei. Mei Mei. We just got this in HanziHero today. Mei Mei. And then together we have these two together. So 兄弟姐妹, right? 兄弟姐妹 and 朋友 朋友 yeah, 朋友 friends are family too, you know. I know that sounded kind of cheesy. Something to describe family. So, oh, this one's kind of weird. How do I do this? I think this is part of it. So like this. Oh, that doesn't look. No. No. Hold up. I swear it's something like this. Hold up. Yeah. 像, right? 像 and then 一样. Yang 一样. Statement we have was Chuan. Chong. I don't know these things. Chong is, yeah, okay. It's Chong, and then we have like an example. Hoang Yifu. I just got Yifu, Huang Yifu. I'm not sure if that tone is correct. Okay, Huang. The 2 or 3? It's 2. Huang, and then Yifu. Yifu. Right, who? HanziHero says it's 2. I thought it was 3. Or a neutral. I'll have to check that in the future. Which radical? Is this simplified? No, it's not truncated. Yifu. What else we got? Gun. Relationships. Gun. Second gun. One's gun. Which gun? This gun. Gun. Yes. Gun. Guan. Guanxi. Guanxi. Guan is Guanxi. Or relations. And then there was a separate group for food. How do I do this food thing? I'll do it here. Chi, 吃 and 吃过. Okay. Joe. Joe. Yo. 右条. I could use I could use like youtiao right now. It's kind of delightful. I remember having it with Joe actually. Doujiang. Is it 2 dots or 1 dot? 1 dot. And then water. Doujiang. Baozi. 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 Long. I'm not sure if this is right to left or left to right. No. This is left to right. I think it's like this. 小笼包. Suddenly got smaller. That's fine. 小笼包, 拉面, 这拉. Yeah, 这拉. Not the other 拉. 这个拉不是那个拉。拉面拉面点心。Wait, yeah, this thing. Dim sum. 火锅。Like that? Ooh, that looks a little weird. Yeah, no, this is fine. 火锅. And here, I can think of one more. 炒饭, right? 炒饭. Tall has fire in it too. Small. You. Tall. Fun. Simplified. All fun. Yes. Okay. I think that's good. Units. What are we on? Unit 39. Unit 39 has lots of things. I think this is the large one. That has some elements of travel, lots of locations, and then some things about buying, traveling to places and buying stuff. And then there's some modifiers and the seasons. Okay, this is kind of big. This one is a little bit easier to remember because it's categorical, right? I used to get these two mixed up. These two characters. This character and another character. Wait, is there a stroke through here? I think there's a stroke through. Yeah. E. 姐姐, right? 姐姐. That looks awful. That's okay. Ah. Okay, 姐姐. So seasons, right? Is it 2 or 3? I feel like it's Chen Xia. Xia. Leaf, or actually 100. Or is it 100? Leaf, sun. I don't actually have a name for that yet. Xia, qiu, qiu, dong, dong. Okay, that covers seasons. Now I have like random words. Random words alert. Gun, just gun. Gun. 大概. Oh no, 大概. Tree. Silver. Right? No, wait. Abbreviated silver. Tree, abbreviated silver, maybe? Oh no. I'm not sure if this is abbreviated. I should have double checked. And then whatever I call this thing. I might be missing a stroke here. Right. That guy. Maybe. It looks okay. There's also... Is it? Oh. Right. Oh, 10. Oh, 10. So after. And 前天. Or. Okay. More and more. 越来越. Which is 越. I think 越来越 is a pretty... Why are you writing kanji on my computer screen? I'm writing Hanzi on my computer screen because I'm reviewing my units from the Duolingo chapter. I'm reviewing vocabulary from Duolingo chapter. Hmm. 越来越. That might be no. Close enough. 越来越. More and more. Jing something. 经过. Pass through. 经过. This is how I review. 经过. And 全是. 全是. 是. 是. Nan. Oh. 骑到. 骑到. Early and late. Early and late. If you're late, traffic jam. 堵车. Where are we going with this? 越来越 地方. Now we're looking at locations, right? 地方. Different locations. 城市 no. 城市 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 城市公园 公园 公园 is different. Yes. Simplified. Oops. 公园 咖啡馆 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 图书馆 图书馆 like in Australia. Oh no. Water. You take dot, box, rice, and big, right? I think it's this Lee, Lee, and then this Ya.澳大利亚人 locations check. Now we have position. 附近 close 附近 or next. 附近 附近 下 上面下面下面中间中间of other stuff. Jiao, old and new. Sing. Sing. Da ze. Da ze. For discount. Da ze. One to change. Oh no. No. One is a little bit different. Like this. Ugh. It's like extended, right? One to change. One. Tui. 退货. That's to return goods. 退货. So 汇款 is to I think that's refund. Oh no, wait, refund is a different one. This is one is return goods and then one is to no, one's a refund. I think 退货 is to return goods. 退款 is for refund. Which is yeah. I think I might have added an extra stroke there. And then this one might be shorter. No. I think we're good. So the top one's longer. Whoops. Things to buy. So皮鞋 皮鞋 皮鞋 leather shoes and 袋子 right 袋子 bag now colors 红色 白色 白色 okay next one. 40. Unit 40. Hmm. We only did 2 so far, and I'm already tired. No. Oh no. Today's gonna be a little rough. Unit 4. There's some days, some expressions. Oh, it's habits. Habits. And also, yeah, largely habits. Eating is a habit. So, habits. Okay. 习惯. Oh no, this one's kind of weird. I'm gonna say it's... What was the order on this? I don't think this was the order. We'll go with it. Oh no, I don't know if it crosses the entire box or not. We'll just leave it not crossing the box. Yeah. 习惯. Okay. 马上. There's lots of expressions. 马上. Why does this look awful? It's okay. 像. 马上. 一定要. 只要. No, 只是. Yeah. 只是. 是. 只是一边 以后 以前 记了 and 去了 记 记了 去了 that's this at 2, 2 down like this. Get across. Heal. So habits. Habits is. Okay.洗澡No, wait. That water. Or is it a tree? Tree, right? Or is it a person? Tree. Tree looks good. 洗澡洗小洗澡洗小刷牙刷牙 brush teeth 做梦做梦 guy chilling underneath trees 讲讲故事oh, that doesn't look so great. Try that again. And 看电影 two sun, right? Let's just do 是看电视Oh, I don't know. That's fine. 睡觉 1, 2, 3 cut 3 down right 睡觉Oh, wait. Probably the 睡觉 sleep. And we have directions. No, eating stuff. Okay, got this in HanziHero already too. Hey, Feng, Nanfeng. Oh, we didn't get south though of all the things. Nanfeng, La, this La, spicy La. It's like that. I think so. Spicy lunch, sure, after. Ooh. I think that was yen or salty or salt, yen. And xian. Saw xian today. Ooh. Like the salty and simplified. Crazy. Cool. Bitter. Cool. And tian. Sweet. Tian. So Thai, right? Thai. Thai. 饺子 also 饺子 饺子 oh no, no leader in here.饺子. All right, 40 complete. Wait a minute. 41. School. School in cardinal direction.附中小学 Oh no, wait, it's like kind of describing people actually. This is a describing people chapter. 个子 because that's height. Okay, 个子 and 酱 or chang, but 酱 in this case. 酱 养大 lao, right? Grow up, lao, old, lao, 老人 old people. 年近 young 年近 left hand, right hand. Get this in WaniKani actually. Interesting. 右左小左小glasses, wearing glasses. 眼镜 silver 眼镜 C simplified glass. I think it's 2. Oh, that's 2 seems right. 3 seems too much. 眼镜眼镜 die. Complicated die. 2, 3. Yeah, die. To wear. 在在见面 Uh-oh. Fine. 在见面 聊天 to chat 聊天 and 又会又 Actually, yeah. 又会 Uh-oh. Am I gonna stick with Uh-oh. Oops. Oh well. No. 年纪 grade 一一个人，自己有自一一一张一张 ，no， no， 一直自己一般generally we have verb operate, right? 现，然后最后对后最后 oh that got a little bigger. Position and peeps. 地址地址地址有I think the second stroke is longer, right? Go away. Go away. Me Lu. What? No. Wait. No, the first one. Ooh. So address, surrounding area, get lost, right? And now we write about directions, walking direction. One hole, right? 脚走 walk walk backwards. 前 forward straight ahead. 前 右 right right 左 and then北边 north side 北边 I don't know bee sting 南边南边东边 and 西边 all right 41 my fingers kind of hurt okay. 42 all right, guess squeeze 42 in here. Yeah, 42. "42" is studying, and then going on travel because of studying. So basically, the cliche story, right? Cliche story of motivating yourself to learn a different language. Okay. Con努力 努 what is the top left right? Con努力学 learn 学很多很多种 saw 种 today. Oh no, wait, it's a different Zhong. Oh no, it was traditional. That's right, it was traditional, I think. Zhong Zhong 遗憾 oh no not 遗憾遗言遗言语言语言很早很早很早2个月两个月 no 年 put in 2 years 2个年后来 oh that wasn't after actually last year and next year this is 后来 after 后来中文和中文 汉字，汉字的水平，水平提高了，like this? No, doesn't look. 提高，提高了。靠。Oh wait, it's just one character.考试 S 考试很容易容 house. Wait, yes. 容易 I think so. It's related to Yasashi. 好的，很好，非常好。Okay, so because of that, we're going traveling. Hold on, I'm gonna sneeze. Excuse me. 离开家。离开家去旅游。Right? Yes. 旅游。Need certain things. 需要 No, wait. That doesn't look. It's thickly. 需要 Don't forget. Oh, 几乎 almost not. 几乎 几乎 got Wang today. Well, 忘记 what to not forget. Passport. Oh, 护照 not 护照 yeah 护照 yes. So 行李 yeah, these are two that I get mixed up. Sing and T because of the top thing. Oh, 行李 luggage and visa. 签章 visa, which we take. So we take it to 安全检查 安全 检查 yeah 安检海关海关well, that's pretty much chill. In the on the airport. 在机场登顶 so wait 登bottom 登飞机起飞 which 起飞起起飞对 okay. I need a smaller unit. $43. 43 is vacation. No, 43 is feelings. 43 is feelings. Hmm. Re kind-hearted, 热情. Oh, 热情. What is this exercise I'm doing? I am recording part 2 of a 3-part thing reviewing the last 100 days of the Duolingo Chinese course, which happens to be the conclusion of the Duolingo Chinese course. So been 200 days total, but it's been the last 100 days since I reviewed. So today I'm supposed to write out at least 15 of the mnemonic constructs that I have for each unit. So what are we on? Where do we even start today? I think we started on 38. Yeah, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're only 6 of 15, so still got a while to go. It's a little bit late today. I might not get to the 15. The more I do today, the less I have to do tomorrow. And then we do like a summary of what comes next and things, retrospection. Kind of like a review or an exam kind of thing. We gotta keep ourselves honest, basically. You have any interest in Chinese and or Japanese? We've already finished our 3-part for Japanese. For the time being. 热情人. 热情人. Ding. 经常. 经常. 货. 出货. No. 遇到. 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 That's a little big. Yidao. Basically just went over all the possible syllables. Yidao. You're learning Chinese right now, but you haven't used Duolingo. It's interesting to see the overlap. Ooh, what have you been using? Yeah, right now we're doing HanziHero to bolster our vocabulary. So that's our newest project. That was a little bit before this. So we're about like a months in to HanziHero to bolster our and Duolingo uses simplified Chinese. The HanziHero we're on the traditional course. And so far it's gone pretty well. It's probably going to take like a month, half a year or so before we encounter things that aren't like the majority or overlaps. So yeah. One Xing. Yeah, feel free to follow along if you're already like way ahead or something. It's always nice to get like a review. Do you write at all? Or I'll just keep going as I'm. Xiangbang. Where are you at? And I would love to hear the way you're going about it. Xiangbang. Your wife is Chinese? Oh well, yeah. Then you don't even need to just talk with your family. You've been practicing speaking and listening with your family. Are are you multicultural couple? I adore a multicultural, not biased at all, but I adore multicultural couples. I happen to be multicultural. However, my parents are they're diaspora. So my parents are diaspora. I'm second generation. ABC, if you will, if you're used to the American denomination. I'm an American born Chinese. So I was illiterate until a year ago. Or 200 days ago, I was illiterate. I could not read. You're Filipino American. Oh. Oh. Nice. Filipino probably the in terms of like other Americans, other fellow like second gens and plus Filipino, Korean, and Vietnamese are probably the most common. I myself haven't actually met other obviously outside of Chinese American, but I haven't met a Japanese American. Actually, I might have, but they were only acquaintances. Filipino, huh? Your wife's family were so confused when they met you. They had only heard I was American before meeting you. Listen, do you make adobo for your wife? I'm just saying. My fondest memories about my I had a childhood friend that was Filipino American. His father was multi-generational, a Caucasian, but his mother was Filipino, and she made this delightful adobo that sort of we're no longer we've been estranged for some time now, but I talk about food all the time as per the usual ritual when it comes to meeting another multicultural person. I think food is a wonderful way to connect and bridge cultures aside from language. I don't imagine your wife is interested in I don't actually know what is the Philippines national language. And what is the common language in it? I feel like the Philippines might have multiple languages. You mostly help her with making Chinese food. I see. My parents used to run Chinese restaurants. They're since retired. I'm a little bit on the old side of things, so both my parents are categorically senior citizens now. Do you do any language exchange? That's kind of neat. I have so many questions. I talk a lot about I get excited when I talk to people who are around multiple cultures. It feels it's a very comforting topic. Yeah, so Tagalog, right? Tagalog, but it's like China where there are a lot of dialects. Okay. And I don't imagine you preserved some of your dialects. I'm also I'm not sure if your wife could be. Oftentimes, depending if you're like on the East Coast or the West Coast, if you're on East Coast, there's a higher chance that your wife might be Fujianese. I have yet to meet a Fujianese person as I was learning Mandarin or like streaming for the last like 6+ years. But when there's a chance, it's often the United States. Often. So I do speak a dialect as well. That's why I also need to learn Mandarin, because my parents and I exclusively speak a dialect. Yeah, Hujiwa. Most Filipinos speak Tagalog, English, and their home dialect. Your dad speaks 4 languages, actually. English. Oh, Hokkien. Dang it. Yeah, so it's not Fujian. That's the yeah, unfortunately, not Fujianese. But Fujian would be Hokkien. Hokkien shares the same area. Shares the same area as Fujian, or like Fujianese is the other dialect that's next to Hokkien. I have yet to meet someone who says they speak Hokkien and know what I'm saying, but it would be cool. And then I see that, so that's the name of your regional dialect. Is that an I or an L? Ilocano? Ilocano? I don't know how to pronounce Filipino names. Do you happen to speak the dialects? Do you happen to speak your dialect with your father? You haven't preserved any of your parents' language, sadly. We speak English at home. My parents do not speak English. Or they could say yes and no and stuff, but I have exclusively largely acted as their interpreter most of their lives. And since now they're senior citizens, I still do that most of the time. So it would be interesting to know if either your wife or your extended family knows Fujianese. I've yet to meet anyone. It's not that big of a small world, especially given that you're in the United States. But I don't imagine they teach the dialects anywhere. I can't learn Fujianese anymore as well, because diaspora and dialects are not formally taught in, even if you try to dig through like the Chinese interwebs, you might find like one. I found like one video. And then the rest are from Chinese Americans stateside that occasionally talk about that weird situation where you can't read anything and you can't speak very well the national language. And here I am, of course, just to share a little bit. It's cool that yeah, there's no more perfect source than your significant other for learning a new language. Funnily enough, your father learned Hokkien in school. Oh, interesting. There's a big Chinese diaspora in Ilo. Oh, really? That's so neat. The last person that I know that has Hokkien influence and whatnot. They speak Mandarin, but they also speak Malay. So the Malaysian Chinese, and he's a pretty spry kid. So we're talking about someone who's almost completing high school. So I met a Malaysian recently who has Malaysian Chinese, and Malaysian Chinese is influenced by Hokkien too. A lot of things outside are influenced by Hokkien, like Taiwan, for example. But there's no mutual intelligibility with other kinds. Yeah, not really. Yeah, you showed him some Taiwanese Hokkien and you don't understand it. Yeah, and Fujonese is very similar too. Um, Fujonese, I don't even know what Hokkien sounds like. Like the Hokkien from the Fujian area. I don't even know what that sounds like. They're all unintelligible to each other. Isn't that crazy? I imagine your Filipino dialect is the same, right? The Filipino dialects are unintelligible to each other. I haven't. I will listen to this evening if I finished my. Yeah, I see that it says eggplant egg. Yeah. No, but is this Hokkien? Is this the Taiwanese Hokkien? Yeah. 我買中文話，你普通話，right？只係胡椒話，胡椒話買誒咩？你唱歌練來，聲音講話聲音，講話裡，maybe I'll have to listen to it. Right. They sing a lot of songs in Hokkien. Okay. I actually had no people didn't come up to me and say, hey, you should listen to this because of Hokkien. So that's kind of cool. I didn't even actually know there are groups that decide to sing in Hokkien instead of like Mandarin. Intriguing. Very neat. Does your wife speak a dialect as well? What is your home dialect called? I just call it Fujianese. That's what my parents call it. It's a dialect that originates around the Fuzhou area, which Fuzhou happens to be the capital city of the Fujian area. That's the reason why this has become popularized, Fujonese, is to separate it from Hokkien, because I can't understand Hokkien. There's no way. Yeah, they're both in the Fujonese. They're both in the Fujian area. So when you say like Fujian, you can be referring to both of these. And the people in the Chinese restaurants, right? Like if you're in the East Coast Chinese restaurant, like in New York City or something, and you have the takeout place, your Americanized takeout place. If you look at Americanized Chinese things, the mass immigration, the last big immigration, it was Fujianese people. So whenever you see an operated mom and pop shop that is trying to sell incredibly cheap food, that is the your Americanized palate. Americanized palate, that's Fujianese. So you'll probably see she only speaks Mandarin, okay, but she can't understand her parents' home dialect. Interesting, pretty neat. I actually have never heard of Fujianese. You've only heard of Hokkien? Yeah. So Fuzhou is the city name. And due to like Americanizing it, I basically just add knees to the end. It's not just me, but this is to make sure that there's no way of confusing that I don't understand Hokkien. Hanzhou? Oh. Hoang's right. It's from a specific. I see. Yeah, someone else told me. Someone else told me after looking on the internet. I think I would say roughly there's still like 50. I want to say 50 dialects that could possibly see a stateside thing, like a diaspora thing. I'm not sure. There are like, if you're in the upper limits, there are like hundreds of dialects, right? But I think 50 might make some appearance as diaspora. I don't think all 100 can be found outside of China. Fuzhou Hua. Fuzhou Hua is probably one of the more common ones in the United States. And then you have your northern, southern provinces. Neat. How do you learn and speak with your wife? And I'm guessing you're not into writing. Have you done some writing? I'm usually on the writing side of things here. How long has it been? And also, awesome that you're interested in language learning because of your wife. It's such a fun activity. You've heard similar things from linguists, but it's funny how in the US we just think of Mandarin and Canto. Yeah. Have you seen the viral videos when someone goes to New York City Chinatown? I'm talking about a specific someone who made it very obvious, but that's I think I don't know what he referred it to as, but yeah, when you enter any Chinatown in the United States, you're likely to encounter that dialect. It's very soft spoken, a lot more soft spoken, I would say. What can I give you an example of? Like, la mian, no mian. So no mian, la mian. 小笼包, I don't know what 小笼包 is. Nong, nong, ning, bao, I don't know what that is. 点心, 点心 is probably the same actually. 火锅, I don't know about 火锅. 包子 is still 包子. There are some common ones. Like Joe, like for porridge. Joe, juk, chi, chi, sit, 谢过了, right? 谢过 instead of 吃过. 谢过. 后天. I don't even think we use 天. Try. 公园. Same thing, I think. 公园. Oh man. Yeah, I don't use these words at all. Oh no. Maybe something conversational. Like ni hao, right? Ni hao. Goodbye. Actually, I don't know how to say 再见. I don't know what 再见 is. 你吃了没? Right? Sit. Have you eaten? 你吃了没? 你吃了饭吗? 你吃了饭? Yeah, 你吃了饭吗? 你吃了没? 2个月. 哪年外? No, not 哪年外. 哪年? Yeah, 哪年? 哪年外? 哪年外 is 2 weeks. 2个 weeks. weeks. I think I think you know what you're talking about is like Xiao Ma, yeah, Xiao Ma. Yep, Xiao Ma is his name. I'll need to review these before you go back to your yeah, it's Xiao Ma. He goes by Xiao Ma. Yep. He did a little walkthrough. Although I doubt I'll be able to shock name. Actually, if you say like Ni hao Kirang, their eyes will glisten. It's very whenever you pick up a dialect and say a couple like specific phrases, honestly, while it might not be shock, it might be like admiration, right? Respect. Like ni hao is ni hao, right? Ni hao, ni hao. And then kirang is everything. It's thank you, you're welcome, sorry, please. Kirang. I found it really awkward when I was learning that. It's like, oh, like how do you say please? Kirang. It's like, what happens when someone does something for you and you say thank you? Kirang. Like, oh, okay. There is a 谢谢. 谢谢 is 谢谢. 谢谢 is 谢谢. Kirang is more like it's almost like 请问. 请问 or 麻烦你, right? May I bother you for something? Kirang. Key dying. Is that a close ramen time? Oh, wait. How can I key dying? I think the closest is key. Darn. Key darn. Key dying. Unfortunately, Arn is like kind of a G. This sound doesn't necessarily exist in Mandarin. There's not a lot of this. So nya, nyar. It's like the nasalization. So ki darn. Instead of saying ki darn, ki darn, ki darn. So it's like arn. What's another one? A good example of this. Nga. Nga is ni, right? Ni, wa, right? No. Ni, sorry. Ni is you. Bad example. So like ni, right? You have ni, which is you, ni, and ni, nu. So instead of you, it's nu. So most of the stuff has this ng, which honestly, I think other languages, other dialects do have this stuff. Like when. Where like they write this, but they're pronouncing it differently. I think Vietnamese. But yeah, kirang. You say kirang ni bang wai me soi hold up. 请问 right? 请问你可以帮我买一袋苹果 right? 请你帮我买手包苹果 right? 苹果冰果 so same thing. It's you might think it's close enough, but I think that's a placebo on my part. So if I said it to someone else, it might be unintelligible. But in my head, it sounds similar. But I've been told that is not the case, right? Once I pointed it out, it's like right? Do you hear the similarities? But then I'm pretty convinced that it's not intelligible. It's probably my brain mixing up the Mandarin and the Fujianese. At least that's what I've been told. Totally, I was like, this all sounds Viet to me. Yeah, doesn't sound similar at all. Yeah, in my head. So, do you speak multiple languages, right? I'm not sure. You know, you get to a point where your head can speak a language, but you can also translate the language in at the same time, or like back and forth. So what I'm saying, 에킹니, right? 에킹니, 방와이, 에킹니 방와이, 저 서이다예, right? I'm thinking of it in Mandarin right now. So if I can think of it in Mandarin while I'm saying that I think that it's close to Mandarin. So it's a little, I don't know. It's I call it, I don't have a name for this, but I call it the multilingual brain, where sometimes you go like, I did me, right? Oh, that's okay. Like, I'm sorry to hear that. Kelasima, right? Where you start putting in the words, but when I'm saying kelastima, I'm saying oh shame or oh darn in Spanish. But I prefer to say that than say, oh, that's shame. That's a shame. It's like sukasa es mi casa, right? Sukasa es mi casa. It doesn't sound the same. It doesn't hit the same as your house, you know, my house is your house. Or mi casa es su casa. I said it backwards. My God, you get that sometimes when you're trying to learn a few language at the same time. Yeah. Whenever I start thinking about, oh, I can't remember something, my response when I say, oh, what is this? It's going to tell you which language I was thinking in. So, you know, when I'm thinking in Spanish, when I'm thinking in Spanish, it's just K. It's like K. And then when I'm doing Japanese, I'm like, sol da ne. And in Chinese is usually 这是什么? Like 什么这什么是? And then in Fujianese is 买什么？我应该买。是买，我不知道这是什么。我买几次呢？ We're trying to just focus on Chinese now. It was getting to be too much. Yeah. That's understandable. How do you have any way of telling? What about legibility? Do you like reading? Can you read this stuff? I've always wondered that. I'm gonna keep on writing here. Gotta keep going. I had so much wonderful little discussions here today. Running like late. 别人, right? 别人. 别人. Oh yeah, you can read. I think pretty much most of what you have there. Nice. How are you doing that? It's like how's your wife getting you to do that? I wonder. I think we're about on the same, which makes it great practice for you as well. Oh, okay. Yeah. How did you do that when you're like speaking and listening to your wife? I'm really beginner level. Like reading takes me a very long time. It's one of those things like now that I've gotten a bunch of things out, I have to hear it before I understand it. So like qi, right? 迟到, if I know this means late now, but if I heard 迟到, I would be more likely to know the meaning based on the sound beforehand. So it's been a very interesting ride. Finally getting like words and writing to these sounds that I've been hearing like most of my life. 别人看起来when your wife and you watch shows, we always have Chinese subtitles on. Is it like the double stacking Chinese? I really like the double Chinese. Oh, and oh yeah, you mentioned Pleco earlier, actually. Sorry. I missed the... Oh, I missed a lot of your stuff. Sorry. I droned on for too long. There's a home dialect. You've heard... Okay. Your wife's English is super good. She's actually a PhD herself. Oh. Yeah. Really, though? Asian... That's like a Asian... That's like an Asian B to get a PhD. I'm kidding. So we almost always speak in English unless her parents are here. Or I asked her to help you practice. I see. I missed that. And then you mentioned Pleco earlier. I totally missed that. I remember reading it and then I totally glossed over it. Yeah, I haven't used Pleco yet. Let's see. I'm trying to... When you watch your show, you learn a lot of characters just from the subtitles and you save them in Pleco. I see. Thankfully, most Chinese shows come with subtitles. Netflix is also pretty good about subbing in Chinese. You know what I really enjoy about the old school Chinese stuff? When they're when they had the English subtitles right on top of the Chinese. That's what I grew up with. Like when you're watching like Journey to the West, right? For example, I watched a lot of Journey to the West. And whenever you get like TVB stuff that comes out of Hong Kong and stuff, you would have also sometimes they speak in Cantonese and I can't really tell if I was listening to Cantonese or Mandarin. That's a problem too. Not now, but it used to be a problem where I couldn't discern if I was speaking Cantonese, I was listening and replying in Cantonese, or was I replying and speaking Mandarin. It was a whole mess up there. But they used to have those double stacked subtitles where you have the English right on top of the thing, and that was pretty cool. You're reaching maximum Asian levels for sure. Chinese PhD in statistics. You've never watched Journey to the West or any of the other classic. Listen, I don't think my parents really like Journey to the West either. But I do. I watch I've scoured the world and the internet for Journey to the West. For Journey to the West references, yo. Like, I watched an Australian production of The Monkey King. That's probably the most desperate I've been. I think the show was pretty good. It's about guilty pleasure. Yeah, guilty pleasure is totally anything related to Journey to the West. And even video games, Beyond Good and Evil is loosely Journey to the West, right? And let's not talk about Black Myth Wukong, right? But Enslave, that really old game, it was loosely Journey to the West. We're talking about loose Journey to the West. Hats off to Dragon Ball as well, right? The late Akira Toriyama. Or is it Toyoyama? Oh man, get his last name. I mess up one of his syllables all the time. You're Filipino? What's a Filipino classic? I gotta get cultured. I don't actually know what a I know the whitewash. Yeah, that's perfectly fine. I mean, I'm Asian American, so I actually I really do appreciate both. I enjoy the idea that people take different interpretations. Like I would love to see a multi-generation Americanization of the messages in Journey to the West. I don't actually know what that would look like. There isn't a creation that's unapologetic, right? There are some great examples of different things, though, like The Departed by Martin Scorsese. The Departed was a great example of something from Chinese media, Infernal Affairs, cop drama. So there are unapologetic examples where they like westernize it but use the concept. I really like that idea because it kind of resonates with me. Like I want to hear what it's like, for example, for you, what it's like to be Filipino American learning Mandarin and like experiencing Chinese folklore through the lens of a Filipino American. That sounds like I could share beer or coffee or whatever your source of beverage, and you can yap all day, and I'd be pretty attentive in listening to that. I'm a little old now, but seeing that your wife, I'm inferring, seeing that your wife also has a PhD, I feel like it's pretty safe that we both belong to a similar generation, so we won't have a generational gap. But as I grow older, I just like hearing people talk about their lives, because the average age, by the time you get to this age around 40, there's no shortage of amazing stories. We're all locked into some very particular aspects and perspectives now, and that can't be substituted anymore, right? As a child, lacking experience, it could turn out to be anything, right? But once you get into like your middle ages, I can't believe I'm saying that. Once you get into your middle age, I'm about to become middle age. People have amazing stories. You don't have to live 80 or 90 to have amazing stories. DBZ is your Journey to the West? Okay, fair enough. I heard from somewhere that Journey to the West is based on a Buddhist monk going to India, learning, Sanskrit, and bringing the text back to China. Neat stuff. I think it's the other way around. Wait, no. I'm not sure which direction they were going. I think the journey to the west is when they're going to go in that direction, and then they are. I actually don't know which direction they were going. Were they going towards to hand the script, like to hand the thing, or are they going away? That's a good question. That's a really good question. Something I should really know. But yes, it's their pilgrimage, right? It's the monk's pilgrimage to enlightenment, to reach Buddha, to reach enlightenment, and it's a really interesting folklore. Very. I won't be too pedantic about it. Maybe one day. You assume they were going to the west. I know, fictitious, but I'm not sure if it's like west to distribute the teachings of Buddha, or was it they're going to west to deliver the scripture? I forgot. I should really watch. I think they were at times doing both, but I don't know which one it is. Oh no. Anyways, I have to clear up that detail. But yeah, they were most definitely heading west. Ironically, you grew up watching Jean-Claude Van Damme. I did too, actually. Along with Jackie Chan and the Jackie Chan crew, like Sammo Hung and stuff. Sammo and Jackie go back, and then Jet Li was thrown in there, right? Jet Li, Jackie, Samo, and they also overlap with Jean-Claude Van Damme. And I did not Chuck Norris anything, so I was after Chuck Norris. I missed the Chuck Norris bandwagon. It was more Jean-Claude Van Damme for sure. Like Bloodsport, for example. Yeah, Filipinos. Yeah, Filipinos do love that stuff. I do get that impression. Yeah, I'm not in my 20s. It would be amazing to be in my 20s with a PhD. So that kind of tells me that your wife might be like a baller. Is she a baller? Like, did she just knock out her PhD in like 3 years or something? I can kind of see that as a Chinese thing. Don't tell your wife that. I took a while longer. Like my parents are not coming from an educated background, so I had to figure out what college was like, and then what going to graduate school was like, and how to decide if I wanted to go to med school or something. So I had to figure all that stuff out. We took like 2 years to do research, and then another 2 years here and whatnot. And it's been a while now. I am 6+ years out from my PhD. So there could be a chance there's a decade difference between us, I suppose. Could be. Depending on recency. Yes, we're pretty close in age. Oh, okay. Okay. You're missing some details of the story because you learned it from a bunch of old white dudes at the local Zendo. That's so cute. I find knowledge and the acquisition of knowledge incredibly endearing. So regardless of how situationally maybe fragmented and or mixed, or how you achieve that information, I think the story of achieving that knowledge is incredibly interesting and wholesome to me. The only part of Chuck Norris bandwagon you caught was the Chuck Norris joke. Same here. The only thing I learned, and like Jean-Claude Van Damme and Chuck Norris, I think overlapped in their appeal, and I only know of Chuck Norris through the thing. So I kind of missed the Bruce Lee era as well. I did not like I watched Bruce Lee stuff, and that's the closest thing to Chuck Norris, because Chuck Norris was in one of the movies. one of Bruce Lee's movies. I don't know which one it is. Was it 2? Was it 2? I think it's the second movie. I don't know if it's the second or third, and I don't even know what their titles are called anymore. Way of the Dragon? I don't know. Something like that. She's a baller, but she was the standard 6+ years. Ah, okay. Yeah, mine was 6+ years too. I took 2 extra years to decide if I wanted to go to med school or go the PhD route. Also, you're grateful for anyone who dedicates themselves to learning, especially dedicated to PhD at any point. Yeah. So how do you negotiate? Do you have a PhD too? No pressure though. No pressure. You can always start now. I'm kidding. If there's anything that I would impart when it comes to PhD is, you can add PhD to the end of your name, but you can't take the PhD out of an intellectual, right? So if you're an intellectual that is ever curious, that's the soul of anyone who pursues a lifetime of education. So a title and whatnot doesn't necessarily define how intellectually curious and exploratory someone is, right? PhDs are the ones slowly dragging our species forward. The rest of us are just nonsense. if I had a joke about, it would take, oh man, I was gonna make like a science joke, like an over-analyzed science joke. People who move fast are definitely not people who deliberate on every single action. You left after your master's, but maybe in the future? Ooh, what did you have a master's? Oh, actually, I didn't ask. What is your educational background in and what was your wife's, if I may ask, if it's not too personal? My PhD was in molecular biology. My PhD was in molecular biology. I had an emphasis on retroviruses, or more like genetic components. Genetic components. Like mutations and chromatin related things. Move fast, break things can be pretty dangerous. Yeah, it can lead to emergent properties though. You know, emergent properties. When you break things and you fix things, it can be very educational, right? When we break things and we fix it, very revealing sometimes. Sometimes you need to break things in order to know how they work. You're both statisticians. Oh, well now. There's no amount of my PhD that will circumvent my deficiency in statistics. I barely get by with bioinformatics. I barely get by. And it's been getting close to a decade since I touched anything that deal with large data sets. Very novice. Your wife is focused on statistical genetics. Oh, speaking of bioinformatics, yeah, doing a lot of work on sequencing data. That was part of my thesis. Parsing high throughput sequencing data and trying to make sense of it. But those were the early days. I can only imagine what your wife does now. Although science does have this resistance to change when it comes to integrating technologies. However, at the time I was parsing data using R, high throughput sequencing data. It was the trend when I finished. It was trending when I finished. Bioinformatics is no joke. You took a class in it, mad respect. Dude, I didn't get educated in it. It was like the proving grounds, right? It was I think at this point, if you're going to become a PhD in genetics, it's most likely going to be standard. I think right at the time that I was graduating, it was already, the boat has sailed. The boat has sailed already. So it's not part of general education requirements. Like when you enter a PhD program for molecular biology and or anything related to the umbrella, like cellular, molecular, structural biology umbrella, I think they probably have to incorporate some sort of bioinformatics course. And yeah, I was way past that. It was already too late for me. It's kind of like in the future, you know, deep learning is a standardized practice. So if you go into school and you're not educated on deep learning, regardless of your intellectual discipline, that would put you at a very large disadvantage, pragmatically speaking. So I can only imagine what the graduate students nowadays are looking at. They're probably bumbling around with how to standardize the deep learning courses and whatnot to filter in for general education requirements. I imagine you still work in statistics. T square. I'm not, so that's also an edge that you have. I am a dull edge. I'm a very dull edge. I wanted to be an educator. That was my original goal. An educator. Oh, Tommen. Tommen, your doll. You sound like a very cute couple. Yeah. A lot of PhDs in our department, we focus on statistical genetics and biostats. You think it takes I think take bioinformatics now, not a requirement, but pretty popular elective. Oh. You do work as a statistician, but you like to teach as well. It's kind of a dream job. Yeah, you see, here's where it cuts differently. I don't know if you find this a very sobering or pessimistic or maybe a realistic thought. Teaching nowadays is a dream job because it's not sustainable, pragmatically speaking. We have a lot of obligations in the United States, right? And teaching has become more of a dream job because in order to find it sustainable with the balance of life and like expenses and whatnot, it is a dream job in a different sense of the word now. Like being satisfied with your mental state, your balance, work-life balance, you know, the systems, foundations, and demand and reasonable like things. It's become a dream job in more than what I would like to admit. It's kind of one of those things like what's a dream job? A musician, right? And oftentimes the dream, to live the dream, is to do that for a living. And oftentimes when I think of teaching nowadays, if you're not incredibly exceptional, it's not sustainable. You don't get to do it without running yourself dry, right? And I know that sounded a little pessimistic, but I tend to say that those who are able to, I have all the most admiration for them. I've chose a different vocation or a different medium to disseminate or practice whatever teaching approaches that I have curated over the years and adapted to a medium, right? That's why you probably find me on YouTube and Twitch. I have the idea of curating maybe some experience and then maybe reapplying to a different form of teaching in the future. But yeah, it's a dream job indeed. Although, hear me out. I am not obligated. There's a few things that I'm not obligated anymore. And that is to say conservatively. If I lived and died alone now, it would be a pretty comfortable life without necessarily having to teach, to be paid to teach. So I like to do it freely instead. Obviously, freely means I have no credibility nor leverage, and I would be operating in a capacity that's not professional. So with that said, I typically don't mislead and take people on a trip to determine that I'm professional or not, because I really do believe in professionalism. So getting certified, being held accountable, and all that stuff comes first. You like teaching when you were at the university? Nowadays it would definitely be tough if you weren't actually financially secure. Yeah, you probably run yourself ragged most of the time. There's a very high, I want to say there's a very noticeable deficiency that results in a demand on anyone who takes up that position right now, and it's an uphill battle. So I still really loved it. I loved it when I was like teaching assistants, right? That stuff was great. Then you concern yourself with the research and the money and the funding, and then suddenly it's like, oh yeah, it's the whole bag, right? I'm glad to hear that you like teaching. Do you have a this might sound a little personal, but do you have a little one? You can always teach your little one. I always thought that's such a cute thing. Do you have a little one? I am not someone who have yet met a companion, but I certainly love hearing that others are able to continue to engage in the prospect of starting a family. It warms my heart knowing that regardless of all the potential like uphill quality of life challenges, people are intelligent about their decisions and they're able to do the one thing that has eluded me still, right? No kids until after the PhD. That's the plan anyways. Wait. After whose PhD? Your wife's? After your PhD? That sounds like that kind of sounds like my parents. My parents said the same thing. And then now all they do is ask me when grandchildren happen. I'm like, I don't know. No pressure, obviously. I'm sharing. Kapa. So what are you doing up so late? Now that I know you're somewhere in the United States. Your wife's Asian, but yes, we hear the pressure all the time. Yeah. Yep. Yep. It's understandable. Oh, I forgot your doll. Oh. I'm so involved in this right now. I have so many questions. Maybe for another time, but how does a statistician how does a statistician afford to be up so late? It's my first thought now. You study at night as well, just happened to tune in on the stream. Oh, okay. Intriguing. How did you how did that happen? Are there not like people who learn Chinese? I don't know how YouTube works actually. YouTube Live works, but how does it actually work? Were you looking at Chinese videos at some point? Oh, it's Saturday. I'm sorry. I didn't even realize it's the weekend. Oh, my bad. I should have thought about that. My bad. Shang-Chi. That does check out. Weekends. How far are we? So I'm supposed to do 25 of these. I mean, not 25, 15 of these. And I think I'm halfway maybe. Because I just keep going. It's 3:30. Oh boy. We'll do it for another hour. And then just cut it off wherever it is. Oh, a bunch of Chinese videos? Oh. It still baffles me that there aren't other peeps learning Chinese given the current climate. You don't see many of those? Yeah. You definitely don't see many. Well, you kind of see more for other things. Language learning generally is a very meditative self process. So, I don't know if I mentioned this yet. So, I've been using Duolingo for the last year, and I completed the Duolingo course after 200 days, right? However, I typically review after a certain amount of time because retention, right? So originally I did it every 50 days. So the first 50 days and the second 50 days. And then recently I've been trying out 100 days, and it's been exactly 100 days at the day of 200. So we've concluded the Duolingo course. And a task that I give myself is that I made a construct at the end for each unit that unifies or organizes all the vocabulary words and or grammar points from that unit. And today and yesterday and tomorrow, whatever is left over, I'm trying to cover all the units of that. There are 31 units and therefore 31 constructs. Each color represents one of the constructs. I was supposed to do 15 today, and I'm at 7, I think. Largely because I yapped a lot. Lots of people came by. It was nice. We talked about the management and motivation, habit formation, a lot of common topics when I'm streaming. Did you see the news on the spike in Duolingo? Yes, I did. That's I was alluding to that due to the recent transpiring. There was a very noticeable spike. Yes, indeed. I'm not sure if that's that spike sustained. It might be a jerk reflex due to, you know, the whole social media upheaval. And yeah. Gotta stay topical. It's a very topical thing. Unit 44 is about school. Right, Unit 44 is about school. Yeah, so what do you do usually? What do you do usually for like entertainment and whatnot? I actually, this sounds like kind of a nerdy thing, but what do statisticians do for fun? You, it might not be as exciting as I imagined, but I generally find most things exciting. So what do statisticians find? What do you guys do? Are you like eccentric people? Try me. That's probably usually. Probably it's like January at the gym. We'll see what the user numbers look like in a month. Oh yes, that's a very apt analogy. Yes, we'll see in a month how long that goes about. 学校，学校，校章，校章，校章，要求，要求，要求，要求。You think you're pretty average as a group? Not as nerdy as CS or math, but not as cool as psych or forestry. Interesting. What are your takes on the what was it called? What is that movie called? Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. I'm playing on such terrible stereotypes. Let's just go with it. I'm gonna run with it. I largely study behavior now. So, if any of this sound very rudimentary or cliche, I think it's intentional. I'm usually intentional about this. Feel free to call me out, you know? Bi Xiao. Right, Bi Xiao. What the heck is she? You know, I'm not quite sure what the stroke order is on this. I think it went from left to right. The Japanese one is... I think I wrote the Japanese stroke order more. Ishio. What is the most mathy thing that I watched? What is the most mathy thing? No, not a lot of mathy things. I actually don't know anything about Hitchhiker's Guide. Oh. Okay. Yeah. Hold up. So what else can we do? We're gonna play on some stereotypes. How about Good Will Hunting? That's not really. Now we're just going on like Brilliant Minds type of movie and whatnot. I was gonna say A Beautiful Mind, but that might be a little darker. A couple of you are in department playing music. We had a band before you all graduated. Oh, so you were a hooligan. I see. What you play? What did you play? Band. Good Will Hunting's a banger for sure. What did you play? And do your wife happen to play a violin, a piano, or cello at some point? What is this? Wan Ye. No. Wan. Wan Chang. Wan Chang. Wan Chang. Zuo Ye. Zuo Ye. Yeah? Zuo Ye. 作业天天天天作业 You play a guitar and bass, and your wife was conscripted as a young age to play piano like many Chinese. Ah, okay. My hat was either a violin or a piano. I played the violin at a young age. Piano cost a little bit much. I did have a keyboard at one point, but the violin was the choice, you know? You sound very American. I'm kidding. I have two guitars as well. The American side definitely took over. Gotta hit that guitar. Bass? Nah, I didn't get that far. I didn't get that. Violin is another common one, yeah. You did violin for a bit in school too? Get you. Sports. How about sports? Tian. We're just like collapsing many years of history down. Tian. Xiang. 向上，向上， yeah, 向上. Every teenager born in America has a guitar at some point. It just appears one day. I know, right? Like, diaspora or not, right? Diaspora or not, somehow a guitar is gonna pop up in your room. It just magically, appears. Like one day it's like, I don't know. One day I decided, hey, look, there's a guitar center. Let's just go buy a guitar. Am I a football guy? American football? I am not. Growing up with Chinese parents, I did not participate in any sports, conventional sports. I did do a sport though, and it is very American. Not exclusively American, but it is very American. And there are two that are probably going to show up next to American football. That is like very American. It's very American. It is unconventional too. So, well, unless you're American. American football is definitely one of them. Are you an American football person? I feel like you've thrown the pigskin. Baseball? No. Baseball is pretty big in Japan. Silly goose. I'm just kidding. Yeah, baseball has some international appeal. Maybe not as much. Two more. There's two more. There's definitely two that are. One is more. The one that I do is more recreational, I suppose. You don't really talk about it in like competitive sense, unless you're really into it. Kampukan. A sport that only Americans play, and it's not football. It does narrow it down. Not only Americans play, but it is definitely more associated with Americans. Like, it's so much more exclusively Americans. I mean, it practically even screams K-Kona sometimes. Although I do have to admit, the top player is still Australian, I think. Lacrosse? Oh, that is a good one. Isn't lacrosse... Is lacrosse American? I haven't even considered that, but lacrosse is a great guess. I totally forgot about lacrosse. Yeah. Oh, I totally forgot about lacrosse. Unfortunately, I'm not... No, I don't... Lacrosse is a really good one. I totally forgot about lacrosse. That is American. Dang. I mean, despite what the name suggests. It's kind of funny, the name lacrosse, when someone... Oh, I totally forgot about that. You are familiar with a university. That's masters and PhD cred right there. The sport that you mentioned is lacrosse. You definitely came from a university in the United States. I think the person's Australian. Let me make sure. I'm pretty sure he's Australian. Oh, maybe he's not there anymore. Oh, he's not there anymore. Wow, there's actually a big Indian scene now. Intriguing. Isn't he Australian? Maybe he's American. I don't know. Let's look. No, he's Australian. Yeah. I was pretty sure he was Australian. Is it on TV? Oh, I would be cheating to say it is on TV, but it is on TV. Like, would you have seen it? It's on like ESPN 3. If there's any coverage, it would be like on ESPN 3, maybe alongside the lacrosse stuff. It's about like lacrosse. Lacrosse is so good. Yeah, the top player, arguably, he's not the current top player anymore, but he's been a top player for a while. It's bowling. You got it. It is bowling. You got one more choice. Here are the other two choices that would probably go well with the American theme. Ball golf and disc golf. Ball golf and disc golf. And I actually do disc golf from time to time. So ball golf or disc golf. Those are the other two. I know golfing is elsewhere, but bowling is, yeah, I mean, your beer, you know, beer, throw. You can't get much more K-Kona than that. And then, while disc golf, in professional disc golf, you can't drink while playing at the same time. So, drink, I think bowling is the same, but it's often associated with, yeah, disc golf. Yeah, disc golf took off. It's a great pastime. You should take your wife disc golfing sometime. You get to hike at the same time, visit your local park, all at the same time. Is it this? Yes, right? No. This. Oh, wait, there's a tail here. No one saw it. It's fine. Okay, so we got over the class thing. What do you play? Lay it on me. I feel if your wife happens to be like balls, you know, just like straight up, yeah, I'm gonna conform gymnastics or swimming. No, not swimming. It's like maybe diving. Gymnastics and diving, statistically. There's a course by the university we've gone exactly once. There's a bit too many drunk frat guys to put. Yeah. It's a ye olde American spirit. I'm not surprised. Obviously, it's a more of a warm endearment. I'm not saying it as a. It's people having fun. Not for everyone, right? The scenes are not for everyone. 小学，初中，高中，高中，大学。What are your sports? Or any sports? I did Taekwondo at some point. Like for 3.5 to 4 years. The discipline Taekwondo side. not the break my neck side. You so not really an athlete. You just used to Filipino martial arts. Nowadays, I don't exercise at all that much. Period. I see. I had a couple year stint for like running, like obstacle course running, and now I basically just run and calisthenics. Calisthenics, like maintenance stuff, right? Maintenance stuff. running for maintenance, calisthenics, pull-up, push-ups, occasionally some skill development, flexibility, mobility stuff. I used to go on Tough Mudders every year until COVID happened. Gosh, yeah. Gosh, yeah. Hear me out. If you ever decide that you're gonna work towards a marathon or a half marathon, I would totally be down for a meetup. I've been like secretly soliciting people, getting them wind up. Like, you want to do a marathon? It's like it's a once in a lifetime thing, or maybe twice in a lifetime thing. Let's go. You used to run a bit too. Did a half once and then immediately quit running after it. Listen, that's the guy. I did a half once too, officially as well. A half event once, and then just basically didn't go for the full. Definitely. Like a marathon event. Like go to a marathon event. That'd be pretty sweet. No, sure. There's another person I know that's that could be something. I am on the East Coast, indeed. It is getting quite late. I might have to shelve this and extend it by a day. Yeah, we're fine. So Ban shish ban no. How the ban? Oh. You're on the West Coast, but you came back to East Coast every year? Ooh. Intriguing. Oh, that totally explains. So West Coast, huh? How is the West Coast doing, by the way? Is everything alright? Are things settling down, really? Sure, Tom. Sure. Hoang. My mother came back from Hong Kong during the forest fire, the wildfire. I forgot what you call them. Like she actually touched down during that. You're not in you're not in California. Oh. So statistician, huh? Washington. I feel like Washington is such a like Seattle is such a nice place for people who are doing like tech related careers. Actually, obviously don't dox yourself if you're not comfortable. I'm on the East Coast. Close to New York. Right. That's where the whole like Fujianese thing came about. It's not very uncommon. Trump opened up the reservoirs, right, and used it to put out all the fires. Oh no. I'm not exactly sure how they were contained. It's nice to hear that it's contained now. Yeah, joking, of course. I think sometimes life is too short to hate one's neighbor, largely due to disagreements of ideology or something like that. T 体体育馆体 It does explain your timing. Organ? No! What's an organ? No, I know organ is there, but I was gonna go with the whole like Silicon, you know, the Silicon Valley thing. But what's an organ? I didn't realize there was like a push or something, you know, compared to like Seattle or Silicon Valley kind of situation. I'm actually not familiar with the organ in terms of like their thing. Tell me more. What is the Oregon state flower and state dog, if they have one? I think not every state has a state dog, right? Somewhere I think I knew that. Okay, so we need to go over some sports. Okay. This category is so big. Okay, let's write sports out. The heck is a state dog? Listen, does Hawaii have a state dog? Pretty sure PA state dog is the Great Dane. Yeah, I think the Pennsylvania state dog is the Great Dane. Lots of trees and rain. Portland is nice. Yeah, Portland, Oregon is about the only place that I know, unfortunately. You love it, but it's forgotten about for a reason. I wonder what the Hawaii state dog is. You never heard of a state dog in your life? Really? Am I a pep? Hold up. Yeah, the Great Dane is Pennsylvania's. Hold up. Hold up. What's Oregon state dog? Oregon doesn't have an official state dog. Aw. That's right. Okay, what about Hawaii? Oh, that's why you both don't know what a state dog is. You don't have one. State birds? What's your state bird? You guys don't recognize neither Hawaii nor Oregon recognizes a state dog. So yeah. I think Pennsylvania's is the ruffed grouse. It looks weird. That's interesting looking. You do have a state bird? Ooh, what is that? A western meadowlark. Oh, meadowlark. Let me see what a western. I don't. Aww. That's pretty. The Pennsylvania one is like, it's kind of derpy looking. I like it. I like it because it's derpy looking. A ruffed grouse. A ruffed grouse. The name, not so much. Nene. Wait, the Nene. Wait, the Nene. Oh, that's kind of cute. It kind of looks like a goose. How Western Pennsylvania? How Yeen's doing over there? I don't know. Yeen's be doing. I'm on the east side. Our Appalachian. How do people say it in the West Coast? The Appalachian. I don't know. Appalachian. I'm talking about the Appalachian Mountains here. Yins. We yins be doing alright. Us and our taters. Okay. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to settle on taking an extra day. There's too much great conversations going on, so school, classroom. So we're gonna branch off to classroom, right? So classroom. Actually, we're gonna move this up here. We're gonna move the gym here. You're from Jersey, so it's correctly, aka it said it correctly, aka Appalachian. Appalachian. Oh, is that how they say it? I watch Hank. I watch Hank Green and John Green, and I think Hank Green made a. It's either one of the brothers, one of the Green brothers, made a big deal about Appalachian at some point, and I'm like, oh, interesting, because they're from Indiana. Yeah, they're Indiana, or at least John Green is from Indiana. So they're west of the Appalachian Mountain. Don't at me, okay? Oh, it is a goose. Oh, I didn't know. I didn't know the Hawaiian state bird was a goose. Oh, that's interesting. It looks friendly, sort of. I mean, geese. You never know. You never know with geese. You know? I feel like now I identify you as a geese fetishes. Kind of makes sense. Hey. So Heiban. Why do I write it so large? Heiban. Heiban. Blackboard. Heiban. Oh wait. That's oh. Wait. Yeah, Heiban. Yours look like hieroglyphics? That's kind of good, isn't it? Hieroglyphics. Wait. Hieroglyphics is really complicated. Real talk though. 笔记本。笔记本。笔记是什么？猫。It's a 猫。It's a 猫。毛记笔记本。钱币。Fun fact, in Slavic languages, they refer to Hanzi as hieroglyphics. Interesting. What was the other fun fact that like a random YouTube influencer? Alright, fun fact. What was the fun fact? It was like Arabic numbers are not Arabic or something because of their complex, but they are just referred to as Arabic anyways. Or something like that. I don't know the details. I'm not a linguist, but like these numbers, right? These digits. So we're talking about the history, the complicated history of how these became a thing and referred to as Arabic numbers. a little bit more complicated, but I get it. Or I could appreciate how it's very interesting. Not that I remember the details, unfortunately. Speaking of statistician, right? Are you familiar with the complicated history of the Arabic numbers we use today? Jie. Yeah, Jie, Qiang and Jie, to borrow and lend. Lots of writing time. I can honestly say Hui, lots of writing. Writing is what, lots of time writing. T Yi. T Yi. Fun. This is the first I'm hearing of this controversy. I don't think it's a, yeah. Not to give you an idea of controversy, it's a person who's very into the etymology of things. I think YouTube definitely does not have a shortage of very highly influential people who geeks out the, you know, takes it up to like level 12 when it comes to etymology of things. Again, disclaimer, it's algorithm based, so when I watch one of the videos, the YouTube makes it look like the world is talking about the origins of writing language. So bear with me. Probably not as hype as it might sound, but you know, algorithm do be doing algorithm things. It's one of my talking topics most of the time. Oh, I actually need to correct this. I think I have Lan Qiu different. Where was the last time I wrote sports? Here it is. Lan Qiu. Lan is not the same as Lan. Whoops. Okay, let's go back. Yeah, no shortage of 30-minute deep dives into some niche topic. The algos got all of us. Yeah, I know. Isn't it incredibly how efficient it is? One of my topics deal with like cognitive dissonance often fueled by algorithm and or like a confirmation bias. How confirmation bias can really impact the quality of life and perception of reality. Oftentimes, more as a thought experiment on the potential requirements to being exposed to destabilizing information, like information that can normalize the extent of how one can be like convinced that anything is true because the algorithm is so efficient at overexposing you about it. Like the moment you say, if you type in, am I bad at Japanese, right? And immediately the algorithm will supply you with like a swarm of videos after seeing the first one about how people think that their Japanese is bad. And then maybe everything related to how to get better at Japanese with preying on the insecurity that you think your Japanese is bad. Or something like that. Like immediately. I love a well-constructed documentary, but miss YouTube videos had a max length of 10 minutes. Nah, YouTube videos. Wait, you miss Hen? YouTube videos had a max length of 10 minutes. Oh, my YouTube videos are way more than 10 minutes. They might as well only be 10 minutes though. That's the average viewership. Like, people don't watch more than 10 minutes. Not when I say people, anecdotally speaking. I know how many hours people watch. Oh, you miss when YouTube videos had a maximum length of 10 minutes. You miss when YouTube videos had a max length of 10 minutes. Boy, howdy. You might not enjoy what I have to say, or like we might be at the opposite ends of the spectrum here. I guess post-production, yeah, edited videos I can totally understand if that's what you were consuming. As opposed to like stream content, obviously. 足球 乒乓球. Hello there, Timmy. It has been a while. I really am gonna call this a night, I think. Yeah, I'm really far behind, so let's call this a night. How many did I do? I actually did less than yesterday. Oh no. I guess this could be a 4-parter. Streaming content is fine, but you feel like there's a lot of video that pad the run length for algo purposes? Interesting. I almost find the opposite. I was surprised I was still streaming. Yeah, we had lots of conversations. Lots and lots of conversations. So, nothing like good conversations, right? Let me see. Where am I? We're at 4, 8, 12, 16, 17. Give me a sec. Let me check something. I don't know how much later I'm gonna be able to go. Probably not. I think we're just gonna call it a wrap here and extend the day. Nothing like being flexible, right? Happy dollars. I've ran out of happy dollars. This has been like the... Oh no. I think I might have King? Wait, is that still a thing? Is that still a saying? King? Yeah. So not much. Maybe we'll see how ambitious. How are you doing, Timmy? We can talk a little bit for a little bit longer. Right? I think I borked something. That's okay. You got a cold at the moment. Well, hopefully you're on the mends. Get well soon. Get well soon, Timmy. So I did 7. It's about half. It's less than half of what I planned on doing. 15 today. Which makes your Chinese more accurate, you think? When you have a cold. Oh, I see. Rest well, senpai. I don't know. Okay. What do you say to yeah, what do you say in Chinese? Yeah, I don't know what a euphemism is in Chinese. I mean, like, 朋友 just sounds pedestrian, right? 好人休息一下，好人啊，no， 好人休息一下吧。I don't know. Oh, right, that's right. You could use 哥 yeah, or 我弟弟 or 我哥哥 yeah, 大哥 yeah, 大哥休息一下吧。Big bro, big bro, rest a little bit. Oh, am I still okay? Is everything still running? Oh no, I think everything's borked. Hold up. Uh-oh. That's okay. I think something crashed. It's fine. It's fine. No one panic. No one panic. Don't worry. Don't worry. That's on my end. No one panic. Oh, the nasal. Okay, the nasalation. Okay. I see. Big brain, one interesting thing you guess is the counters? Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, 哥哥. We were talking about 哥哥. 大哥, right? Big bro, 大哥. It's kind of redundant because 哥哥 is older brother, but it's more like big bro. 大哥休息一下, right? Rest a bit or see you next time. I don't know how you see you next time. I usually go with 下载 I don't know. 下一站聊吧 right? 下一站聊吧. It seems Japanese have more counters than Chinese. That's interesting. That's an interesting topic. I think I bored the audio. So I think this is a good place to stop. You're not certain about this. Yeah. So this is a good place to stop. I think I kind of borked something and broke a bit of chain of stuff. 下次见, yeah. You used before. Yeah, I used 下次见 before. And my family friend said, "Oh, don't say that. That's too formal." So they said, 下次再聊吧. 下次再聊吧. So like, talk to you next time. Like, let's talk again. Let's chat again. Right. So that's what they went for, and like it kind of just settled on me. So good enough. I usually use 下次见 and like that's too formal. I'm like, all right. I'll just use it in this situation. Okay. So for now, yeah, this is about all I got. We'll try to take it add an additional day. We'll add an additional day. Not bad. We'll get it done tomorrow. Or get the construct part done tomorrow. And then I'll be ranting on the following day. So the following day I'll be ranting on my retrospection on the Duolingo Chinese course. But yeah. And then what we're gonna do in the future. You use Red Note to improve your Chinese more? Are you I see. I feel like that's a very timely. I'm not I see. How do you know in terms of Red Note? Actually, hold on to that thought. For me. Yeah, how do you know? How do you go about using RedNote? I did hear a lot about RedNote recently. Because of the whole TikTok related topical thing. But yeah, RedNote is it's not like it wouldn't be the thing that I would observe first for it. Basically, it's not an English speaking environment. Yeah, I know, but how do you know if it improved your Chinese more? You use Reddit actually? I haven't used Reddit too much, but Fictitious gives me a lot of incentive to look at Reddit. So you assume via immersion? I see. Fair enough. That's fair enough. RedNote was hard for you because it kept pushing English content. Oh, that's interesting. You hunt out Chinese language learning content too. Okay. Yeah. For now, I'm watching a show. Actually, I don't know if you guys watch this at all, but it was suggested. So Blair happened to have suggested a Chinese one. So uh Mo Dao Zu 某道如系某道如系如系某道如系 which is what is it called? The founder of diabolism. Yeah, that's what I'm watching right now. So it's very, very feudal. So there's lots of like magic, and I mean like there's a very selective vocabulary when it comes to Chinese though on these. You kind of get used to if you grow up with like mysticism and wuxia, right? Stuff. But yeah, lots of mysticism stuff. Anyways, that's kind of what I'm doing right now. I don't want to stretch my run time. I'll catch up with you guys another time. Thanks for stopping by. Hopefully your Chinese stuff is going well. And I guess the silver lining for your cold. I hope you recover from your cold. Yeah, right. It makes your Chinese more accurate. Yeah, we'll have to catch up. I have more questions, but I'll have to sleep on those questions for now. And maybe we can play an interesting game in the future of exchanging information. I like doing the ask me a question and I'll ask you a question. That's kind of a great format. We gotta break some ice here. You hope for improvement? Yeah, Timmy. Soon. Uh，你跟我说中文，right？你跟我说中文。我我没有说嗯很多，right？很多中文。But the problem is it's always a one-sided exchange. But I don't mind reading, not Chinese. I'm still getting the hang of reading. Okay, all right. So no more belaboring. We're gonna add another day to it and see where to go from there. Thank you guys. I always appreciate. 谢谢 right? 谢谢跟我说一点话 right? I guess 聊 I guess probably 聊天 thanks 谢谢for chatting right? Bye bye. All right, folks. I'll be back. We're gonna extend this. I'm gonna try to finish all these constructs tomorrow, and then we'll do like a one wrap up where I talk about frequently asked questions. It's part of my recording process. So until then, Stay safe, folks. 下次见, right? 下次见. 谢谢. If you're gonna watch this later, ありがとうございます. Right? おやすみなさい. 皆さん. 大家谢谢. Right? Good night, good night. Oh my gosh, Gecko just got up. Oh. I did not finish today, Gecko. But good night. Good night. Oyasumi nasai. I guess Ohio. Gecko-san. Alright, I'll see you guys later. Take care, stay safe, stay healthy. Bye bye.